What's up, Quirk Chronicles fam? Get ready for an electrifying crossover. What if Deku was neglected and became the Green Ranger? In this story, Izuku Midoriya was never given a chance. Quirkless and abandoned by those he once admired, he was left to suffer alone. But fate had different plans. When an ancient force calls out to him, granting him the legendary powers of the Green Ranger, Deku is reborn. Not as a weak outcast, but as a warrior unlike any the world has ever seen. Armed with unimaginable strength, a nearly indestructible suit, and the wisdom of past Rangers, Deku will forge his own path. But will he still strive to be the hero he once dreamed of? Or will the pain of his past push him towards something far greater and more dangerous? This is the rise of a new legend. Buckle up, because this is Quirk Chronicles. Let's get started. Rise of a Ranger. I'm sorry, Mrs. Yagi, but your son here is quirkless, said the doctor. That was the day everything changed. Izuku Yagi, son of the #1 hero All Might, and the #5 hero Green Magnet, was diagnosed quirkless, while his twin sister Izumi Yagi was given a very powerful telekinesis quirk. As the years went on, Izuku was bullied by Izumi, as well as his former friends, Katsuki Bakugo, Katsumi Bakugo, Shoto Todoroki, and Shoka Todoroki, and his parents completely ignored and neglected him. Then one day when he was in middle school, "All right, class, it's time to start thinking about your futures. But who am I kidding? You all want to be heroes," said the teacher. The class, save for Izuku, starting cheering. "Please, you can't possibly put us in the same league as these extras," said Katsuki. "Ah yes, Katsuki Bakugo. You, your sister, Izumi Yagi, and the Todoroki twins are applying for the hero course, right?" said their teacher. "Damn right we are. We're gonna be the top heroes and be richer than All Might," shouted Katsumi as she and the others showed off their quirks. "Oh, and Izuku Yagi's also applying for the hero course, right?" said the teacher. Katsuki immediately slammed his hand down on Izuku's desk. "Deku woo. You think UA would want someone as useless as you when they could have people like US?" screamed Bakugo. "All right, Bakugo, settle down," said their teacher. After class, Izuku was about to head home when his sister and the others stopped him. "Deku," shouted Izumi. "What do you want?" said Izuku. Katsuki then grabbed Izuku's notebook from him. "Hey, give it back," said Izuku as he tried to get his notebook back, but they kept it out of reach. "PFFF. What's this? Hero analysis for the future? You're pathetic." Izumi laughed. "I thought we told you to give up," said Shoto. "Just give it back," said Izuku. "I got a better idea," said Katsuki as he burned Izuku's notebook with an explosion, then threw it out the window. "No!" screamed Izuku. "Just give up, you useless Deku. You'll never be a hero. You'll never amount to anything," said Katsumi. "And don't bother telling Mom and Dad what we do to you. They won't believe you. They never even pay attention to you," said Izumi. "Come on, guys, let's get out of here. We got better things to do than waste our time with a worthless Deku," said Shoko as they all turned to leave. "You know, if you really want to be a hero that badly, there might actually be another way. Just pray that you'll be born with a quirk in your next life. Then take a swan dive off the roof of the building," said Izumi as she and the others laughed at Izuku before leaving. After that, Izuku went and got his notebook out of the fountain. "Stupid jerks," he said to himself. After that, he walked home by himself. When he was walking home, he suddenly started glowing green. "What the?" he said. Next thing he knew, he was launched into the sky, and then he was in some sort of high-tech looking room. "Welcome, human," said a voice. Izuku turned around to see a giant tube with a large floating head in it. "What the WHO are you?" said Izuku, who was freaking out. "I am Zordon of Elter. I am an interdimensional being caught in a time warp," said Zordon. "And my name is Alpha 5, said a high-pitched voice. Izuku turned around to see a short robot of some sort. "What the?" said Izuku. "Calm down, young Izuku," said Zordon. What do you want even?" asked Izuku, who was still freaked out. "We want you to become one of us," said another voice. Izuku turned around to see 5 people step out of the shadows. Who are you people?" asked Izuku. "My name is Tommy Oliver," said the man with the beard. "I'm his wife, Kimberly Oliver," said the woman. "My name is Billy Cranston," said the man with the glasses and blue turtleneck. "My name's Zach Taylor," said the black man, not trying to be racist. "And my name is Jason Scott," said the man in the red shirt. What do you people want from me?" said Izuku, who was still freaking out. "You probably don't recognize us without our costumes on. Let us show you, said Tommy. It's morphing time, said Jason. Suddenly, they all pulled out strange devices of some sort that had what looked like coins of some sort inside of them. Mastodon, shouted Zach. Pterodactyl, shouted Kimberly. Triceratops, shouted Billy. Tyrannosaurus, shouted Jason. Dragon Zord, shouted Tommy. Next thing Izuku knew, they were all wearing colorful costumes and had cool helmets. This was Jason's costume. This was Billy's. This was Zach's. This was Kimberly's. And this was Tommy's. Power Rangers, they all said at the same time while doing cool poses. Holy crap. You guys are the Power Rangers. One of the biggest hero teams in America, said Izuku in shock. That's right, kid, said Tommy as he and the others took their helmets off. What are you guys doing here in Japan? Asked Izuku. We're not in Japan, kid. You're here in America, said Jason. Wait, what? Said Izuku. That's right, Izuku. You were teleported here to the command center, our base of operations, said Zordon. But I gotta get back home to my family, said Izuku. No offense, kid, but we know how your family's actually been treating you, said Zach. How do you know about that? Asked Izuku. I am a sage, Izuku. I know many things, including how your sister and her friends bully you and your parents completely ignore you, just because you don't have a quirk, explained Zordon. You're a sage? Asked Izuku. Yes. It's like I told you. I come from the planet of Elter, but I was trapped in a time warp by an evil sorceress named Rita Repulsa thousands of years ago, explained Zordon. So this isn't a quirk? Because I'm pretty sure quirks didn't exist thousands of years ago, said Izuku. That is correct, Izuku. The Power Rangers aren't the work of quirks either, said Zordon. Wait, what? Said Izuku as he turned around to face the Power Rangers. That's right, kid. Believe it or not, we're quirkless just like you, said Tommy. You are. I know you never exactly told the public what your quirks are, but I didn't think it was because you didn't have any, said Izuku. Well, we don't, kid. But Zordon chose us anyway because he knew we were worthy of being Rangers, said Billy. But I don't understand. What does any of this have to do with me? Asked Izuku. Well, it's like I said, Izuku. We want you to become one of us, said Tommy. What? Said Izuku in disbelief. More specifically, I want you to take my place as the new Green Ranger, said Tommy. What? Screamed Izuku in absolute shock. Yeah, kid. Thing is, I'm retiring soon. We all are, said Tommy. But why? Asked Izuku. We've been doing this for almost 30 years, kid. We're not going to be around forever. And some of us have families now, said Kimberly. But what makes you think I have what it takes to be the Green Ranger? It's not just because I have green hair, is it? Asked Izuku. No, it's not. I've been watching you for a while now, Izuku. You have a good heart. You only want to help people and make the world a better place. You're still determined to be a hero, despite what your sister and the others keep telling you. That proves you are worthy to be the next Green Ranger, said Zordon. But does that mean I would have to move here to America? Asked Izuku. No, Izuku. It's fine for you to be a Power Ranger in Japan. It's about time there were Power Rangers in other countries besides America, said Jason. So, are you in? Asked Tommy. Izuku had his head down and thought about this for a moment. You are an embarrassment to my family. Make your own food. I'm not cooking food for a failure. Useless, Deku. You'll never amount to anything. You? A hero? Please, take a swan dive off the roof of the building. Izuku looked back up at them. Will I still be able to attend UA as the Green Ranger? He asked. Of course. And if anyone asks what your quirk is, you can just say it's that you have the ability to transform into the Green Ranger, or whatever, said Tommy. All right. I'm in, said Izuku. Tommy smiled and put his hand on Izuku's shoulder. Good. Welcome to the Power Rangers, kid, said Tommy. Training. After that, Izuku teleported back to Japan. The Rangers gave him a watch that allows him to contact Zordon and the others, as well as teleport to and from the command center. When he got home, his parents didn't notice, since they haven't paid attention to him in over a decade. He went upstairs to his room to do more research on the Power Rangers. He knew there were other Power Rangers teams in America, so he decided to learn more about them. After a bit of research, he decided to go downstairs to the kitchen to get something to eat, but then he heard talking in the living room. He peeked in to see his dad talking to Izumi, Katsuki, Katsumi, Shoto, and Shoka. All right, now I've called the 5 of you here for a reason, said All Might. Well, what is it, Dad? Asked Izumi. Well, you see, my quirk wasn't always mine. It's called One for All. It was given to me by your grandma Nana, Izumi. but I'd like to split it and give it to you 5, since you already all have incredibly powerful quirks, said All Might. But Dad, why not give it to Izuku? He doesn't have a quirk. Why not give him one? Asked Izumi. That quirkless brat? Please. We're already planning to disown him once he turns 18, said All Might. Izuku gritted his teeth and went back up to his room. That son of a bitch, he said in his head. The next day, Izuku teleported to the command center in America. When he got there, Tommy and the others were already there waiting for him. All right, Izuku, we're going to be going to the town near here. It's called Angel Grove, said Tommy. All right. Are we going to train there or something? Asked Izuku. Yep. Come on, let's go, said Tommy. When they got there, they entered a place called the Angel Grove Youth Center. When they got inside, Izuku saw tons of people doing karate, yoga, and all sorts of exercises. Wow, this place will be great for training, said Izuku. That's right. This is where me and the other rangers would train all the time when we were your age, said Tommy. Really? Asked Izuku. Yep. Now let's get to work, said Tommy. After that, Tommy had Izuku do some exercises, and then he taught Izuku a few karate moves. After that, they sat at the juice bar to get some drinks to refresh themselves. So I've been meaning to ask you, what's the deal with all the other Power Rangers teams in America? Asked Izuku. What do you mean? Asked Tommy. Well, there are other Power Rangers teams out there in America. There's the Time Force Rangers in that town Silver Hills. There's the Lightspeed Rescue Rangers in that town Mariner Bay. There's the Dino Thunder Rangers in that town Reefside. There's the Beast Morpher Rangers in that town Coral Harbor. There's the Mystic Force Rangers, the Ninja Storm Rangers, the Wild Force Rangers, the Samurai Rangers, the Mega Force Rangers, the Operation Overdrive Rangers, the Jungle Fury Rangers, the Ninja Steel Rangers, and there was also the Zeo Rangers, the Turbo Rangers, and the Space Rangers who were also here in Angel Grove. What's the deal with all of them? Asked Izuku. Some of those teams were created by Zordon, some were created by some other mythical origin, and some were formed by normal humans who also managed to harness the power of the morphing grid, explained Tommy. The morphing grid? Asked Izuku. The morphing grid is this multiversal energy field for all Power Rangers that allows them to morph through and turn into Power Rangers, Tommy explained. Multiversal? You mean there's a multiverse? Said Izuku in disbelief. That's right. It's how we all morph. It's how I'm able to morph into all the Rangers I've been, said Tommy. All the Rangers you've been? You mean you weren't just the Green Ranger? Asked Izuku. That's right. Believe it or not, I wasn't just the Mighty Morphing Green Ranger. I was also the Mighty Morphing White Ranger. Then for a short period of time, I was the White Ninjetti Ranger. Then I was the Red Zeo Ranger. Then the first Red Turbo Ranger. And later on, I was the Black Dino Thunder Ranger, said Tommy. Izuku's eyes widened. Really? He said. Yeah. There was once a time when I lost my Green Ranger powers, but then Zordon gave me the powers of the White Ranger. Later on, me, Kimberly, Billy, and the 3 other Mighty Morphing Power Rangers at that time lost our powers, so we went to see someone named Ninja, and he gave us the powers of the Ninjetti Rangers, but we got our normal Ranger powers back not long afterwards. Later on, when the Machine Empire came, me and 4 new teenagers became the Power Rangers Zeo. I was the Red Ranger of that team. Then for a brief period of time, I was the Red Turbo Ranger when we were fighting an evil space pirate named Divatox. And years later, I was mentoring the Dino Thunder Rangers, and then I became one myself when I was given access to the Black Dino Gem, explained Tommy. Can you still turn into those Rangers? Asked Izuku. I sure can. With this, said Tommy as he pulled out a special morpher of some sort. What's that? Asked Izuku. It's called a Master Morpher. It allows me to morph into any Ranger I've been before, minus the Ninjetti Ranger since that doesn't really count as one. But pretty soon I won't be able to morph into the Green Ranger since that will be your power, but I'll still have the other 4-inch, explained Tommy. Wow, does that mean you could? And then Izuku went on one of his mumbling charades. Izuku, are you okay? Asked Tommy in concern. What? Oh, sorry, it's a habit I have, said Izuku. Oh yeah, Zordon said you have a mumbling habit, said Tommy. Hey, will I ever get a Master Morpher? Asked Izuku. Maybe when you're older, and if you ever become more than just the Green Ranger, said Tommy as he put his Master Morpher away. Hey, how did you become a Power Ranger in the first place? If you don't mind me asking, said Izuku. Well, it all started right here at the youth center actually, almost 30 years ago. They were having a martial arts tournament right over there, said Tommy, pointing to a mat where 2 people were sparring. As for me, I was the new kid in town. I had just moved to Angel Grove. I wasn't much older than you are right now, Izuku. I was up against Jason in the final match. It ended up being a tie. But little did I know, Rita Repulsa was watching the fight from her moon palace with this telescope she had that let her see anywhere on Earth. She saw how I was able to almost beat Jason, so she thought I'd be perfect to become her evil Green Ranger, said Tommy. Izuku's eyes widened. Wait, I remember when you made your debut, you were actually against the Power Rangers, but they told the public that you were under the control of a villain, said Izuku. That's right, the villain was Rita Repulsa. The next day was when I first talked to Kimberly. I was at school and I saw these two punks named Bulk and Skull hitting on her, but she wasn't interested, so I scared them both off with some karate moves. After that, Kimberly asked me if she wanted to hang out with her and a few others here at the youth center after school. I said sure. After school, I was gonna go meet them here, but when I decided to take a shortcut through an alleyway, I was ambushed by putties, said Tommy. Oh yeah, putties are the henchmen you and the mighty morphing Power Rangers fought, right? Asked Izuku. Yep. I managed to take the putties down, but then Rita put me under her spell and turned me into her evil Green Ranger. After that, I did a lot of things I'm still not proud of, even to this day. I attacked the Rangers, nearly destroyed Zordon and Alpha, and I was jerked to Kimberly when she asked me why I didn't show up to the youth center, said Tommy with his head down. It wasn't your fault, Tommy. You weren't in control, said Izuku. I know, but still. Anyways, eventually the Rangers managed to free me from Rita's spell and I joined them, since I still had my Green Ranger powers. And then you know what happened from there. We eventually went our own separate ways and other Power Ranger teams started popping up all over the country. But eventually me and most of the original Mighty Morphing Power Rangers got back together, he said. What about the Mighty Morphing Yellow Ranger? She's not with you guys anymore, said Izuku. Tommy sighed. Oh yeah, Trini. She's dead. She died in a car accident a long time ago. We've been looking for a replacement for her for a while now, said Tommy. I'm so sorry, said Izuku. It's fine. We all took her death pretty hard though. Especially Billy, since he and Trini were married, said Tommy. Oh, they were, said Izuku. Yeah. They even had a daughter, named Sasha Quan Cranston. She's about the same age as you. Zordon's considering choosing her to be the new Yellow Ranger, but Billy's not comfortable with it. Sasha's all he has left, and he doesn't want to lose her, said Tommy. I can understand why. He's just trying to be protective of his daughter, said Izuku. Me and Kimberly also have a kid. We have a son. His name's James Oliver. He's also about the same age as you. Me and Kimberly are training him to be the new White Ranger, said Tommy. That's great. I'm sure he'll be a great ranger, said Izuku. Thanks, Izuku. Now what do you say we get back to training, said Tommy. Yeah, said Izuku. For the next 10 months, Izuku trained hard. Tommy and the other Rangers taught him karate and many other things. Meanwhile, All Might had Izumi and the others clean up Dagoba Beach. Then, with less than 1 month away until the entrance exams, Izuku was back at the command center. He stood in front of Zordon, the other Rangers, and Alpha standing there behind him. You have done well in your training, young Izuku. You are now ready to receive the powers of the Green Ranger, said Zordon. Thank you, Zordon, said Izuku. Here is your morpher, said Zordon. Suddenly, Izuku felt something on his belt. He looked down to see that he now had a Power Ranger morpher attached to it. He took it off to look at it. Wow, he said. Tommy then stepped forward and gave Izuku his Green Ranger power coin. Here you go, Izuku. It's yours now, said Tommy. Izuku inserted the power coin into the morpher. Go for it, said Tommy with a smirk on his face. Izuku took a deep breath. It's morphing time, he shouted. Dragon Zord, shouted Izuku while raising his morpher. There was a flash of green light. When Izuku opened his eyes, he realized he was wearing the Green Ranger costume. Oh my god, this is amazing. I've never felt anything like this, said Izuku in excitement. Damn right. You're now the Green Ranger. Make us proud, kid, said Tommy. Congratulations, Izuku. You now have the powers of the Green Ranger. Use it well, said Zordon. I will, Zordon, said Izuku. And may the power protect you always, said Zordon. Ranger/Zord training. Izuku had just gotten his Green Ranger powers, and he was ready to learn how to use them. He was currently with Tommy in the forest. All right, Izuku, we're here because you're gonna learn how to use your Green Ranger abilities. So morph up, said Tommy. Izuku took out his morpher. It's morphing time, he shouted. Dragon Zord, shouted Izuku. Okay, now what? asked Izuku, who was now the Green Ranger. Well, now we're gonna fight, said Tommy with a smirk on his face. Wait, what? Said Izuku. That's right. You need to be ready for anything, including fighting someone just as powerful as yourself, said Tommy as he pulled out his master morpher. Tiger Zord, he shouted. He was then the mighty morphing White Ranger. Whoa, said Izuku in disbelief. Tommy then charged at Izuku and swung at him with Saba, but Izuku pulled out the dragon dagger and blocked it. Izuku shoved Tommy off with his dagger, then swung at him with it, but Tommy just blocked it with Saba. Izuku did a karate kick in the air, but Tommy ducked under it, then kicked Izuku a few feet back. Tommy then fired a few blasts of energy at Izuku with Saba, but then, in a split-second reaction, Izuku blew into the dragon dagger through his helmet and played it like a flute, although it sounded like a horn, and a force field appeared in front of him, shielding him from the blasts. Impressive. You knew to go right for the dragon dagger and use it to increase the protection of your chest piece, said Tommy. Yeah, I've done my research on almost every pro hero, including you and the other Rangers. I've always wondered how you were able to play this thing like a flute, even though it sounds like a horn, and how you were able to play it through the helmet which was covering your mouth up, said Izuku, looking at the dragon dagger. Yeah, even I don't really know how it's able to do that, but it can do a lot more too, but we'll get to that later. Now let's see if you can handle fighting my other 4 Ranger forms, said Tommy. Wait, Wadash. Zeo Ranger 5. Red, shouted Tommy as he morphed into the red Zeo Ranger. After that, Izuku fought Tommy in all his other Ranger forms. He fought him as the red Zeo Ranger, the red Turbo Ranger, and the black Dino Thunder Ranger. After a little while, Izuku and Tommy unmorphed and sat down to catch their breath. You did good today, kid. I'm proud of you, said Tommy. Thanks. It's weird. The moment I morphed into the Green Ranger, I instantly knew how to use all the powers and abilities. It's like all the information was downloaded into my head, said Izuku. That's right. When you morph, the information is automatically downloaded into your mind. So it feels like you've known how to do all this stuff your whole life. It feels weird at first, I know, said Tommy. 1 week later, Izuku and Tommy were standing in the middle of the desert. Sue, why are we out in here in the middle of nowhere again? Asked Izuku. Well, first of all, we're waiting for someone to get here, said Tommy. Who is it? Asked Izuku. Suddenly, there was a flash of black light, and a man teleported near them. Here he is now, said Tommy as they walked over to him. Hey, Adam, said Tommy. Hey, Tommy, it's been a while, said Adam as he and Tommy did a manly handshake, or whatever it is you call it. Who's this? Asked Izuku. This is Adam Park, the second mighty morphing Black Ranger, the Green Zeo Ranger, and the first Green Turbo Ranger, said Tommy. Nice to meet you. You must be Izuku. Tommy and the others have told me a lot about you, said Adam as he and Izuku shook hands. Wait, second mighty morphing Black Ranger? You mean it wasn't always Zack? Asked Izuku. Yeah, there was a time when Zack, Jason, and Trini left, but that's a story for another day. Anyways, the reason we're all out here is because this is a good place to summon the Dragon Zord. Since it's out here where there's no people around, explained Tommy. Wait, the Dragon Zord? You mean that giant robot you could summon as the Green Ranger? Said Izuku in shock. That's right. You never know when there's going to be a giant monster or something, so you need to be ready. So you're gonna have to learn how to summon it, control it, and fight with it. That's why I called Adam here. He agreed to help you learn how to use the Dragon Zord to fight other giant enemies, said Tommy. How would he help? Asked Izuku. I'm gonna summon my Lion Thunder Zord, and you're gonna have your Dragon Zord go up against it, explained Adam. After that, the Dragon Zord's gonna go up against the White Tiger Zord, but we're gonna start with something small first, said Tommy. Okay, so how do I summon the Dragon Zord? Asked Izuku. Well, first, morph into the Green Ranger, instructed Tommy. Okay, said Izuku as he pulled out his morpher. Dragon Zord, he shouted. Okay, now what? Asked Izuku, who was now the Green Ranger. Well, now Adam here's gonna morph into the Black Ranger, said Tommy. It's morphing time, said Adam as he whipped out his old Black Ranger morpher. Mastodon, he shouted. Okay, I'm ready, said Adam, who was now the Black Ranger. You know what to do, Adam, said Tommy. Adam nodded. Mastodon Lion Thunder Zord power, shouted Adam. Suddenly, the ground started shaking. Izuku turned around to see what looked like a giant black robot woolly mammoth heading towards them. When it got closer to them, it transformed into what looked like a giant black robot lion. All right, I'll get inside it, said Adam before teleporting inside the Lion Thunder Zord. All right, Izuku, take out your dagger, said Tommy. Izuku removed the dragon dagger from his belt. Okay, now what? He asked. You're gonna do the same thing you did last week in the woods, when you played the dagger like a flute and used it to make your chest plate stronger. Only this time you'll use it to summon the Dragon Zord, explained Tommy. Oh, now I remember. You would use this to summon the Dragon Zord by playing it. I just need to play the same tune from before, said Izuku. Exactly. Only this time you think of summoning the Dragon Zord while doing it, not increasing your chest piece's strength, said Tommy. All right, then let's do this, said Izuku as he put his dagger up to his mouthpiece. He started playing the tune. There should be a GIF or video here. Update the app now to see it. It's this, but Izuku's standing in the desert, not on top of a building. Also, the Dragon Zord emerges in front of a nearby beach, not the docks. Suddenly, the ground started shaking even more than when the Lion Thunder Zord came. Izuku and Tommy turned around to see the Dragon Zord heading towards them. It let out a mighty roar. All right, Izuku, position it in front of Adam's Zord, instructed Tommy. Izuku guided the Dragon Zord in front of Adam and his Lion Thunder Zord, with a few yards between them. All right, the rules are simple. Whoever manages to knock the other one over first wins. All right, explained Tommy. All right, said both Izuku and Adam. Okay. Adam, are you ready? Asked Tommy. I'm ready, said Adam from the cockpit of his Zord. Izuku, are you ready? Asked Tommy. Oh yeah, I'm ready, said Izuku. Begin, said Tommy. The two Zords clashed at one another. The Dragon Zord fired missiles from its fingers at the Lion Thunder Zord, but its heavy armor protected it. The Lion Thunder Zord rammed the Dragon Zord's feet, causing it to stumble backwards and almost lose balance. In the end, the Dragon Zord managed to defeat the Lion Thunder Zord by tipping it upside down and not giving it a change to get back up. Izuku is the winner, Tommy declared. After that, Adam teleported out of the Lion Thunder Zord and unmorphed. Sorry if I went too rough on you, Adam, said Izuku. No, it's fine. I wanted you to give it your all, said Adam. What about your Thunder Zord, though? It looks pretty banged up, asked Izuku in concern. It's fine. Zordon can fix it, said Adam. After that, the Lion Thunder Zord teleported away. All right, now it's my turn, said Tommy as he pulled out his Master Morpher. Tiger Zord, he shouted as he morphed into the White Ranger. All right, Saba, you ready? Tommy asked his sword. Yes, I am, said Saba. Whoa. It can talk? Said Izuku. Yeah, I forgot to mention that. Meet Saba. He's a magical talking sword that Zordon gave me. Saba, say hi to Izuku, said Tommy as he held Saba in front of Izuku upside down, since his head was at the bottom of the hilt. Pleasure to make your acquaintance, Izuku, said Saba. Pleasure to make your acquaintance too, Saba, said Izuku. All right, Saba, let's do this, said Tommy as he held Saba upside down and lifted him into the air. Activate the Tiger Zord, said Saba. Tiger Zord power up, shouted Tommy. Suddenly, they saw the Tiger Zord running towards them at full speed. Tommy jumped on top of it and rode it over to the Dragon Zord. The Dragon Zord got in position in front of the Tiger Zord. No offense, Tommy, but your Tiger Zord seems kinda small compared to my Dragon Zord, said Izuku, smirking under his helmet. Looks can be deceiving, said Tommy before going inside the cockpit of the Tiger Zord. Start the video at 008. Stop at 020. There should be a GIF or video here. Update the app now to see it. I stand corrected, said Izuku. All right, Izuku. Same rules as before. Whoever manages to knock the other one to the ground first wins. As soon as Adam says begin, we go. Got it, said Tommy. Got it, said Izuku. And begin, shouted Adam. The Dragon Zord and Tiger Zord clashed at one another. The fight was long and hard. The Dragon Zord fired finger missiles at the Tiger Zord, while the Tiger Zord punched the Dragon Zord repeatedly. In the end, the Dragon Zord managed to charge at the Tiger Zord and knock it to the ground. Izuku is the winner, Adam declared. After that, Tommy got out of the Tiger Zord and unmorphed, and the Tiger Zord teleported away. Izuku also unmorphed, and the Dragon Zord teleported away. You've done well, Izuku. You managed to beat both me and Adam in Zord combat. You're ready, said Tommy. Thank you, Tommy, said Izuku. Entrance exam. 1 week later, Izuku stood in front of UA, ready to take the entrance exam. 1 hour earlier, Izuku was back at the command center in front of Zordon. All right, Izuku. Today is the day of the entrance exam at UA. The principal there already knows that you're a Power Ranger, just so you know, said Zordon. Wait, what? said Izuku. Do not be alarmed. The principal there has known about the Rangers for some time. Me and him are old friends, and he has promised not to tell anyone about your Ranger origins. He also said one other thing, said Zordon. Well, what is it? Asked Izuku. Back to the present. This is it. All my trainings lead to this, said Izuku in his head. He took one step forward, then tripped on his shoelaces. Or I can just die, said Izuku in his head. He braced himself to hit the ground, but after a second, he didn't feel anything. He opened his eyes to see he was floating. He turned his head to see a cute girl with short brown hair, brown eyes, a round face, and blush marks on her cheeks, standing there next to him with her hand on him. Sorry for using my quirk without asking, but it would be bad luck to fall on the first day, said the girl as she put her fingers together, and Izuku was back on his feet. Izuku was a blushing, stuttering mess. I'm Ochako Uraraka. Nice to meet you, said Ochako. Izuku was still a stuttering mess. Anyways, bye, said Ochako as she walked away and entered the building. Oh my god, a girl talked to me, said Izuku in his head. After that, he went inside the building. He then went to the presentation, which was presented by Present Mike. After that, Izuku and the others stood in front of the entrance to Training Ground A. He saw Ochako in the front and was about to go thank her for stopping him from falling, when the dude with glasses who interrupted the presentation earlier stopped him. What are you doing? Are you trying to sabotage her? Said the dude with the glasses. Izuku was pissed off by this. No, calm down. I was just gonna dash. Begin, screamed Present Mike from the speaker. Dragon Zord, shouted Izuku as he morphed into the Green Ranger. What the? Screamed the dude with glasses. Izuku rushed in first to the training grounds. When he entered, he was greeted by multiple robots, but he made short work of them. He still left a few for the others, though. Meanwhile, Nizu, Tashinori, Inko, and all of the other teachers watched the teenagers trash the robots. Izumi and the Todoroki twins had gotten in on recommendation, so they were doing those tests instead. The Bakugo twins were in Training Ground B. Inko and Tashinori smirked as they watched Izumi, the Todoroki twins, and the Bakugo twins ace their tests with one for all. But then they noticed a person in a green outfit and helmet destroying multiple robots with a dagger. Wait, isn't that Green Ranger guy from America? Asked All Might. Not necessarily. He's the new one. The original Mighty Morphing Power Rangers are retiring soon, and he's the one who's taking the original Green Ranger's place, explained Nizu. Shouldn't he be in America then? Asked Inko. No, he's from here in Japan. He's hoping to become the first Japan-based ranger, explained Nizu. Well, who is he? Asked Tashinori. You really don't know, do you? Said Nizu. No what? Asked Inko. Never mind. Let's just bring out the 0-pointer, said Nizu as he pressed a button. Back with Izuku. Izuku had just finished trashing multiple robots with his dragon dagger when suddenly he felt the ground shaking. Next thing he knew, there was a giant robot rampaging through the fake city. The others were running away, and Izuku was about to too when he heard someone calling for help. It was Ochako. She was trapped underneath some rubble, and the 0-pointer was about to step on her. It's that nice girl from earlier. She's in trouble, said Izuku in his head as he realized what he needed to do. He pulled out the dragon dagger and put it up to his mouthpiece. Good thing I already got permission to do this, said Izuku in his head. 1.5 hours earlier. Well, what is it? Asked Izuku. He gave you permission to summon the Dragon Zord, but only in case of an emergency, said Zordon. Back to the present. Izuku played the tune, and the Dragon Zord came crashing through one of the buildings. Holy crap, there's another robot too, screamed one of the teens. How are we supposed to defeat that thing? Screamed another teen. They never said anything about a dinosaur robot, screamed the dude with glasses. Relax. That thing's mine, said Izuku. What? You can't do that, screamed the dude with glasses. Yes, I can. I got permission. Now shut up while I save this girl, said Izuku. The Dragon Zord attacked the 0-pointer. It charged at the 0-pointer and knocked it away from Ochako. It then swung its mechanical tail at the 0-pointer and fired multiple finger missiles at it, destroying it and blowing it to pieces. After that, Izuku ran up to Ochako and lifted the rubble and pulled her out from under. He then carried her bridal style back to the others. The alarms then blared, signaling that the exam was over. Is your foot okay? Asked Izuku. It hurts a little, but I'll be fine, said Ochako. I got this, said a short old lady dressed as a doctor superhero walking over to them. She kissed Ochako's leg, and it was all better. Ochako looked back up at Izuku. Who are you? She asked. Izuku took off his helmet. I'm the Green Ranger, said Izuku. Whoa, the Green Ranger, said one of the teens. What's he doing here in Japan? Said another teen. The Green Ranger's been around for like 30 years. This guy's the same age as us, said another teen. No, I'm the new Green Ranger, said Izuku. And you can summon that giant robot Godzilla just like that? Said one of the teens. Well, first off, it's called the Dragon Zord. And second, yes, I can. Wave to the people, Dragon Zord, shouted Izuku to his giant robot. The Dragon Zord waved at the people down below. You can't just have that thing here, said the dude with glasses. Yes, I can. Like I said, I got permission from the principal to bring it in, but only in case of emergencies. This girl's life was in danger, and no one seemed to be doing anything to help her, so I thought that counted as an emergency, explained Izuku. Well, can you get rid of it now that the exam is over? Asked the dude with glasses. Sure, said Izuku. The Dragon Zord then teleported away. What the? Said all the teens. Meanwhile, with the teachers, they just witnessed the Green Ranger summon a giant robot dinosaur and obliterate the zero-pointer. What? He can't do that, said Toshinori. Yes, he can. I gave him permission too, said Nizu. They then saw the Green Ranger rush over to a brunette girl who was trapped underneath some rubble. He lifted the rubble up and carried her back to the others. Then they saw the Green Ranger take off his helmet. Inko's and Toshinori's eyes widened. Izuku? They both said in shock. You really didn't know? Asked Nizu. No. Why would we pay any attention to someone who's quirkless? Sneered Toshinori. You ignore your own child just cause he doesn't have a quirk? Said Aizawa in disgust. Yeah? So what? Asked Inko. We'll talk about this later, said Nizu, glaring at them both. After the exam, Izuku was about to leave when Ochako ran up behind him. Hey, thanks again for saving me, she said. No problem. Just doing my job, said Izuku. Hey, can I walk home with you? Asked Ochako. Sure, said Izuku. After that, they walked home together. Hey, I never got your name, said Ochako. It's Izuku, said Izuku. Izuku who? Asked Ochako. Just Izuku, said Izuku as he avoided eye contact with her. After that, they got to the subway station. Well, here's my train. Hope we end up in the same class together, Izuku, said Ochako. Me too. See ya around Uraraka, said Izuku. After that, Ochako got on the subway heading to her home, and Izuku got on the subway heading to his. When Izuku got home, he was greeted by his parents. How the hell did you become a Power Ranger? Demanded Toshinori. And why haven't you told us? Demanded Inko. Oh, so now you care about what I do? You haven't paid attention to me in over a decade. And now that I have powers, you're suddenly interested? Go fuck yourselves, said Izuku before going up to his room. A few weeks later, Izuku was in his room on his computer, doing more research on Power Rangers. Izumi, Izuku, your letters from UA are here, shouted All Might from downstairs. Izuku and Izumi went downstairs to get their letters. Izuku got his letter and went back up to his room. He opened it up and got a holodisc. He turned it on and it showed a holographic screen and it showed a large mouse/bear creature thing in a suit. Hello, Mr. Yagi. I'm Principal Nizu. I'm the principal here at UA High. I'm here to tell you that you have gotten the highest score in the entrance exam. You destroyed multiple robots and even earned some rescue points from saving that girl from the zero-pointer. So congratulations, Mr. Yagi. You're an official student here, said Nizu before the video stopped. Izuku was crying. Not tears of sadness, but tears of joy. He was finally one step closer to becoming a hero. First day. The next day, Izuku teleported to the command center, where he was greeted by Tommy and the others. Guys, I got into UA, said Izuku. That's great. We knew you could do it, said Jason. I'm proud of you, Izuku. You've proven that you're capable of handling the power of the Green Ranger, said Tommy. We saw what happened at the entrance exam from the viewing globe. We can't believe you actually had to summon the Dragon Zord, said Kimberly. Ay. Who would have thought that UA would bring out a robot as big as the Dragon Zord, said Alpha. Principal Nizu has a very twisted mind. He likes to cause chaos, but he only has the best intentions for his students, said Zordon. Well, anyways, I gotta get to UA soon. Today's my first day and all. Bye, guys, said Izuku. Bye, Izuku, said everyone. After that, Izuku teleported near UA. He entered the building and made his way to the 1A classroom. He stood in front of the door. Whoa, that's one big door, said Izuku in his head. As soon as he opened it, he saw Katsuki and Katsumi sitting at their desks with their feet on them, and the dude glasses from the entrance exam mouthing them off. "Get your feet off those desks this instant. That is extremely disrespectful to this academy," shouted the dude with glasses while doing some sick kung fu of some sort with his hands. "Just my luck. I had to be put in the same class as these assholes," said Izuku in his head. The dude with glasses then saw Izuku in the doorway and ran over to him. "I would like to start over. I'm Tenya Ida from Sumai Academy," said Ida. "Sumai, huh? So you think you're better than us, huh?" said Katsumi. "Mind your own damn business, you two," said Izuku. "Deku?" They both screamed in shock and anger. "Hey, I recognize that messy hair." "Izuku?" said a familiar voice from behind him. He turned around to see Ochako standing there. "Oh, it's Uraraka. She looks good in that uniform," said Izuku in his head. "Thanks again for saving me from that giant robot with your own giant robot," said Ochako. "Thanks," said Izuku, while trying to hide his blush. "If you're here to make friends, then leave," said a voice from behind them. They turned around to see what looked like a giant caterpillar lying there on the floor. "Welcome to UA's hero course," said the caterpillar before taking out an applesauce pouch and sipping it. "What the hell is that thing?" said Izuku, Ochako, and Ida in their heads in horror. "Calm down," said the man as he got out of his sleeping bag and entered the classroom. After that, Izuku and the others took their seats. Izumi and Shoto entered the classroom and walked over to Izuku, who was sitting at his desk. "Move," said Izumi. "No," said Izuku. "That's my desk." "Move," said Izumi. "I was here first, sis." "Go away," said Izuku. "She said move," said Shoto. "And I said go away," said Izuku. "That's it," said Shoto as he was about to grab Izuku. But then Izuku grabbed him and slammed him into the ground. "You really want to try me, bitch?" asked Izuku. "Kid, that's enough." "Let him go," said the man with the sleeping bag. Izuku let him go and Izumi helped Shoto back up and he dusted himself off. "Are you okay, babe?" asked Izumi. "I'm fine," said Shoto while glaring at Izuku. "And I don't ship this. I just saw other people having them be a thing in their Izukiyagi books, so I thought I'd do it too." The man with the sleeping bag glared at Izumi and Shoto. "And you too, it's his seat. He was there first. So the two of you sit in the very back of the class," said Aizawa. Izumi's and Shoto's eyebrows furrowed. "But you can't dash." "Yes, I can. Now sit in the back," said the man. Izumi and Shoto grumbled and sat in the back row. "Everyone here? Good. I'm Shota Aizawa. I'll be your teacher for the next 3 years," said Aizawa as he stood at the podium. Aizawa then pulled out a PE uniform. "All of you put these on and go to the training grounds," instructed Aizawa. After that, they all changed into their PE uniforms and went outside to the training grounds, where Aizawa explained to them what they were going to be doing. "A quirk apprehension test?" They all screamed. "Yes," said Aizawa. "But what about orientation?" "We're gonna miss it," said Ochako. "I'm the teacher. I can do whatever the hell I want. Now here's how it's gonna go. Each of you will do 8 tests. The person with the lowest score gets expelled," said Aizawa. "What?" They all screamed. "You can't expel someone on the first day. I mean, I'm fine with Deku leaving, but not anyone else," said Shoka. "Yeah, fuck you too, bitch," said Izuku. "All right, let's get started," said Aizawa. After that, the students did the tests. The first test was where they had to throw balls as hard as possible. Izumi, the Bakugo twins, and the Todoroki twins managed to throw them super far using OFA combined with the quirks they already had. "All right, Yagi, you're up next," said Aizawa. "It's just Izuku," said Izuku as he stepped forward. "Like that useless Deku will be able to do anything," said Katsuki. "Bakugo, shut up," said Aizawa. Izuku's pulled out his morpher. "What is that?" asked Ida. "It's, support equipment. It's to help with my quirk." "Don't worry, I have permission to use it," said Izuku. "It's true he does," said Aizawa. "Don't fucking lie to us, Deku. You don't have a quirk," said Izumi. "Oh, really?" said Izuku. "Dragon Zord!" shouted Izuku as he morphed into the Green Ranger. "What the hell?" said Izumi, the Bakugo twins, and the Todoroki twins. Izuku threw the ball with tremendous strength. After that, the class did the rest of the tests. Izuku did pretty well on them, since he's already done exercises like this. At the end, Aizawa showed them their scores. Izuku had one of the highest scores, while the person with the lowest score was Minoru Mineta. "Sorry, Mineta. Pack your things and leave," said Aizawa. "Wait, you were serious about expelling someone?" said Momo. "No. I didn't get to touch any of the girls' boobs yet," screamed Mineta. "Get out of here, you pervert," said Izuku. At the end of the day, they all went home. Izuku was about to leave when Ida placed his hand on Izuku's shoulder. "Mind if I walk home with you?" he asked. "Sure, I guess," said Izuku. "Hey, can I come too?" asked Ochako. "Sure, why not?" said Izuku. After that, the three of them walked home together. They were about to reach the train station when suddenly they were ambushed by Izumi, the Todoroki twins, and the Bakugo twins. "What do you assholes want?" said Izuku. "You think you can just march into UA and act like you're worth something? We're here to put you in your place," said Katsuki, creating one for all-powered explosions in his hands. "That is a violation of the law," said Ida, doing his normal hand gestures. "Shut up, Four Eyes. You and Round Face stay out of this," said Katsumi. "You don't want to do this," said Izuku. "Oh? And why's that?" asked Izumi. "Because then we'll have to arrest you kids," said a voice from behind them. Izumi, Katsuki, Katsumi, Shoto, and Shoka all turned around to see Jason as the Red Ranger, Billy as the Blue Ranger, Zack as the Black Ranger, Kimberly as the Pink Ranger, and Tommy as the White Ranger. "Who the fuck are you assholes supposed to be?" said Shoto. "We're the Mighty Morphing Power Rangers, kid. And you better leave our new Green Ranger alone before we kick your asses," said Jason. Izumi turned back to Izuku. "Since when are you a Power Ranger, Deku? Aren't they from America?" she said. "I'm the first one to be based here in Japan," said Izuku. "And you kids better leave him alone, or we'll arrest you all for using your quirks without a license," said Tommy. "Oh yeah? How about you lot fuck off before we blow you to bits?" said Katsumi as she and Katsuki created explosions from their hands. "Oh, so you can create explosions, huh? Well, so can we," said Kimberly as she and the other Rangers all did cool poses, causing an explosion to appear behind them. "Oh yeah, I forgot they could do that," said Izuku. "You assholes think you can tell us what to do. Eat this," screamed Katsuki as he was about to fire an explosion at the Rangers, but Tommy stopped him by grabbing his wrist and twisting it. "Let go of me," screamed Katsuki. "Make me," said Tommy. Tommy let him go. "He's not worth it," said Izuku. "Fine," said Tommy, letting Katsuki go. "Now why don't you kids run along? We are pro-heroes and we can arrest you," said Kimberly as she and the others held up their hero licenses. "Come on guys, let's get out of here. We got better things to do," said Izumi. The Bakugo and Todoroki twins glared at Izuku. "This isn't over, Deku," said Katsuki. After that, they left. The Rangers walked over to Izuku, Ochako, and Ida. "You kids okay?" asked Tommy as he and the others unmorphed. "We're fine." "What are you guys doing here, though?" asked Izuku. "We were on our way to go visit you, and we saw those assholes about to attack you and your friends. So we decided to intervene," said Tommy. "Well, thanks for the help. That could have gotten ugly if you didn't show up, and not for us," said Izuku. "Izuku, who are these people?" asked Ida. "This is Tommy Oliver. He's my mentor and the original Green Ranger and White Ranger. This woman is his wife, Kimberly Oliver. She's the original Pink Ranger. This is Jason Scott. He's the original Red Ranger. This is Zack Taylor. He's the original Black Ranger. And this is Billy Cranston. He's the original Blue Ranger," said Izuku. "Nice to meet you kids." "You must be Izuku's friends," said Tommy. "We are." "Thanks for your help, sir," said Ochako. "No problem. We're glad to help," said Kimberly. After that, they all went to the train station together. "All right, Izuku, we'll see tomorrow," said Tommy. "Bye, guys," said Izuku. "Bye, Izuku," said the Power Rangers. After that, Izuku, Ochako, and Ida all got on the subway and headed home. Battle training. The next day, Izuku and the others were sitting in class. "I am," said a voice from outside the classroom. "Oh no," said Izuku in his head as he recognized the voice. "Coming through the door like a normal person," shouted All Might as he entered the classroom with Inko right behind him. "Holy crap, it's All Might in Green Magnet," said Kaminari, "and All Might's in his Silver Age costume. It's so retro," said Ojiro. "Hello, students. Welcome to Heroing 101. Here you will learn what it takes to be a hero," said All Might. "Like you'd ever know what it really means to be a hero, old man," said Izuku in his head. "But the first step to being a hero is," said All Might. Suddenly, multiple suitcases ejected out of the wall. "Looking good," said All Might. "Now put these on and meet us at the training grounds," said Inko. After that, they all changed into their hero costumes. This is Izumi in her costume. This is Katsumi in hers. She also has the gauntlets and the mask. And this is Shoka in hers. She doesn't have the burn on her face though. The rest of the students' costumes were the same as in the show. Izuku was wearing just a green t-shirt and jeans. "Izuku, where's your costume?" asked Ida. Izuku pulled out his morpher. "I have it all stored in here," he said. "Your Green Ranger costume is cool, Izu. I should have been more specific with my costume. It's skin tight. Not really my style," said Ochako, blushing slightly. Izuku also blushed from seeing Ochako's skin-tight outfit. /n. "Yes, this is an Izuchi book. If you got a problem with that, then leave. You all look great. Most of you anyway," said All Might while glaring at Izuku. "Alright, so here's what's gonna happen. You'll each be split into teams of 2. One team will play the role of heroes, while the other will play the role of villains. The villain team's job is to guard a fake bomb, while the hero team's job is to try and stop them," said Inko. "Now to pick teams," said All Might as he reached into a box that had names in it. "And the hero team is Ochako Uraraka and Izuku Yagi, but he will not be participating in the training because he's quirkless. So instead his sister Izumi Yagi will take his place," said All Might. "He has a quirk," said Kirishima. "No, he doesn't. He's quirkless and has no place here," said Inko. "You can't do that to me. Just because I supposedly have no quirk doesn't mean you can treat me differently than the others," said Izuku. "Yes, we can," boy growled All Might. "You want to go, old man?" said Izuku as he had his morpher ready. "Mom, Dad, Izuku, stop. Let's not fight over this," said Izumi. "Mom? Dad?" said the rest of the class. "You two are All Might's and Green Magnet's kids?" said Kaminari. "She's their kid, but not me," said Izuku, pointing to Izumi with his thumb. "We are your parents' boy, and you will do as we say," said All Might. "Oh, I don't think so," said a voice. They all turned to see Nizu and Aizawa standing there in the doorway. "Izuku Yagi earned his place here like everyone else. He will be participating in this training whether you two like it or not. If you two won't let him participate, then you're both fired," said Nizu. All Might and Inko grumbled. "Fine," they both said. "Good. Now I believe Izuku Yagi was supposed to be paired up with Ms. Uraraka. Now why don't you pick the villain team, All Might? And don't go picking favorites now. Got that?" said Nizu. All Might reached into the box. "The villain team is Katsuki Bakugo and Tenya Ida," said All Might. After that, Izuku and Ochako stood outside the building. "Kaken's gonna come for us first." "That's what he does," said Izuku. "Oh, you mean like yesterday when he, his sister, your sister, and the Todoroki twins were gonna attack us?" said Ochako. "Yeah, pretty much," said Izuku. "All right, begin," shouted All Might from the speaker. Izuku and Ochako entered the building. "Careful. There are a lot of blind spots," said Izuku. Izuku looked around the corner, but as soon as he did, Katsuki came around and fired an explosion at them. But Izuku tackled Ochako, moving her out of the way. The two blushed when they realized what position they were in, but they quickly got back up. "It's morphin' time," shouted Izuku as he whipped out his morpher. "Dragon Zord!" shouted Izuku as he morphed into the Green Ranger. /n play the song at the top of the page. Izuku charged at Katsuki. He punched him in the face, then kicked him in the stomach, launching him into a wall. "I'll fucking kill you, Deku!" screamed Bakugo. "I'm not Deku anymore. I'm the Green Ranger, and I'm here to take you down," shouted Izuku. Bakugo charged at Izuku, but Izuku just grabbed him by the face and slammed him into the ground. "Uraraka, get to the bomb." "I'll hold him off," shouted Izuku. "On it," said Ochako as she headed upstairs. Katsuki then got back up and tried punching Izuku, but Izuku kicked his ass with his karate skills. Katsuki then aimed his gauntlet at Izuku. "All loaded up," said Katsuki with a psychotic smirk on his face. "What do you mean?" asked Izuku. "Well, since you're such a stalker fanboy, you should know that my quirk allows me to secrete nitroglycerin like sweat from my palms and create explosions," said Katsuki. "I know. That's Katsumi's quirk too," said Izuku. "Humph. Well, these gauntlets aren't just for show. Once they have enough sweat stored up in them, they can create one massive explosion," said Bakugo as he got ready to pull the pin out. Meanwhile, in the control room, "A blast that big could kill Izuku," said Izumi. Everyone started panicking, minus for All Might, Inko, Katsumi, and the Todoroki twins. Izumi ran over to the controls. "Katsuki, stop. You'll kill him," she shouted into the speaker. But then All Might pulled her away. "What are you doing?" he whispered. "He's gonna kill Izuku," whispered Izumi. "So what? He'll be doing the world a favor," whispered All Might. Back with Izuku and Katsuki. Katsuki pulled the pin out of the gauntlet, and the explosion was fired at Izuku. But right before the explosion hit him, he pulled out his dagger and started playing a tune. When the explosion hit Izuku, the tune was still playing. Bakugo was confused by this, but when the smoke cleared, he saw Izuku still standing there, completely unscathed. He was still playing the tune, and his chest piece seemed to be glowing. "What the?" screamed Katsuki. Back in the control room. "How the hell did he even?" said Katsumi. "Damn it, that quirkless bastard lives," said All Might and Inko in their heads, while Izumi was relieved. Back with Izuku and Katsuki. "You bastard, die!" screamed Katsuki as he started firing multiple explosions at Izuku, but his chest piece shielded him from them. He approached Katsuki while playing the tune as Katsuki continued firing explosions at him and started backing away. Soon Katsuki was backed against a wall. "Eat this!" he screamed as he tried to punch Izuku with OFA, but Izuku stopped his fist and started twisting it. Just like yesterday," screamed Katsuki. Izuku then headbutted Katsuki, knocking him out unconscious. After that, he headed upstairs to see Ochako fighting Ida. "You will never stop me, heroes." "MWHHHA," laughed Ida maniacally. "He's really doing this?" asked Izuku. "He's really doing this," said Ochako. Ida was about to kick Izuku, but Izuku grabbed his leg and threw him into a pillar, knocking him out unconscious as well. "Aw man, I wanted to take him down," said Ochako. "How about I let you do the honors?" said Izuku, pointing to the bomb. "Sure thing," said Ochako as she walked over to the bomb and touched it. The horn then went off, signaling that the fight was over. "The hero team wins," shouted All Might into the speaker. After that, Izuku unmorphed, and they headed back to the control room. Ochako made Ida weightless, and they brought him with them, but they left Katsuki in there for All Might to go get. Katsuki came in the room with a broken nose. "You okay, bro?" asked Katsumi. "Doem dot." Katsuki tried to say. "All right, students, who here did the best during training?" asked Inko, pointing to Izuku, Ochako, Katsuki, and Ida, who had woken up by then. Momo raised her hand. "Yes, you," said Inko. "I believe that would be Izuku Yagi. He made sure the damage wasn't too extensive, and his quick thinking helped him and Uraraka win the match," said Momo. "That is, unfortunately, correct," said Inko. After that, everyone else did their training. Izumi, Katsumi, and the Todoroki twins won their matches easily, while Katsuki was still pissed that he didn't win against Izuku. After that, the school day was over, and they all went home. Breakfast with the Olivers. Izuku approached Tommy's house in Reefside early one morning. He knocked on the door and was greeted by Tommy. "Hey Izuku, what brings you here so early?" asked Tommy. "Well, from my point of view, it's still nighttime in Japan, but I just wanted to thank you for everything you and the other Rangers have done for me. Yesterday, I finally got to kick Kaken's ass in training," said Izuku. "Well, that's great. Why don't you come on in?" asked Tommy. "Sure, but I can't stay long. I've got class tomorrow in Japan," said Izuku as he entered the house. They sat at the kitchen table. "You boys want any pancakes?" asked Kimberly. "Sure," said Izuku. "That'd be great, Han," said Tommy. Kimberly placed 2 plates on the table and put some pancakes on them. Suddenly, a kid around the same age as Izuku entered the kitchen. He looked a bit like Tommy, but also had a few of Kimberly's features. He had dark brown hair and brown eyes. "Morning," said the kid. "Morning, James. What do you want on your pancakes?" asked Kimberly. "I'll just have some syrup," said James. James was about to sit at the table when he noticed Izuku sitting there. "Who's this?" asked James, pointing to Izuku. "This is Izuku Yagi. He's the new Green Ranger we've been telling you about," said Tommy. "Oh, sick. I'm James. I'm the guy who's gonna be the new White Ranger," said James. "I know. Your parents have told me a lot about you, James," said Izuku as he got up and shook James's hand. "All right, boys, let's sit down and have breakfast. You've both got to get to school soon," said Kimberly. After that, Izuku, James, Tommy, and Kimberly all sat at the table and ate breakfast. Izuku felt at home. Eating breakfast with the Olivers reminded him of what his life was like with his parents and sister before he was diagnosed quirkless. When his parents found out he was quirkless, they stopped making food for him, so he had to learn how to cook food for himself. But the pancakes Kimberly made tasted amazing. They seemed to taste as good as the pancakes his mom used to make for him. He and James discussed certain heroes and rangers, and debated who would win in a fight with who. He and Izumi used to talk about stuff like that, They also talked about who they would win against once they got their quirks, but when Izuku was declared quirkless, she would always say that he would lose against anyone, including her. Tommy told Izuku stories about the adventures he, Kimberly, and the other Rangers went on together, much like when his dad would tell him and Izumi stories about the adventures he and their mom went on together. Izuku was happy. After they were done eating, Kimberly put the plates and silverware in the dishwasher. "Before you go home, Izuku, I want to show you something real quick," said Tommy. Tommy brought Izuku over to a table that had a little model of a T-Rex on it. He pulled on the lower jaw of the model, and suddenly a trapdoor opened up from the floor to reveal a hidden stairwell. "Whoa," said Izuku. "Whoa indeed," said Tommy. They went down the stairs and entered a large room. It had computer monitors on the walls, vehicles, and other things. "This is our base of operations. Well, besides the command center, of course. I thought I'd show it to you since you're officially a ranger now," said Tommy. "Sick," said Izuku. Izuku walked over to a bunch of pictures on the wall. Some of them were of Tommy and his family, while some were of him and the ranger teams he's been a part of. He looked at the first one. It was of Tommy and the original Mighty Morphing Power Rangers. "I take it the one in yellow is Trini?" asked Izuku. "Yeah. She was one of the best rangers I've ever fought beside," said Tommy. Izuku looked at the next picture. It was of Tommy, Jason, Adam, and the other Zeo Rangers. "Jason was the Gold Zeo Ranger?" asked Izuku. "Yeah. When we needed extra help fighting the Machine Empire, Jason came back to take on the powers of the Gold Ranger," said Tommy. "Who are the other three in this picture?" asked Izuku. "The Blue Zeo Ranger is Rocky DeSantos. He was also the second Might Morphing Red Ranger. The Yellow Zeo Ranger is Tanya Sloan. She was also the first Yellow Turbo Ranger. And the Pink Zeo Ranger is Catherine Hillard, but we called her Cat. She was also the second Mighty Morphing Pink Ranger and the first Pink Turbo Ranger," said Tommy. "Hey, you never explained to me why Jason, Zach, and Trini left," said Izuku. "Well, you see, they won this contest to go to a world peace conference to help make the world a better place. So Zordon called in Rocky, Adam, and another girl named Aisha Campbell to take their places. They already knew we were Power Rangers because Lord Zed had kidnapped them once, and we had to go save them, and they saw us without our helmets on, but they agreed to keep it a secret. They already had tons of training, and they had good hearts. So Zordon knew that they were perfect to take Jason, Zach, and Trini's places," Tommy explained. "Why did Kimberly leave?" asked Izuku. "She got the chance to become a world-class gymnast. We knew she deserved to go follow her dreams. Kat was a girl who was put under mind control by Rita and sent to spy on us. She was even given the ability to turn into an actual cat. Eventually, we freed her from Rita's spell, and then she was able to retrieve Kimberly's power coin when it was lost. So Kimberly knew Kat was perfect to take her place. Kimberly thought a long-distance relationship wouldn't be the best idea. So she sent me a Dear John letter," said Tommy. "I'm so sorry, Tommy," said Izuku. "It's fine. You know we got back together eventually. Otherwise, James wouldn't be here. But yeah, we were apart for a while. Me and Kat actually dated during that time," said Tommy. "How did you guys become the Zeo Rangers, though?" asked Izuku. "When Rita Repulsa's father, Lord Vile, came to help her and Lord Zed, he had his son Rito Repulsa go to Angel Grove, along with Golder, and they used a device to turn back time and turn us all into kids. Me, Zordon, Alpha, and the other Rangers were the only ones whose memories weren't altered by the device. Since we were stuck as kids, we couldn't morph. So we called upon the help of the alien Rangers from the planet Aquitar. They defended Angel Grove while we tried to find a way to fix time and turn back into teenagers. Billy was able to turn himself back into a teen, but he still couldn't morph because Rito managed to destroy the power coins. Then the rest of us traveled back in time to certain moments throughout history to retrieve parts of the Zeo Crystal. Aisha went back in time to Africa where she met Tanya, and she decided to stay there to help sick animals and have Tanya take her place. When we each got back to our time, we managed to reset time to the way it was before and turn ourselves back into teenagers. After that, we said goodbye to the Aquadar Rangers. But then Rito and Golder snuck into the command center and placed a bomb inside it, blowing it to bits. We managed to teleport outside just in time, though. When we were rummaging through the wreckage, we found the Zeo Crystal, which was completely undamaged. But then when we fell down to the lower levels of the command center, we found out that Zordon and Alpha were still alive. Zordon and Alpha were then able to put the command center back together again. Better that before. During that time, the Machine Empire came and overthrew Rita and Zed, forcing them and their goons to leave their moon base and go live with Lord Vile. After that, we became the Power Rangers Zeo. There were only 5 Zeo crystals, so Billy decided to retire from being a ranger and stay back at the command center and help Zordon and Alpha with other things. But he left later on as well when it turns out that he was suffering from accelerated aging due to him making himself older when we were all kids. So he went to Aquadar to undergo a treatment that would cure him, and we didn't see him again for a while. And then, like I said, Jason came back and became the Gold Zeo Ranger, but later on we found out the Gold Zeo powers weren't meant for humans to use, so he lost those abilities eventually. He has them again now though. Zordon, Alpha, and Billy managed to find a way to make the Gold Ranger powers compatible with humans. So now Jason has the Gold Zeo Ranger stored in his Master Morpher as well, said Tommy. Oh yeah, I thought Jason's Morpher looked similar to yours, Tommy, said Izuku. Yeah. Anyways, not long after Jason lost his powers, we defeated the Machine Empire's leader, King Mondo, and the Machine Empire was, mostly, destroyed. A few of their generals survived, but me, Jason, and a bunch of other Red Rangers destroyed them a few years later, Tommy explained. Izuku then saw another picture. It was of Tommy, Adam, Tanya, Catherine, and a young boy, all as the Turbo Rangers. A/N, sorry it's blurry. I couldn't find a better picture. What's the story with the Turbo Rangers though? Asked Izuku. We had just graduated high school, and before going off to college we had one more mission. An evil space pirate named Divatox, who I already mentioned to you before, wanted to summon this evil demon named Dark Spectre so she could marry and take over the universe with, but Dark Spectre ended up rejecting her. Zordon gave us the powers of the Turbo Rangers and some sick new car Zords, and we were ready to take on Divatox. Rocky had been injured, so Zordon brought in a kid named Justin Stewart to take his place and become the Blue Turbo Ranger. He was the youngest Ranger we've ever had. He was only 12 when he joined, explained Tommy. You seriously brought in a kid to be a Power Ranger? That's illegal, said Izuku. Look, we weren't comfortable with it at first, but Zordon thought he'd be a good fit. He was highly intelligent for his age. He was already in high school because of his intelligence, plus he had already found out we were the Power Rangers. He's helped take down tons of enemies with his quick thinking, and now he fights villains as the pro hero. The Blue Turbo Ranger, said Tommy. Oh yeah, I've heard about him, said Izuku. Eventually me, Adam, Catherine, and Tanya left for college, and we passed on our Turbo Morphers to 4 new people. I passed on the mantle of Red Turbo Ranger to a guy named TJ Johnson. Catherine passed on the mantle of Pink Turbo Ranger to a girl named Cassie Chan. Adam passed on the mantle of Green Turbo Ranger to a guy named Carlos Veilroot, and Tanya passed on the mantle of Yellow Turbo Ranger to a girl named Ashley Hammond. They, along with Justin, protected Angel Grove from Divatox, until eventually Divatox and her goons blew up the command center, and Dark Spectre kidnapped Zordon. After that they, along with Alpha, went to space to go rescue him. Justin stayed behind though. When they went into space, they met a man named Andrus, the Red Space Ranger. He was human, but he wasn't born on Earth. Apparently humans weren't just native to this planet. Other planets have them too. After that they joined Andrus and became the Space Power Rangers. TJ became the Blue Space Ranger, Cassie became the Pink Space Ranger, Ashley became the Yellow Space Ranger, and Carlos became the Black Space Ranger. Later on, Jeanne, the Silver Space Ranger and Andrus's best friend, was awoken from a coma after being frozen for 2 years and joined the fight. Together, they fought an evil woman named Astronema, who they later discovered was Andrus's long-lost sister. Eventually, they found Zordon, but Andrus ended up having to kill him to save the universe. Andrus shattered the tube Zordon was in with his sword, and there was this blast across the universe that restored many villains to their true forms. For example, Rita and Lord Zed were turned back into normal, non-evil humans, explained Tommy. Zordon couldn't have died. I've seen him a million times, said Izuku. You're right. Years later, we discovered that Zordon wasn't actually gone, and neither were the power coins, and neither was the command center. Turns out Zordon was actually caught in another time warp, and he wasn't able to get himself back to our universe for many years. He was able to put the command center back together. As for the power coins, Alpha had been able to put Jason's back together, but he couldn't with the rest of ours. Luckily, Zordon was able to with the help of Ninja, since he was the one who created the power coins. We found out he was still alive when he teleported us back to the command center. It was right after me, and Kimberly had gotten married, believe it or not. He gave us back our power coins and morphers, and we decided to become the mighty morphing Power Rangers once again, said Tommy. That's awesome, said Izuku. Izuku then saw another picture. This one was of an older Tommy with the Dino Thunder Rangers. Hey, I know those people. The one in red is Connor McKnight. He's a world-famous soccer player. He has soccer camps all over the world. The girl in yellow is Kira Ford, world-famous singer and guitar player. The guy in blue is Ethan James. He's the CEO of that huge computer company Tri Industries. And the guy in white is Trent Fernandez Mercer. He's a famous comic book writer and illustrator. I've read his Power Ranger comics. They're awesome, said Izuku. Yeah, they were my students when I was a teacher at Reefside High. This was before we found out Zordon was still alive. As you know, I was a paleontologist for a long time, but I was working with someone named Anton Mercer. He was Trent's adoptive father. We were on the verge of something big, but then Anton ended up accidentally turning into this evil creature named Mesogog, who was bent on restoring the Earth back to the prehistoric era. I was a teacher at Reefside High, and Connor, Kira, and Ethan were my students. They had all done something to get detention, and the principal, who we later on learned was one of Mesogog's minions, assigned me to watch them. I brought them to a dinosaur museum which is actually located not far from here. I told them that if they went out into the woods to find a prehistoric artifact, I'd let them skip detention. So they went out into the woods. I was about to enter the museum, but it turned out the place had been bought by Anton Mercer. After that, I was chased by a giant robot T-Rex. Meanwhile, Connor, Ethan, and Kira had found the original version of this base, as well as the Dino Gems. When they picked them up, the Dino Gems knew they were worthy and gave them powers. Connor's was super speed, Ethan's was armored skin, and Kira's was sonic screaming, explained Tommy. I thought those were their quirks, said Izuku. That's what they told the public when they became famous. Anyways, not long after that, Mesogog started attacking the town. So I gave them the Dino Morphers, and they became the Dino Thunder Rangers. Not long after that, I was able to access the Black Dino Gem, and I used it, along with the Black Dino Morpher, to become the Black Dino Thunder Ranger. Then later on, Trent found his dad's evil lair and found the White Dino Gem, which took control of him and made him evil, just like I was when Rita took control of me all those years ago. Eventually, Trent was freed from the White Dino Gem spell, and he joined the team after as a loyal ranger. Eventually, we defeated Mesogog, and the kids graduated high school and went their own separate ways. But as you know, they eventually came back together to protect Reefside as the Dino Thunder Rangers, explained Tommy. That's awesome. Anyways, I gotta get home, said Izuku. Yeah, you should probably get going. I'll see you later. Bye, Izuku, said Tommy. By do I mean Tommy, said Izuku before teleporting to Japan. The USJ Part 1. Index pointing up found this picture above. Thought it looked cool. Izuku teleported near UA and entered the school. Then he got to his classroom and sat at his desk. Aizawa then entered the room. All right, class, you're going to be going to some disaster training facility. But first you need to pick a class president. How you decided up to you. Just don't wake me up, said Aizawa before going to sleep. Hey, pick me. Choose me. I'll be a great class president. You extras better pick me if you know what's good for you, screamed Katsuki and Katsumi. Calm down. We should put it to a vote, said Ida. After that, the class all voted. Izuku was class president, while Momo was vice president. Who the fuck voted for Deku? Screamed Katsuki and Katsumi. It's fine, actually. Ida can be class president. I don't really want to be, said Izuku. After that, they all went to lunch. Izuku sat with Ochako and Ida. Thanks again for letting me be class president. Izuku, said Ida. It's fine. You're more fit for it anyway, said Izuku. I can't wait to go to this training facility. This'll be perfect training for me, said Ochako. Yes. Your quirk is perfect for this type of training, Uraraka, said Ida. Suddenly, the alarms went off. All the students ran out of the cafeteria and into the hallway. Izuku, Ochako, and Ida were being crushed by all the students trying to get out of the building. Izuku looked out the window to see that it was the media. Guys, it's just the media, said Izuku. Everyone, it's the media, shouted Ida. But no one could hear him. Uraraka, float me up, said Ida. Ochako used her quirk to float Ida into the air. Everyone calm down. It's only the media, shouted Ida. Everyone looked outside to see that it was the media. They then calmed down and went back to their classes. After that, Class 1A got on a bus and headed to the USJ. So Izuku, What exactly is your quirk? Asked Sue. My quirk allows me to harness the power of this thing called the morphing grid. My morpher channels the power of the grid through it and allows me to turn into a Power Ranger. The other Rangers out there also have quirks similar to mine, which is why they recruited me, Izuku lied. What about your Dragon Zord? What's the deal with that? Asked Sue. My quirk also allows me to summon it with my dagger, since it also uses the power of the morphing grid, explained Izuku. After that, they arrived at the training facility. When they entered, they were greeted by the rescue hero 13. Oh my god, it's 13. She's one of my favorite heroes, whispered Ochako as she started fangirling a bit. She's so cute when she's fangirling like that, said Izuku in his head. Hello, students. Welcome to the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, also known as the USJ, said 13. Just like Universal Studios Japan, said the students. This facility is meant to train in natural disasters and rescuing people from said disasters, fires, downpours, and mountains. This was my life's work as a teacher as the ultimate rescue training environment, said 13. Aizawa walked over to 13. Where's All Might and Green Magnet? Aren't they supposed to be here? Said Aizawa. 13 held up 3 fingers. There's a situation across town, and they had to go. I don't know how long they're gonna be there, said 13. 13 then turned to the students. Now then, let's dash. But then suddenly the lights started flickering on and off. What the? Said 13. Suddenly, a cloud of black mist appeared at the bottom of the stairs and multiple villains came out of it. Ah, sick. You got fake villains too, said Kirishima. Those aren't fake villains. 13 protect the kids, said Aizawa as he put his goggles on and rushed down to fight the villains. Allows us to introduce ourselves, ladies and gentlemen. We are the League of Villains. We were hoping for All Might to be here. I guess we'll just have to kill a few of you brats until he gets here, said a guy with hands all over his body. Suddenly, multiple warp gates opened up around the students. A pair of hands reached through one warp gate and grabbed Ochako and started pulling her through. "No!" shouted Izuku as he grabbed Ochako's hand and tried to pull her back, but he just ended up getting pulled in with her. They ended up in the landslide section. "Are you okay?" asked Izuku. "I'm fine," said Ochako. "Not for long you won't be," said a voice. They turned to see a bunch of villains standing there. "It's morphin' time!" shouted Izuku as he removed his morpher from his belt. "Dragon Zord!" shouted Izuku as he morphed into the Green Ranger. "What the? A Power Ranger?" said one of the villains. Izuku and Ochako charged at the villains. Izuku took down half the villains with his dragon dagger, while Ochako took down the other half by floating them all in the air, then dropping them on the ground hard. "What do we do about these other villains, Izuku?" asked Ochako. "I have an idea," said Izuku as he activated his wrist communicator. "Izuku to command center. Come in, Zordon," said Izuku. "I hear you, Izuku. We're seeing what's going on through the viewing globe. Don't worry, help is on the way," said Zordon through the communicator. "All right, thanks. We'll be waiting," said Izuku before hanging up. "Who was that?" asked Ochako. "A friend," said Izuku. After that, they made their way to the center of the USJ, where they saw Aizawa getting his ass kicked by some giant, hellish abomination of some sort. "Finish him, Nomu," said the guy with hands all over his body. Izuku karate kicked the Nomu in the face, and Ochako made Aizawa weightless and carried him away from the Nomu. "Thanks," said Aizawa weakly. "Don't mention it, sir," said Ochako. The Nomu was about to swing his fist down on Izuku, but Izuku dodged it and delivered an uppercut to the Nomu's beak. "Shigaraki, that Ida kid escaped. He's gonna be back with reinforcements soon," said a man made of the purple mist wearing a suit. "Oh, I already called backup before. They'll be here momentarily," said Izuku. "Damn it. Guess I'm gonna have to kill you first," said Shigaraki as he lunged at Izuku, but Izuku just punched him in the face, knocking the hand he was wearing on his face off. When Izuku saw his face, he noticed that Shigaraki looked familiar. "That's odd. He looks kinda like my Uncle Kotaro from that picture Mom showed me years ago," said Izuku in his head. "Father!" screamed Shigaraki as he frantically grabbed the hand and put it back on his face. "Father?" asked Izuku. "Shut up, you!" screamed Shigaraki. Suddenly, there were flashes of multiple colors, and Tommy, Kimberly, Jason, Zack, Billy, the Zeo Rangers, and the Dino Thunder Rangers all appeared fully morphed and ready for action. "It's all right now, everyone." "Why?" "Because the Power Rangers are here," shouted Tommy. The USJ Part 2. "What the hell? More Rangers?" screamed Shigaraki. That's right. And you better leave these kids alone, or else you'll regret it, said Tommy as he pulled out Saba. The villains charged at Tommy and the Rangers, who charged right back at them. Izuku and Ochako went back to Aizawa. Sensei, are you alright? Asked Izuku. I'm fine, said Aizawa weakly. I'm gonna go help the other Rangers, said Izuku. Izuku, no. They can handle themselves, said Ochako. I'm a Ranger, and it's my responsibility to help them. Take care of Aizawa. I'll be back, said Izuku before heading off to go aid the Rangers. Meanwhile, with Kirishima and Katsuki had both just made it out of the ruined zone. I'm gonna kill these bastards, screamed Katsuki as he lunged at the Nomu, only to get thrown into a wall and get knocked unconscious. Kirishima then saw Jason fighting one group of villains, but it was becoming too much for him to handle. Power Sword, he shouted as he summoned the Power Sword. Jason was able to take down a few more villains with his sword, but there were still too many of them. One villain punched him in the stomach, knocking him to the ground. I'm getting too old for this shit, groaned Jason. The villains were about to finish him off, when suddenly Kirishima came in and took them all down with his hardened fists. You okay, Mr. Red Ranger, sir? Asked Kirishima as he extended his hand to help Jason up. Yeah, thanks, kid. What's your name? Asked Jason as Kirishima helped him up. Ijiro Kirishima, sir, said Kirishima. Well, thanks for that, Ijiro. I'm Jason, and you just saved my life. I owe you 1 inch, said Jason. Meanwhile, with Ochako was beginning to think she should go in and help. There were tons of villains and only so many Rangers. I have to help them too, said Ochako. Uraraka, don't, groaned Aizawa. I'm sorry, sir, but I can't let them fight these guys on their own. You should be safe here, said Ochako before heading off to go help the Rangers. She saw Kimberly fighting a group of villains, but she was seriously outnumbered. Power Bow, she shouted as she summoned the Power Bow and shot multiple villains with it. One villain snuck up behind her and knocked her to the ground. Ah shit, said Kimberly as the villain was about to finish her off, but then Ochako kicked the villain in the face, knocking him out. You okay? Asked Ochako as she helped Kimberly up. I'm fine. Thanks, kid. What's your name? Asked Kimberly. Ochako Uraraka. Ma'am, said Ochako. Oh yeah, we met a few days ago. Izuku's told me and the other Rangers a lot about you, said Kimberly. He has? Asked Ochako, blushing. Yeah, but anyway, thanks for your help, Ochako. I'm pretty sure you just saved me life, said Kimberly. Back with Izuku and Tommy. Tommy, there's too many of them. What do we do? Asked Izuku. Time to shift into a new gear, said Tommy as he pulled out his master morpher. Shift into turbo, shouted Tommy as he morphed into the red Turbo Ranger. Tommy pulled out his laser pistol and shot multiple enemies. The Nomu charged at him, but then he pulled out his master morpher again. Dino Thunder. Power up. MHA, shouted Tommy as he morphed into the black Dino Thunder Ranger. Braccio Staff, shouted Tommy as he pulled out the Braccio Staff and jammed the tip of it into the ground, blasting the Nomu back. Suddenly, the doors to the USJ blasted open. It's fine now. Why? Boomed a voice. Oh great, said Izuku under his breath. Because I am here, shouted All Might as he appeared, with Inko, Ida, and all the other teachers right behind him. We already beat you to it, shouted Izuku from the bottom of the stairs. What? Said All Might. Suddenly, a large group of villains charged at Tommy, Izuku, and the others. Tommy and the other Dino Thunder Rangers stepped forward. Super Dino mode, they all shouted as spikes came out of their bodies. What the? Said the villains before getting their asses kicked by Tommy and the other Dino Thunder Rangers. Meanwhile, with Ida, my classmates are all in danger. I know I don't have my license yet, but I can't just stand here and watch them die. Oh God, what do I do? Said Ida in his head. Before he could decide, a warp gate opened up next to him and pulled him in before the teachers could stop him. The next thing Ida knew, he was in the middle of the battle with Izuku and the others, with Shigaraki standing right in front of him. Might as well kill all of you UA students right here, said Shigaraki. He was about to attack Ida, but Billy kicked him in the stomach. Oh F, said Shigaraki. Power Lance, shouted Billy as he summoned the Power Lance. Kid, get out of here. I'll hold him off, said Billy. Ida ran, but then he heard Billy screaming. He turned to see Shigaraki disintegrating part of Billy's helmet. I need to help him, said Ida in his head as he rushed back to help Billy. He kicked Shigaraki in the stomach. Oof, Both of you are kicking me in the stomach now, said Shigaraki. Indeed we are, said Ida. Recipro burst, shouted Ida as he launched Shigaraki back. He then helped Billy up. Are you okay, sir? Asked Ida. Yeah. Thanks, kid. What's your name? Asked Billy. Tenya Ida. Sir, said Ida while bowing. Ida. I've heard of that name. You're a part of the Ingenium bloodline, right? Said Billy. Yes, sir. I hope to make my family proud, said Ida. Well, thanks for your help, Tenya. I'm pretty sure you just saved my life. My name's Billy Cranston. We met a few days ago, said Billy. That we did, said Ida. Back with Izuku and Tommy. Tommy pulled out his master morpher again. Zeo Ranger 5. Red, shouted Tommy as he morphed into the red Zeo Ranger. He took down a few more villains with his sword, while Izuku took down some with his dragon dagger. Jason then pulled out his master morpher. Gold Ranger power, shouted Jason as he morphed into the gold Zeo Ranger. Tommy, Jason, and the Zeo Rangers all charged at the next group of villains. Meanwhile, with Tokoyami and Kota had just emerged from the downpour storm zone when they saw the Rangers fighting more villains. Kota went to get the injured to safety. Tokoyami was about to as well, but then he saw Zack getting overwhelmed by multiple villains. Power AX, shouted Zack as he summoned the Power Axe. He took most of the villains down, but one large villain grabbed him and slammed him into the ground. I guess this is it, said Zack. The villain was about to finish him off, but then Tokoyami and Dark Shadow attacked the villain and knocked him unconscious. Are you okay, sir? Asked Tokoyami as he helped Zack up. Yeah, kid. I'm fine, thanks. What's your name? Asked Zack. Fumikage Tokoyami. Sir, said Tokoyami. Zack, said Zack, shaking Tokoyami's hand. Back with Tommy. Tiger Zeoardi, shouted Tommy as he morphed into the White Ranger. He then charged up Saba. Saba Saber. Fire, shouted Tommy as he was about to fire a charged blast of energy at the Nomu. But right before he could All Might punch the Nomu through the roof and into the sky. Have no fear. I have saved the day once again. And oh need to thank me, said All Might. I was about to finish him off. I had it under control, said Tommy. No, you didn't. There's no way someone as weak and useless as you could take on that thing, said All Might. Fuck you, old man, said Izuku. Watch your mouth, boy, growled All Might. Shit. Kurogyri, get us out of here, said Shigaraki. Kurogyri then opened up multiple warp gates and he, Shigaraki, and some of the villains managed to escape. After that, the cops came and arrested the remaining villains, and All Might got all the credit for taking them down. The League's new ally. Once they got back to the bar, Shigaraki grabbed a bunch of glasses and started throwing them into a wall. God damn it. We would have been able to kill All Might and those brats if it weren't for those fucking Power Rangers, screamed Shigaraki. Suddenly, a portal opened up, and out came an evil-looking Power Ranger. Perhaps I can help you with your troubles, said the Ranger. Another Ranger? Die! Screamed Shigaraki as he lunged at the Ranger, only to get slammed into the ground by him. I am not your enemy, but if you even try to lay a hand on me again, I will end you. Got that? Said the Ranger. Fine, said Shigaraki as the Ranger let him go, and he got back up. Who are you? Your voice sounds familiar, said Kurogyri. I'm a Ranger who comes from another universe. In my dimension, these things you call quirks don't exist, and I rule the world. Me and my forces travel the multiverse, killing any Power Ranger teams we can find. And now we've set our sights on this world, said the Ranger. So now you're gonna invade it? Said Shigaraki. No. The people of this earth are too powerful. 80% of your population have these quirk things. It will take some time to prepare my forces and learn how to destroy your Power Rangers. That's why I'm here to make a deal. You help me destroy the Rangers, and I'll help you take over this world, said the Ranger. How do we know we can trust you? Asked Shigaraki. I was about to ask you the same thing, said the Ranger. Fair enough. I'll need to discuss this with my master, said Shigaraki. Very well. I'll be back later, said the Ranger as he opened up another portal. But wait, we don't even know your name, said Shigaraki. Call me Lord Draken, said the Ranger. Dorm rooms? A few days later, Izuku was at the Angel Grove Youth Center practicing his karate moves when Tommy walked over to him. Hey, said Izuku, while punching a punching bag. Hey, said Tommy. Sorry again that my dad took all the credit for what happened at the USJ, said Izuku. It's fine. We're not used to getting that much publicity anyway. But listen, there's a project I've been working on for a while, now back at the Dino Thunder HQ. Stop by there later, it's something for you. said Tommy. I will, said Izuku, but then his watch started beeping. Yeah, Zordon, said Izuku into his watch. Izuku, I've just received a message from Principal Nizu. He and Mr. Aizawa are at your house. They say they need to talk to you about something, said Zordon. All right, I'm on my way, said Izuku before hanging up. Sorry, Tommy. I gotta go, said Izuku. It's fine. I'll show you the project later, said Tommy. After that, Izuku headed into the back alleyway and teleported back home to Japan. When he entered his house, he saw his parents and sister talking with Nizu and Aizawa in the living room. Mr. Yagi, come sit, said Nizu. Izuku sat in one of the chairs away from his family. All right, now that you're all here, we can explain to you what's going on, said Nizu. Nizu, what's this about? Asked Toshinori. Well, you see, after the recent attack on the USJ, we've decided to set up dorm rooms at UA, and we'd like your permission to let your children live there. We believe they would be safer living there, as the League of Villains wouldn't be able to get inside of UA now that we've upped security there, explained Nizu. I'm fine with that, said Izumi. I'd gladly move out of this place, said Izuku. What do you think, Toshi? Asked Inko. I'm fine with it, said Toshinori. Then sign here, said Nizu as he placed a form on the table. Inko and Toshi signed the form, and Izuku and Izumi were all set. The next day, Izuku and Izumi had moved into the dorm rooms along with everyone else. Izuku was currently sitting in the common room scrolling through his phone. The others were also in the common room chatting and stuff. Hey everyone, I have an idea for something we can do, said Mina. What is it? Asked Izuku. We can have a dorm room competition, said Mina. Sounds great. Who's first? Asked Izuku. You are, said Mina. Oh shit, said Izuku under his breath. When they entered Izuku's room, they saw it was pretty empty. There was just a bed, a desk with a computer, and that was pretty much it. But there was also a shelf with a few Power Ranger action figures on it, and there was also a picture of Izuku with some people next to his computer. Ochako and Ida recognized them as the mighty morphing Power Rangers. Hey, it's Tommy, Kimberly, Billy, Zach, and Jason. I remember them. They and the other Rangers saved us at the USJ, said Ochako. Oh, I know Jason. I saved his life, said Kirishima. And me and Dark Shadow saved Zach's life, said Tokoyami. I also saved Kimberly's life, said Ochako. And I saved Billy's, said Ida. Yeah, I know. They all told me. They're super grateful, by the way, said Izuku. After that, they moved on to the rest of the dorm rooms. Everyone else's dorm room was the same as it was in the actual show. Shoka's was the same as Shoto's. They didn't see Katsumi's room, just like how they didn't see Katsuki's. Izumi's room had a lot of All Might and Green Magnet merch in it. Mina turned to Izuku. Yagi, your sister has tons of stuff in her room, but you have almost nothing in yours. What's the deal with that? Asked Mina. First of all, don't call me Yagi. It's just Izuku. Second, I don't want to talk about it, said Izuku. After that, they all went back to the common room. And the person whose room got the most votes is Sato, said Mina. You girls just voted for him, 'cause he let you eat his sugary foods, said Kaminari. After that, they all went to bed. Meanwhile, Master, this is the one we told you about, said Shigaraki to All for One as Lord Draken stepped forward. So you're this Lord Draken I've been hearing so much about, said AFO. Yes, I've come with a proposition for you. You help me destroy the Power Rangers of this world, and I'll help you destroy All Might and those UA brats, said Draken. Not interested. Gigantomachia? Said AFO to Gigantomachia, who was standing right next to him. Yes, Master, said Gigantomachia as he lunged at Lord Draken, only to be quickly defeated by him. Is that all you got? Asked Draken as he sheathed the dragon dagger and Saba. We may have something to discuss after all, said AFO. Meeting her, Izuku was on his way back to the dorms after getting a bite to eat from a nearby cafe. He was passing by an alleyway when a little girl with white hair and a horn ran into him. She had bandages all over her arms and legs and looked absolutely terrified. Kid, what's wrong? Are you okay? Asked Izuku as he crouched down in front of her. I apologize for my daughter. She keeps hurting herself, said a man wearing gloves and a bird mask as he approached them. You honestly expect me to believe that? Said Izuku as he stood up. The man slowly started taking off his glove. Kid, get behind me, said Izuku, and he stood in front of the girl. It's morphin' time, shouted Izuku as he whipped out his morpher. Dragon Zord, shouted Izuku as he became the Green Ranger. What the? Said Overhaul in shock. Izuku charged at Overhaul with the dragon dagger, But Overhaul took off his glove and fired a spike from the ground at Izuku, but Izuku dodged it and punched Overhaul in the face, knocking off his bird mask. "No, my mask!" screamed Overhaul as he frantically tried to put his mask back on. "Why are you so concerned over a mask? COVID ended 100 years ago," said Izuku. "Shut up, you," said Overhaul as he lunged at Izuku, but Izuku just beat him into the ground with his sick karate moves. "It's over, you child abuser. Surrender now, and I won't kill you," said Izuku. "Never. I'll be back for her," screamed Overhaul before taking off. "Power down," said Izuku as he unmorphed. Izuku then walked over to Eri and hugged her. "It's okay. I won't let that man hurt you ever again," said Izuku. "Hey, thank you," said the girl as she buried her face into Izuku's chest. "What's your name, kid?" asked Izuku. "Eri," said the girl. "Well, don't worry, Eri. I'm gonna take you somewhere where that man will never be able to get to you," said Izuku. After that, he brought Eri back to UA. He entered the teacher's lounge with her where the teachers were. "Izuku, why do you have a kid with you?" demanded Inko. "Did you kidnap her?" demanded All Might. "That's enough. You too." "But Izuku, who's the child?" asked Nizu. "This is Eri. I ran into her on my way back to the dorms. There was a guy who was hurting her, and he was gonna attack me. I took him down, then he escaped. I brought her here to UA where she would be safe," said Izuku. "Very well. She can live here until we can find someone who will be willing to take care of her," said Nizu. "No, I want to stay with Izuku," said Eri, burying her face into Izuku's leg. "What?" said Nizu. "I guess she's only comfortable around me, since I'm the one who saved her and all," said Izuku. "Very well. I'll get the adoption papers for you, Izuku, and we'll set up a second bed in your dorm room," said Nizu. "I'm too young to be a grandma," said Inko. "You're not her grandmother," said Izuku. He then turned to All Might. "And you, old man, you're not her grandfather either. Both of you stay away from my daughter," said Izuku. After that, Izuku and Aizawa, who was covered in bandages from the USJ, brought Eri to the dorms. When they entered, they were greeted by everyone. Then they noticed the child with him. "Izuku, who's the child?" asked Ida. "This is Eri. I rescued her from a villain and have agreed to adopt her," said Izuku. "That's correct. She's going to be living here with you all now. So that means no swearing or inappropriate talk around her," said Aizawa. "Does this mean I'm a nanny now?" asked Izumi. "No, you stay away from her." "The same thing goes for you, 4-inch," said Izuku to the Bakugo and Todoroki twins. "Hi, Eri. I'm Ochako," said Ochako to Eri. Eri looked at her curiously for a second. "Are you my mommy?" asked Eri. Izuku and Ochako both blushed. Said Ochako with a red face. "All right, how about we set Eri's bed up in Izuku's room?" said Aizawa. After that, the class helped set up a second bed in Izuku's room. Momo made some pink bed sheets and some stuffed animals for Eri. After that, Ochako and the girls went out to buy some clothes for Eri. They were currently at a clothes store when Mina turned to Ochako. "So, you and Izuku, huh?" she said with a sly smile on her face. "And no," said Ochako, blushing. "Really? 'Cause your face was pretty red when Eri asked if you were her mommy." "Kinda like it is right now," teased Mina. "All right, extras, we got some clothes for the brat," said Katsumi as she, Shoka, and Izumi tossed them some clothes. "These are All Might and Green Magnet clothes." "We're not buying these," said Ochako. "Why not?" asked Izumi. "'Cause Izuku seems to hate them both. And I'm sure he wouldn't appreciate us buying their clothing brand for his daughter," said Ochako. After that, they bought some non-All Might and Green Magnet themed clothes and headed back to the dorms. When they got back, Eri put on the clothes they got her, and she loved them so much. She also explained to the pros what Overhaul and the Yakuza had been doing to her. They had been using her blood to create quirk erasing bullets, since her quirk allowed her to rewind people back to certain ages. The pros agreed that they would raid the Yakuza base and apprehend Overhaul and the 8 precepts of death as soon as they got a warrant to do so. After that, they all went to bed. Izuku laid in his bed, while Eri laid in the bed next to his. "Hey daddy, can I cuddle with you for tonight?" asked Eri. "Sure, sweetie," said Izuku. Eri climbed into bed with Izuku, and the two cuddled together and went asleep. Meanwhile, god damn it, that fucking Green Ranger has the brat. How are we gonna purge this world of quirks now? Screamed Overhaul to the other precepts of death. "Perhaps I can help," said a voice. They all turned to see Lord Draken stepping out of a portal. "Who are you? Another ranger?" "Dai!" screamed Overhaul as he lunged at Draken, only to get knocked into a wall. I'm not your enemy. I come from another universe, and I'm here with a proposal. You and a few others help me destroy this world's Power Rangers, and I'll help you get that kid back, said Lord Draken. Why should we trust you? Asked Overhaul. I could ask you the same thing, said Draken. All right, fine. We'll help you. But you better help me get that brat back, said Overhaul. Of course. I'm Lord Draken, by the way. We'll be seeing each other a lot, said Draken, preparing for the sports festival. The next day, Izuku teleported to the command center, where Tommy and the others were there waiting for him. Okay, Izuku, why did you call us here? Asked Tommy. Guys, I'm a dad, said Izuku. What? Said the Rangers. Who did you knock up, young man? Was it Ochako? Demanded Kimberly. Izuku blushed. What? No, my daughter's not biological. I adopted her, said Izuku. Oh, okay. How did you get a daughter, though? Asked Tommy. And what's her name? Asked Billy. Her name is Eri. I found her in an alleyway. She was being tortured by a villain for her quirk. I defeated the villain and brought her back to UA. And pretty soon I'm gonna be officially adopting her, said Izuku. Well, good for you, Izuku. Does she have a mom yet? Asked Jason. No, I'm gonna be raising her on my own, said Izuku. That's a hell of a big responsibility to handle on your own. Izuku, said Zack. I can handle it. I fought a group of villains with you guys just a few days ago, and fought one on my own just yesterday. I'm sure I can handle a child, said Izuku. Well, let us know if you need any help with her. Being a parent is hard work, and we should know, said Tommy. All right, I'll keep that in mind. Bye, guys, said Izuku. Bye, Izuku, said the Rangers, Alpha, and Zordon. After that, Izuku teleported back to UA. When he got there, he saw multiple reporters outside. He tried to get past him, but they stopped him. You're Izuku Yagi. Tell me, what's it like to be the son of the #1 hero? Asked the reporter. That man is not my father. Now get out of my way, said Izuku as he pushed through the reporters. He went inside and entered the classroom. Aizawa entered the room not long afterwards. All right, class, listen up. In a few weeks, we're gonna be having the sports festival, said Aizawa. Sir, is that really a good idea since we were just attacked by villains? Asked Ida. Yes. We want to show the public we're not afraid of any villains. So for the next 2 weeks, you brats are going to be training your asses off, said Aizawa. After that, they had lunch. Izuku, Ochako, and Ida were all sitting at a table together. I can't wait for the sports festival. This'll finally be our chance to prove ourselves in front of the world, said Ochako. Yes, I'll finally be able to make my family proud, said Ida. What do you mean by that? Asked Izuku. Have you ever heard of the hero Ingenium? Asked Ida. Yeah, he has tons of sidekicks, taken down tons of villains, and saved tons of lives, said Izuku. Well, he's my elder brother, said Ida. No way, said Izuku and Ochako. Yes, I hope to make my family proud and be a hero just like my brother, said Ida. That's an awesome reason to want to be a hero, Ida. Makes me kinda guilty about my reason for wanting to be a hero, said Ochako. Well, why do you want to be a hero, Uraraka? Asked Izuku. Ochako rubbed the back of her head. Well, you see, one explanation later. You're only in it for the money? Said Izuku in shock. Ochako was now running the back of her head with both hands. I know it seems kinda selfish, she said. What's selfish about that? It's perfectly fine to want to be financially stable, said Ida. No, it's not that. You see, my parents run a construction company, but business isn't going so well and they're losing money. So I want to be a hero so I can earn money for them, said Ochako. Understandable, said Izuku. At the end of the school day, they were going to leave the classroom, but a bunch of students from other classes and courses were right outside the classroom. Out of my damn way, extras! Screamed Katsuki and Katsumi. Just because you don't know their names does not mean you can just call them that, said Ida. You wanna idiots think you're better than all of us just because you were attacked by villains, huh? Said a dude with blonde hair. No, said Izuku. Us students in the other courses are declaring war on you. Just so you know, said another dude with purple hair. Wait, what? Said Izuku. After school, Izuku went back to the command center. Guys, I need help. The school sports festival's in 2 weeks, and I need help training, said Izuku. We are aware of the upcoming sports festival. Principal Nizu informed me. Do not worry. I've contacted a few rangers who will be willing to help you train, said Zordon. Great, said Izuku. Training for the sports festival. Izuku teleported to the town of Silver Hills. Tommy had told him to meet him there at the Silver Guardian's HQ for some reason. When he reached the building, he saw Tommy outside waiting for him. "All right, Tommy, why did you want me to come all the way out here again?" asked Izuku. "I brought you here to train with a legendary ranger team. I think you know which one it is. Two of them are the leaders of the Silver Guardians, and they offered to let you train with them in one of their state-of-the-art training rooms. Come on, let's go inside," said Tommy. They went inside the large building and headed upstairs and entered a large room of some sort. It looked something like this. They entered the room and the door closed behind them. Suddenly, 6 people landed in front of them. Index pointing up this guy, except he has messy green hair like Izuku's and a gem in his forehead. The first 5 of them were wearing these morphers on their left wrists. The last man was wearing this morpher on his left wrist. There was also this robot owl with them. "Hey kid," said the first man. "Who are you people supposed to be?" asked Izuku. "My name is Wesley Collins. But you can call me Wes," said the first man. "I'm his wife Jennifer Collins. But you can call me Jen," said the white woman. "My name's Trip. I like your hair. It's a lot like mine," said the man with green hair. "My name's Lucas Kendall," said the third man. "My name's Katie Walker," said the black woman. "My name is Eric Myers," said the last man. "And my name is Circuit," said the robot owl. "Okay, but why are you here?" asked Izuku. "Allow us to introduce ourselves properly," said Jen. Time Force," shouted Wes, Jen, Trip, Lucas, and Katie as they all pressed a button on their morphers. "Quantum power," shouted Eric into his morpher. The next thing Izuku knew, they were all in Power Ranger form. This was Wes's outfit. This was Jen's. This was Trip's. This was Lucas's. This was Katie's. And this was Eric's. Power Rangers. Time Force. They all said at the same time while doing cool poses. "Oh my god, you guys are the Time Force Rangers. You saved Silver Hills 20 years ago from that rancid guy," said Izuku. "That's right, kid. We heard your school was having a sports festival soon, and we heard you needed a little extra help training. So we volunteered to help you out," said Wes. "Cool. I really appreciate this, thank you. So what is this place?" asked Izuku. "This is a state-of-the-art VR simulation room. It can simulate any environment. We're going to be using it to train," explained Wes. "All right, Izuku, have fun. I'll pick you up later," said Tommy before leaving. "All right, Izuku, first up we're going to start with something simple. But you're gonna want to morph first," said Wes. "You got it," said Izuku as he pulled out his morpher. "Dragon Zord," shouted Izuku. "Okay. Now what?" asked Izuku. "Circuit, activate dojo simulation," said Trip. "You got it, Trip," said Circuit as his eyes started glowing. The next thing Izuku knew, the room changed to look like a dojo of some sort. "All right, you'll go up against me first, Izuku," said Wes stepping forward. "All right," said Izuku. "Chrono Sabers online," shouted Wes as he summoned 2 clear, futuristic-looking swords. Izuku pulled out the dragon dagger. "All right, let's do this," said Izuku. The two charged at each other. Wes swung his chrono sabers at Izuku, but Izuku blocked them with his dragon dagger. He then grabbed Wes and slammed him into the ground. "I yield." "Good job, Izuku," said Wes. "Thanks," said Izuku as he helped Wes up. "My turn," said Jin, stepping forward. "Vortex Blaster," shouted Jin as a massive, futuristic-looking gun appeared in her arms. She fired the Vortex Blaster at Izuku, but Izuku played a tune with the dragon dagger and enhanced the protection of his chest piece. He then charged at Jin while still playing the tune. Then he knocked her into a wall. "I yield." "Well done, kid," said Jin. After that, Izuku took on the other 4-time Force Rangers. Trip, Katie, and Lucas were pretty much the same challenge as Wes and Jin. Katie was a little tougher to beat though, what with her quirk being super strength and all. Eric was quite the challenge though. His Quantum Defender was a powerful weapon against the Dragon Dagger, but Izuku managed to beat him eventually. "All right, Izuku, time for your final challenge. This time you're gonna fight all of us at once," said Wes. "Okay," said Izuku, who was a bit nervous now. "Circuit, activate city simulation," said Wes to the robot owl. "Yes, sir," said Circuit. The simulation then changed to a city plaza. The Rangers all pulled out their weapons, and Izuku pulled out his. "Let's do this," said Izuku. "And begin," said Wes as they charged at Izuku, who charged right back at them. "Time strike," shouted Wes, Jin, and Lucas as the other 3 launched them into the air. They swung their chrono sabers down on Izuku, blasting him back. Izuku then retreated and hid in one of the virtual buildings. "We're gonna find you, kid," shouted Eric. Let's split up and go look for him, said Jin as they all split up. Izuku snuck behind Trip and knocked him out unconscious. He then picked up Trip's vortex blaster and snuck up behind Katie and Lucas with it. They heard the blaster powering up and turned around. What the dash? Said Katie. But then Izuku blasted her and Lucas with the blaster and knocked them out. Good thing he had the blaster set to stun. He then went up to the roof of a virtual 2-story building and saw Eric down below. He jumped on top of him Assassin's Creed style and knocked him out unconscious. There you are, said Wes as he and Jin charged up their vortex blasters. Izuku played the tune with his dagger and blocked the shots fired at him as he charged at them both. He then grabbed them both and slammed their heads into each other, knocking them out unconscious. Izuku wins, said Circuit. After that, Izuku waited for them all to wake up. Ugh, what happened? Said Lucas. Sorry if I was a little too rough on you all, said Izuku, rubbing the back of his head. No, it's fine. We're glad you didn't hold back. You're ready for the sports festival now, said Wes. After that, Tommy came to pick Izuku up and Izuku went home. The sports festival begins. Index pointing up found thus picture. Thought it looked cool. Izuku and the others arrived at the sports festival arena. They entered the massive coliseum where there were thousands of people all around them. And here they are. Back from fighting villains, it's Class 1A, screamed Present Mike through the speaker. Also with US, they may not have their time to shine yet, but they're still a force to be reckoned with. It's Class 1B, screamed Mike as Class 1B also entered the arena. Also with US are Classes C, D, and E from the General Studies course, as well as Classes F, G, and H from the Support Department, and Classes I, J, and K from the Department of Management. Screamed Mike as those classes entered the arena as well. Midnight stood on a podium in the center of the arena. She whipped her whip, making everyone go silent. We will now have Izumi Yagi recite the first year's pledge for us, said Midnight as Izumi walked up to the podium. I pledge to become the #1 hero, said Izumi. Everyone started booing Izumi and saying she was full of herself, while All Might was proud of her. That's my girl, he said in his head. Izumi walked back down to the others. Midnight then managed to quiet everyone down. Now to see what event the students will be doing, said Midnight as she spun a wheel. It landed on obstacle course. They'll be doing an obstacle course. They'll have to complete a full lap around the arena. Everything is allowed as long as they stay inside the track. Now get into position, said Midnight. The students each got into position at the starting line. 3, 2, 1, go, screamed Mike as the race began. A race to remember. Dragon Zord, shouted Izuku as he morphed into the Green Ranger. Shoto and Shoka had already frozen multiple students to the ground as soon as the race began. Katsuki and Katsumi launched themselves forward with explosions, and Izumi flew forwards with her telekinesis quirk. As Izuku and the other students ran, a bunch of 0-pointers from the entrance exam dropped in front of them, but Izuku pulled out the Dragon Dagger and summoned the Dragon Zord, which quickly destroyed them all, then teleported away. How the hell can he do that? Screamed Izumi. The audience was in shock that Izuku did that. Please be advised, ladies and gentlemen, that Izuku Yagi has full permission to summon his own giant robot since it's part of his quirk, said Aizawa through the speaker. Izuku and the others then reached the cliff section, but Izuku quickly jumped across the chasms with his powers. Finally, Izuku made it to the minefield. He blew into the Dragon Dagger again, this time to increase his protection. He then ran through the mines, which exploded, but his chest piece protected him. He then made it back to the arena and came in first place, with Izumi coming in second, Shoto in third, Shoka in fourth, Katsumi in fifth, Katsuki in sixth, and so on and so forth. And that concludes the race. Now on to the next event, said Midnight as she spun the wheel again. The cavalry race. You have 15 minutes to choose your teammates, and then 15 minutes to fight. The person who ranked last is worth 5 points, and each person ranked above that would be worth 5 more than the previous one, with the exception of first place, said Midnight. How many points do I have? Asked Izuku. You have 10 million points, Yagi, said Midnight. Oh shit, said Izuku under his breath. /n I'm not gonna show the cavalry battle, cause I just want to get to the matches. Sorry if anyone is unhappy about that. The cavalry battle was intense. Izuku's team consisted of him, Ochako, Tokoyami, and a girl from the support department by the name of Mei Hatsum. They ended up winning just barely, along with Izumi, the Bakugo and Todoroki twins, and a few others. And now they were onto the mini-games, and soon the matches. First rounds. The class had the mini-games after that. During them, Kaminari had tricked the 1A girls into wearing cheerleader outfits. "You fucking bastard!" screamed Katsumi, while Kaminari laughed. Izuku also had to resist the urge to laugh from seeing Izumi, Shoka, and Katsumi be humiliated in front of the whole world. Although he also felt bad for Ochako and the other girls, since they never wronged him. "I can't believe that pervert tricked us into wearing these ridiculous costumes," said Ochako while blushing. "I know. Don't worry. If I end up having to fight him in the matches, I'll be sure to kick his ass for you," said Izuku as he tried to hide his blush. After that, they looked at the board to see who would be up against who in the matches. Izuku was up against a guy named Hitoshi Shinso. Ida was up against Mei Hatsum. Shoka was up against Mina. Shoto was up against Shiro. Katsuki was up against Tokoyami. Katsumi was up against Kaminari. Kirishima was up against a guy named Tetsu, and Ochako was up against Izumi. After that, they all went to the waiting room. "Izuku, there's something about that Shinso guy you should know," said Ojiro. "What is it?" asked Izuku. "As you know, I have no memory of the cavalry battle. I think it's because of Shinso. I remember him asking me if I wanted to be a part of his team. I said I don't know. The next thing I knew, the cavalry battle was already over. I think his quirk has something to do with mind control. So whatever you do, if he asks you a question, don't say anything." "All right," said Ojiro. "All right, I won't. Thanks for the advice," said Izuku. Izuku then headed to the arena, where Shinso was. "For our first round, it's Izuku Yagi versus Hitoshi Shinso," shouted Present Mike. Izuku then pulled out his morpher. "And begin," shouted Midnight. "You think you got a chance against me, don't you?" said Shinso. Izuku didn't say anything. "Crap. If I don't say Dragon Zord, then I won't be able to morph. But if I do, he might be able to put me under mind control. Guess I'm just gonna have to fight without my morpher," said Izuku in his head. Izuku kept his mouth shut and dashed at Shinso. Shinso's eyes widened. "Wait, what dash?" But then Izuku shoved him out of bounds. "Hitoshi Shinso is out of bounds. Izuku Yagi wins," shouted Midnight. "How did you even?" said Shinso in shock. "Ojiro told me that your quirk probably had something to do with brainwashing. So I just kept my mouth shut," said Izuku as he helped Shinso up. "Look, you've got potential, but you can't expect to win every single battle if you only use one trick. You need to train more if you want to be a hero," said Izuku. "Okay, thanks. I will," said Shinso. Meanwhile, with All Might, Inko, and Nizu. "What's that Shinso kid's quirk again?" asked Inko. "His quirk allows him to put anyone under mind control if he asks them a question and they answer it," said Nizu. "We shouldn't allow him into the hero course then. A person with a villainous quirk like that has no place at UA," said All Might. "Why the hell have I not fired you two yet?" said Nizu in his head. Back with Izuku and the others. After that, the other matches happened. After Izuku and Shinso's match, it was Ida against Mei. Mei tied Ida up and gave a presentation on her gadgets that lasted for like 20 minutes, but she ended up accidentally stepping outside of bounds, causing her to lose. After that, it was Shoka against Mina. As soon as the match started, Shoka just froze Mina, as well as half the arena. Then it was Shoto's match with Shiro. It turned out pretty much the exact same way as the last match. Then it was Katsuki's match with Tokoyami. Katsuki ended up winning by using the brightness of his explosions to weaken Dark Shadow. Then it was Katsumi's match with Kaminari. She beat him by knocking him out of bounds with an explosion. Then it was Kirishima's match with Tetsu. It ended up being a tie, so they did an arm wrestling contest, which Kirishima won. And finally, it was Ochako's match with Izumi. "This is it. Wish me luck, guys," said Ochako to Izuku and Ida. Ochako entered the arena where she saw Izumi on the other end. In this match, we have Ochako Uraraka versus Izumi Yagi, the two gravity quirk users, shouted Present Mike. Ochako and Izumi both got in position. "And begin," Midnight shouted. Ochako and Izumi dashed at one another. Izumi tried to grab Ochako with her telekinesis quirk, but Ochako was moving too fast for Izumi to grab onto. Ochako was about to shove Izumi with her quirk, but then Izumi dodged it, grabbed Ochako's wrist, and threw her into the ground. She was about to punch Ochako in the face with a bit of one for all in the hopes of knocking her out, but Ochako rolled out of the way at the last second, causing Izumi's fist to hit the ground instead. Ochako then got up and punched Izumi in the face. "Ow, you bitch!" said Izumi as she grabbed Ochako with her quirk and slammed her into the ground repeatedly. "No!" screamed Izuku. The crowd booed Izumi for being too violent on Ochako, while All Might was proud of her. After Izumi was done slamming Ochako into the ground, she walked over to her. "Give up yet?" said Izumi. "Never!" said Ochako as she grabbed Izumi's ankle and made her float. "What the?" said Izumi. Ochako was about to grab her and throw her out of bounds, but then Izumi used her quirk to grab Ochako's fingers and put them together, canceling out the effect and dropping her to the ground. She then punched Ochako in the stomach with 1% of one for all. Not enough to kill her, but enough to knock her out of bounds. "Ochako Uraraka is out of bounds. Izumi Yagi wins," shouted Midnight. After that, Ochako was taken to Recovery Girl, and Izuku rushed down to see her. On his way down, he bumped into Izumi. "What are you in such a rush for?" asked Izumi. Izuku didn't say anything. He just grabbed Izumi by the collar and slammed her into a wall. "You listen here, you little bitch. If you ever lay a hand on Uraraka again, I'll end you. Got that?" growled Izuku. "Why, yes," squeaked Izumi. "Get your hands off of her right now," boomed a voice. Izuku and Izumi turned to see All Might and Inko standing there. Izuku dropped her to the ground and Inko ran over to her. "Are you okay, sweetie?" Inko asked her. "I am fine," said Izumi as Inko helped her up. Inko then turned to Izuku. "You little shit," said Inko as she was about to slap Izuku in the face. But Izuku grabbed her wrist and started twisting it. "The only little shit here is your daughter. She nearly killed my friend," said Izuku before letting her go. "Well, maybe it's because your friend is weak. Like you," All Might snarled. "You shut the fuck up, OLD man," shouted Izuku. "Izuku Yagi, apologize to your father and sister this instant," said Inko. "I am not Izuku Yagi. He is not my father. She is not my sister. And you are not my mother. I know you both were planning to disown me when I turned 18. And I know about one for all too. So you all can go fuck yourselves," said Izuku before leaving. When Izuku entered Recovery Girl's office, he saw Ochako lying there in a hospital bed. He ran over to her and saw that Ochako was mostly healed. "Is she gonna be okay?" asked Izuku. "She'll be alright. I managed to heal most of her injuries. She just needs to take it slow," said Recovery Girl. Ochako slowly began to wake up. "Izuku," she said. "Oh my god, Uraraka. You're okay," said Izuku as he stood next to Ochako's bedside. I wasn't strong enough," said Ochako as she started crying. "You were strong though, and you will get stronger. I promise you that," said Izuku. Ochako then buried her face into Izuku's chest. "Thank you," she said. "You're welcome." "Ochako," said Izuku. Ochako looked up at him. "Why did you call me by my first name?" she asked. Because I love you," said Izuku while blushing slightly. Ochako blushed extremely. You love me?" she asked. "Yes. Ever since I met you," said Izuku. I love you too," said Ochako. The two then kissed. The two then broke from the kiss. "Will you be my girlfriend, Ochako?" asked Izuku. "Oh, Izuku, yes. Yes, I will," said Ochako. "Hey, this is a nurse's office, not a makeout room. Take your kissing shenanigans elsewhere," said Recovery Girl. "I'll see you later, Ochako. I gotta get to my fight with Ida soon," said Izuku. "Alright. I'll see you later, Izuku," said Ochako. As soon as Izuku left the room, he bumped into Tommy and Kimberly. "Whoa, what are you guys doing here?" asked Izuku. "We were watching the sports festival, and we decided to come and cheer you on in person." "Don't worry, Niza gave us passes," said Tommy. "Also, is it possible I could speak to Ochako at some point?" asked Kimberly. "Why?" asked Izuku. "Because I think she would be a great candidate to be the new Pink Ranger," said Kimberly. "Second rounds? What? Why?" "I mean, I'm not against it, but why exactly?" asked Izuku. "She was strong in her match against Izumi, and she saved my life as the USJ. She reminds me a lot of myself when I was her age. That's why I think she'd be perfect to take my place," said Kimberly. "Well, you'd have to ask her about it. She wants to become a hero so she can earn money to help her parents who are poor," said Izuku. "I own multiple dojos across America. Kimberly owns tons of gymnastics centers across there, too. And the other Rangers have tons of businesses as well. We can pay her," said Tommy. "Alright. But you should be aware me and her just started dating," said Izuku. "What?" said Tommy and Kimberly. "Yeah. We officially became a couple like 2 minutes ago," said Izuku. Tommy and Kimberly both hugged him. We're so proud of you, they both said. Would Izuku Yagi please come to the arena for his next match? Said a person on the intercom. That's my cue. Gotta go, guys, said Izuku before leaving. He went out to the arena where Ida was. For the first match of the second rounds, it's Izuku Yagi versus Tenya Ida. Present Mike shouted. May the best man win. Izuku, said Ida. Indeed, said Izuku. Begin, shouted Midnight. Dragon Zord, shouted Izuku. Izuku and Ida both charged at each other. Ida tried to kick Izuku, but Izuku ducked under it and delivered an uppercut to Ida's chin. Ida then kneed Izuku in the stomach and punched him in the face. Good thing he was wearing his helmet though. Ida charged up the engine in his left leg and was about to kick Izuku, but Izuku played his tune with the dragon dagger and increased the protection of his chest piece at the last second. So when Ida kicked his chest and blasted him back a few feet. When Ida got up, he charged up both engines in his legs. This is it. It's all or nothing, Ida said in his head. He charged at Izuku with everything he had, and then Izuku stepped out of the way at the last second, causing Ida to run out of bounds. Tenya Ida is out of bounds. Izuku Yagi wins, shouted Midnight. What? No, said Ida. Sorry, Ida. I'm just quicker than you, said Izuku. After that, the rest of the matches happened. After Izuku and Ida, it was Shoto against Shoka. They were evenly matched, since they both had the same quirks. In the end, Shoto ended up winning by blasting ice around Shoka, forcing her to the edge of the fighting ring, and then he unleashed a blast of fire and knocked her out of bounds. Then it was Katsuki's match with Katsumi. Their fight was mainly just them screaming obscenities at each other. In the end, Katsumi ended up winning just barely, by knocking her brother unconscious with a punch to the face using a bit of one for all. Finally, it was Izumi's match with Kirishima. Izumi ended up winning by lifting Kirishima in the air with her powers, then punching him out of bounds with one for all. After that, they all took a break and prepared for the third rounds. Izuku was on his way to the arena for his fight against Shoto. Hey, Izuku, said a voice. He turned around to see two familiar people standing there, Endeavor and his son, Tuya Todoroki, also known as Blue Inferno. This is what Tuya looks like in this, except he has white hair. Uncle Enji. Tuya. It's been a while, said Izuku. A/N in this universe, Endeavor is and always has been a loving husband and father. Shoto and Shoka are just bad kids. Yeah, we know you're gonna be up against Shoto in the next match, so we just wanted to wish you good luck. Especially since Shoto said he's not gonna go easy on you, said Tuya. Of course he isn't, said Izuku in his head. Well, I appreciate it, guys. Anyways, I gotta go fight him now. Bye, said Izuku before heading off to the arena. When Izuku entered the arena, he saw Shoto at the other end glaring at him. For our next match, we have Izuku Yagi versus Shoto Todoroki, the son of the number 1 hero versus the son of the number 2 hero, shouted Mike through the speaker. I'm going to end you, said Shoto. In front of all these people? I doubt it. You're just trying to scare me off, Shoto. Well, guess what? Those tricks don't work on me anymore. I'm done being afraid of you and the others, said Izuku. Shoto just growled. And begin, shouted Midnight. Shoto immediately jumped at Izuku using full cowl as white and red lighting appeared around his body. He then fired ice from his right side while in midair, but Izuku rolled out of the way at the last second. It's morphin' time, said Izuku as he pulled out his morpher. Dragon Zord, shouted Izuku as he turned into the Green Ranger. Let's do this, said Izuku as he pulled out his dagger. Shoto fired a blast of fire at Izuku, but Izuku played his tune again and shielded himself from the fire as he ran at Shoto. He then swung the dagger at Todoroki and cut a tear in his jumpsuit, making Todoroki more angry. Izuku smirked under his helmet. I'm just as strong as you, URK. But then Shoto grabbed him by the throat and slammed him into the ground. He then punched Izuku in the face repeatedly, shattering part of his helmet. You're not as strong as me. I'm much stronger than you. We all are. You never should have come to UA. You should have just taken Izumi's advice and killed yourself, said Shoto as he continued punching Izuku in the face. The audience booed Shoto for being too violent. Shoto, stop. You're gonna kill him, shouted Endeavor, but Shoto didn't listen. Shoto, please stop, screamed Izumi, but Shoto still didn't listen. I've beaten you, said Shoto as he punched Izuku in the face again. I'm better than you, said Shoto as he punched Izuku again. He then leaned down. And I've already fucked your sister, he whispered in Izuku's ear. This pissed Izuku off big time. Shoto was about to deliver one final blow to Izuku, but as soon as he slammed his left fist down, Izuku stopped him by grabbing his wrist and twisting it. Let go of me, screamed Shoto as he lit his left arm on fire. But the power of the morphing grid protected Izuku from his flames. Izuku slowly got up while still twisting his flaming wrist. Shut the hell up, his voice boomed. He then charged up energy in his left arm and punched Shoto out of the ring. Shoto Todoroki is out of bounds. Izuku Yagi wins, screamed Present Mike. The audience, minus All Might, Inko, Shoka, and the Bakugo twins, cheered for Izuku. "No!" screamed Shoto as he charged at Izuku again, and was about to punch him with his flaming left fist combined with One for All. But Izuku just punched him so hard it broke his jaw and knocked him out unconscious. Ladies and gentlemen, Shoto Todoroki is disqualified from the sports festival, said Midnight. After that, Izuku went to Recovery Girl to be healed. The damage wasn't actually as bad as they thought it would be, since Izuku's helmet protected him from Todoroki's punches. I don't know how your quirk was able to protect you from a beating like that, kid. But you're lucky that it did, said Recovery Girl. Tommy and Kimberly then entered the room. Izuku, are you okay? Asked Kimberly. I'm fine. The Green Ranger powers protected me, said Izuku. Well, we're glad you're okay. Izuku, said Tommy. Suddenly, all of Class 1A, minus the Bakugo and Todoroki twins, burst through the door. Izuku! They all screamed. Ochako latched onto Izuku in tears like her life depended on it. You had me so worried, cried Ochako. The class then noticed Tommy and Kimberly standing there. Oh, hello, Mr. and Mrs. Oliver. Good to see you both again, said Ida, bowing to them. You don't need to bow to us, kid. It's fine, said Tommy. What are you guys doing here? Asked Kaminari. We came to cheer Izuku on since he's one of us, said Kimberly. Izuku then noticed that Izumi was there too. Why is she here? Asked Izuku, pointing to her. What do you mean? You're my brother. I just wanted to see if you're okay, said Izumi. Oh, so now you care about me? Get the hell out of here. Don't you have a fight with Katsumi soon? Said Izuku. I wanted to make sure you're okay first, said Izumi. Leave my boyfriend alone, said Ochako. Boyfriend? Said everyone minus Izuku, Ochako, Tommy, Kimberly, and Recovery Girl. You two are dating, said Izumi. Yeah, we hooked up right after you nearly killed her, Izumi, said Izuku while glaring at her. I didn't mean to be so hard on her, said Izumi. Yes, you did. Now why don't you go crying to your boyfriend Shoto and fuck him again, said Izuku. Again, said Izumi. That's right. During our fight, he whispered in my ear and told me that you two had sex, said Izuku. No, we didn't, said Izumi, as she had no idea what Izuku was talking about. I don't care. Just get out, said Izuku, not even looking at her. Izumi started to cry. But Izu get out, shouted Izuku. Izumi ran out of the room crying. After that, they went to their seats to watch Izumi's fight with Katsumi. As soon as the fight began, Izumi just grabbed Katsumi with her quirk and threw her out of bounds. Well, that was a quick match. Izumi Yagi wins, shouted Midnight. And now it was down to the final two students, Izuku and Izumi. What some characters look like. Thought I'd just do a quick chapter where I show what some characters look like. This is what Izumi looks like. This is what Katsumi looks like. This is what Shoka looks like, except she doesn't have the burn on her face. This is what Shoto looks like without the burn on his face. And this is what Inko looks like. Final round. Izuku got ready for his fight against Izumi. Katsumi and Shoto were gonna have a match to see who would be in third place, but Shoto had been disqualified, so Katsumi was automatically going to be in third place. So now it was just Izuku and Izumi left to see who would win. Good luck, Izuku, said Ochako before kissing him on the cheek. Thanks, babe, said Izuku. Izuku then entered the arena where Izumi already was. For our final match, we have Izuku Yagi versus Izumi Yagi, the two twins competing for champion, shouted Present Mike. Izuku pulled out his morpher. Aeron, begin, shouted Midnight. Dragonzo dash. But then Izumi used her quirk to throw Izuku's morpher out of bounds. What's this? Izuku Yagi has lost his piece of support equipment. Without it, he won't be able to use his quirk, screamed Mike. Everyone in Class 1A started panicking, save for the Bakugo and Todoroki twins. Tommy and Kimberly also started panicking. All Might and Inko were happy though. Yes, Now Izumi is sure to win, said All Might. Crap. Guess I'm just gonna have to fight quirkless, said Izuku in his head. Give up yet? Asked Izumi. Never, said Izuku as he charged at Izumi. Izumi tried to grab Izuku with her quirk, but Izuku was moving too fast for her to grab onto. Izumi then tried to punch Izuku with One for All, but Izuku dodged her fist and punched her in the stomach instead. Izuku then kicked Izumi so hard it sent her flying out of bounds. Izumi Yagi is out of bounds. Izuku Yagi wins the sports festival, shouted Midnight. Everyone cheered for Izuku, save for All Might, Inko, Izumi, the Bakugo twins, and the Todoroki twins. And oh, shouted All Might. After that it was the medal ceremony. Izuku was in first place, Izumi was in second, and Katsumi was in third. Everyone wondered who was gonna give Izuku, Izumi, and Katsumi their medals, when suddenly they heard a familiar laugh. They all looked up to see All Might on top of the stadium. He leapt down in front of the three winners. Here are your medals, students, said All Might. He first gave the bronze medal to Katsumi. Here you are, young Katsumi. Keep training and you'll be a great hero, said All Might while hugging her. He then gave the silver medal to Izumi. Here you are, my daughter. Keep training and I'm sure you'll be the #1 hero, said All Might while hugging her. And finally, he gave the gold medal to Izuku. And here you are, young Izuku, he said without even making eye contact with him. Nor did he hug him, which confused the audience. And that concludes the sports festival, ladies and gentlemen, said Midnight. Rise of the new Pink Ranger. After the sports festival, the class went back to the dorms and threw a party. Izumi, the Bakugo twins, and the Todoroki twins didn't show up to it though. Ida didn't either, since he left earlier near the end of the sports festival for some weird reason. During the party, Izuku and Ochako walked over to Eri. Hey Eri, guess what? Me and Ochako are dating now. So now she really is your mommy, said Izuku. Yay, said Eri as she hugged Ochako, who hugged her back. Also Ochako, there's something I need to talk to you about, something in private real quick, said Izuku. Sure, said Ochako. After that they headed outside. When they were out there, they ran into All Might. Give your Green Ranger powers to Izumi so she can become the #1 hero, said All Might. Go fuck yourself, said Izuku as he and Ochako walked away. After that, they went to the roof of the school. Okay, so why are we here? Asked Ochako. Take my hand, Ochako, said Izuku. Ochako took his hand. Okay. Now what? Asked Ochako. Izuku activated his watch, and the next thing Ochako knew, they were in the command center. What the? Where are we? Asked Ochako. You are in the command center, young Ochako, said a voice. Ochako turned around to see Zordon. What the? Screamed Ochako. Calm down, Ochako. This is Zordon. He's this interdimensional being caught in a time warp, said Izuku. Hey, what caught in a what? Said Ochako. It's all right, Ochako. Calm down, said Kimberly as she, the other rangers, and Alpha stepped out of the shadows. Kimberly? Tommy? Izuku, what's going on here? Asked Ochako. You and I have been teleported to the command center in America. This is the base of the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, explained Luke. We were teleported here to their base? Asked Ochako. Yeah, said Izuku. But how is that even possible? And what does this have to do with me? Asked Ochako. I want you to take my place, Ochako, as the next Pink Ranger, said Kimberly. What? Said Ochako in disbelief. Yeah, me and the other Rangers are retiring soon. It's why Izuku's taken Tommy's place as the new Green Ranger, said Kimberly. But wait, how would I take your place? I don't have the quirk to turn into a Power Ranger, said Ochako. That's the thing, Ochako. The Power Rangers aren't really the work of quirks. They're all quirkless, and so am I, said Izuku. Wait, seriously? Said Ochako. Yeah, but Zordon saw the potential in us and recruited us in the fight against evil. He recruited me about a year ago, said Izuku. So that's what Izumi, All Might, and Green Magnet meant when they said you were quirkless, said Ochako. Exactly. I was bullied my entire life for being quirkless, mainly by Izumi, the Bakugo twins, and the Todoroki twins. And my parents completely neglected me, and I even found out that they were planning to disown me once I turned 18-inch, said Izuku. This is very true. I have it all stored on the viewing globe. Take a look, Ochako, said Zordon. Ochako looked into the viewing globe and saw all the horrible things Izuku's family and friends did to him. This is horrible. I know what it's like to be bullied. Growing up, I was bullied for being poor, But my parents didn't neglect me or anything. You had it much worse than I did, Izuku, said Ochako. I did. But we can pay you if you choose to become a Power Ranger, Ochako. The other Rangers own businesses all across America. They can pay you so you can help your parents, said Izuku. All right. I'll do it, said Ochako. Great. Welcome to the Power Rangers, Ochako. You've already had training. So you're already ready to take my place, said Kimberly as she handed Ochako her power coin and morpher. Ochako inserted the power coin into the morpher. Okay, so how do I use this thing? Asked Ochako. You just raise it into the air and shout pterodactyl, and then the morpher does the rest of the work, said Kimberly. Ochako took a deep breath and raised her morpher into the air. Pterodactyl, she shouted as she morphed into the Pink Ranger. Oh my god, this is crazy. I've never felt anything like this, said Ochako. That's what I said when I first morphed into the Green Ranger, said Izuku. Also, Izuku, there's something else you should know. I think I have found a way to expose your parents and bullies to world for what they really are, said Zordon. Izuku's eyes widened. Really? How? He asked. We can display the contents of the viewing globe onto live television, said Zordon. Is that even possible? Asked Izuku. I am not sure. We've never tried transferring content from the viewing globe to another device. Billy and I are trying to figure out a way. But until then, just be patient, said Zordon. All right, said Izuku. Meanwhile, All Might arrived in an alleyway in Hosu where he saw a man killing a pro hero there. I need to talk to you, said All Might. The man turned around to face All Might. All Might, what are you doing here? Asked the hero killer Stain. I need you to kill someone for me, said All Might. Who is it? Asked Stain. My bastard son, Izuku Yagi, also known as the Green Ranger, said All Might. You want your own son dead? What has he possibly done to deserve death? Asked Stain. He's a corrupt hero, only in it for fame and money. He even threatened my daughter. Here's a video of it, said All Might as he held up his phone to show Stain the security footage from the sports festival. Little did Stain know that the video was edited. It showed Izuku grabbing Izumi and slamming her into a wall in a hallway. You listen here, you little bitch. I'll end you. Got that? Said Izuku in the edited video. Very well. I'll be sure to kill him when I get the chance, said Stain. Do it soon, said All Might before leaving, choosing hero names and agencies. As Izuku walked to school in the rain, he noticed Ida rush past him. He noticed Ida left before the sports festival was over the other day, and later he learned that the reason was because his brother had been crippled by the hero killer Stain. When they entered the building, Izuku decided to see if Ida was okay. Hey Ida, I heard about what happened to your brother. I just wanted to make sure you're okay, said Izuku. I'm fine, Izuku. Don't worry. Tensei's going to be okay, said Ida, but Izuku could tell Ida wasn't being completely honest. After that, Izuku and the others walked to class. On their way there, some students from the other courses laughed at Izumi for losing so easily to Izuku. And it wasn't just them. People on social media were already making fun of Izumi for losing to someone who didn't even use their quirk, and they were making fun of All Might and Green Magnet too, since she's their daughter. When they made it to the class, they sat at their seats, and then Aizawa entered the room. He didn't have his bandages on anymore. Mr. Aizawa, you don't have your bandages on anymore, said Tsu. Yeah, recovery girl managed to fully heal me. Anyways, you're all going to be interning with certain hero agencies soon. Lots of agencies are already looking to hire some of you. Here's who got the most requests, said Aizawa as he showed a projection of a list of names. 1. Izuku Yagi. 2. Katsumi Bakugo. 3. Shoka Todoroki. 4. Katsuki Bakugo. 5. Eijiro Kirishima. 6. Shoto Todoroki. 7. Izumi Yagi. 8. Tenya Ida, and so on and so forth. But before you choose an agency, you need to come up with hero names first, said Midnight as she entered the classroom. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention. Midnight's gonna be deciding if your names are good or not, said Aizawa before going to sleep. You each have a few minutes to come up with one, then you're going to present them to the class, said Midnight as she handed out boards for them to write their hero names on. Izuku was already calling himself the Green Ranger, so he just wrote that down. Ochako chose the hero name Uravity, since they weren't gonna reveal to the public that she was the new Pink Ranger just yet. After that, they all presented their hero names. Their names were all the same as in the show. Shoka's hero name was Shoka, just like how Shoto's hero name was Shoto. Katsumi's name was Queen Explosion Murder, just like how Katsuki's was King Explosion Murder. You're not using that name. It's too violent, just like your brother's hero name, said Midnight. It's not violent, it's awesome, screamed Katsumi. Yeah, so is mine, screamed Katsuki. If you both went with those names, it would sound like you're married. Since one of you is King Explosion Murder and the other is Queen Explosion Murder, said Izuku. Shut up. Only one of us would use the name, screamed Katsuki and Katsumi. After that, it was Izuku's turn. You already know what I'm gonna call myself. The Mighty Morphin Hero, the Green Ranger, said Izuku, showing his board. Awesome, Izuku, said Ochako. Very heroic, said Ida. It's so manly, said Kirishima. It's dumb, said Shoto. Shut up, Todoroki, said Midnight. After that, it was Izumi's turn. I am the ultimate hero, Mighty Green, said Izumi. How original, said Izuku in his head sarcastically. Finally, it was Ida's turn. His hero name was just Tinya. That's it? Really? You're just gonna use your real name? Asked Midnight. Yes, said Ida with his head down. After that, they looked at the list of hero agencies that wanted to recruit them. Izuku got tons of them. A lot of them were Power Ranger teams in America. I'm gonna intern with Gunhead, so I can learn to fight better, said Ochako. Good for you, babe. I'm still thinking about which agency I want to join. I've gotten so many that I don't know which one to pick, said Izuku. After that, the day went on until they all headed back to the dorms. When Izuku entered his dorm room, his watch started beeping. Yeah, said Izuku into his watch. Izuku, I heard you're going to be interning with a hero agency soon, and I think I found one you might be interested in, said Tommy. Okay, which one is it? Asked Izuku. Teleport to the command center and I'll show you, said Tommy. All right, I'll be there in a sec, said Izuku, locking his door. Izuku teleported to the command center where Tommy and one other ranger were. This is what he looks like. Holy crap. You're the legendary Blue Turbo Ranger, said Izuku in disbelief. That's right, kid, said the man as he took his helmet off. This is what he looks like underneath. Izuku, meet Justin Stewart, the Blue Turbo Ranger, said Tommy. I heard you were looking for a hero agency to intern with, so why not join mine? It's just me and a few other people, but we do get a lot of action, said Justin. His agency's one of the biggest ones on this side of the country. You'd be crazy to turn down this opportunity, Izuku, said Tommy. All right, I'm in, said Izuku. Welcome aboard, kid, said Justin. First day of internships. A few days later, Izuku packed his things and got ready to go to America to train with Justin. But first he needed to say goodbye to Ochako and Eri. All right, Eri. Me and Mommy are going to be gone for a few days. Until we get back, Aizawa's going to look after you. Okay, said Izuku. Okay, Daddy, said Eri. After that, Izuku teleported to America. When he got there, he went to a town near Angel Grove where Justin's hero agency was. It was a 5-story building with a garage. It looks like this, except it has the Power Ranger turbo symbol on the side. When Izuku entered, he walked over to the receptionist desk. Hi, my name is Izuku Yagi. I'm here to intern with the Blue Turbo Ranger, said Izuku. Ah yes, Mr. Stewart is expecting you. He's waiting for you in his office on the top floor. Just head over to the elevator and it'll take you up there, said the receptionist, pointing to the elevator. Thanks, said Izuku before going into the elevator and going up to the top floor. When he got to the top floor, he entered Justin's office, where he saw Justin sitting at his desk looking at a framed photograph. Hello, sir, said Izuku. Kid, you can just call me Justin. It's fine, said Justin as he put the photo down and stood up. So what are we gonna do first? Asked Izuku. We're gonna go out on patrol. But first we better morph, said Justin as he took out his morpher. You got it, said Izuku as he took out his. Shift into turbo, shouted Justin. Dragon Zord, shouted Izuku. The two were then in Power Ranger form. All right, let's roll, said Justin. After that, the two went out on patrol together. While they were out, they didn't run into too much trouble. They stopped a guy who was trying to steal an old lady's purse, got a cat out of a tree, and that was pretty much it. They were about to head back to the agency when suddenly they heard an explosion way off in the distance. They rushed to the scene where they saw a giant villain going on a rampage. The villain was about the same size as the Nomu from the USJ. This doesn't look good. Izuku, get the civilians to safety. I'll deal with this punk, said Justin as he summoned his turbo hand blasters and went to go fight the villain. Izuku went and got the civilians to safety. He was about to head back and help Justin when he saw a little boy standing in front of a building crying. He then saw that a large chunk of the building was about to fall onto the kid, but Izuku dashed forward and grabbed the kid and moved him out of the way just in time. He then brought the kid back to his parents. "You saved our son." "Thank you," said the boy's father. "Thank you, Mr. Green Ranger," said the boy. "Just doing my job," said Izuku before heading back to help Justin, who had noticed what Izuku had done. "You did good there, kid," said Justin. "Thanks. Now let's take this guy down," said Izuku as he pulled out the dragon dagger. "You'll never defeat me, heroes," shouted the villain. "If I had a nickel for every time I heard that," said Justin before firing his blasters at the villain, stunning him for a few seconds before Izuku finished him off with his dagger. After that, the cops arrested the villain and the crowd cheered for Izuku and Justin. It was on the news too. Meanwhile, All Might was in his home, watching the news of Izuku's and Justin's triumph on TV. "I'm here with the Blue and Green Rangers who single-handedly defeated the villain who was attacking the downtown area. Tell me, what was it like when you two were fighting the villain?" asked the newswoman. "It wasn't easy, but we managed to take him down and make sure there were no civilian casualties," said Justin. "And what about you, Green Ranger? How does it feel to be one of the most popular heroes in training?" asked the newswoman. "It feels great. I hope to become one of the best heroes there is when I graduate," said Izuku. All Might gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. "This kid, he's going places," said Justin, placing his hand on Izuku's shoulder. "RGH!" screamed All Might as he ripped the TV off the wall and threw it out the window. "I'll order another one," said Inko, who had just witnessed the whole thing. All Might then pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Meanwhile, in Hosu, Stain was standing on the roof of a building when his phone started ringing. "Yes," he said. "It's me." "You need to kill him as soon as possible," said All Might. "Don't worry. I've already got the perfect bait to lure him out," said Stain as he looked down on the streets to see Ida on patrol with another hero. The Green Ranger versus the hero killer Stain. One night in Hosu City, Shigaraki and Kurojairi decided to unleash 3 new Nomus onto the town. During this, Stain went and tried to kill a hero by the name of Native during the chaos. He was about to finish him off when suddenly, "Stop right there, you murderer," said Ida, who was standing behind Stain. Just the man I was looking for," said Stain as he turned to face Ida. Meanwhile, in America, Izuku was practicing his karate moves in the training room at Justin's hero agency when his phone got a text message. He looked at it to see that it was a video sent by Ida. "That's odd. It's nighttime over in Japan. Why would Ida send me a video at that time?" said Izuku to himself. He played the video to see the hero killer Stain. "What the?" said Izuku. "Hello, Green Ranger. You probably know who I am. I'm here in Hosu City with a friend of yours," said Stain as he moved the phone to show Ida lying on the ground bleeding out. "Oh no," said Izuku in horror. "If you ever want to see him alive, come to this alleyway in Hosu City in 1 hour. I've already texted you the location. If you don't come soon, your friend will die." "Tick-tock, you fake hero," said Stain. "Izuku, don't come. It's a trap," screamed Ida. But then the video stopped. Izuku gritted his teeth in anger. He then went to Justin's office. "Justin, we have a problem," said Izuku. "What is it?" asked Justin. Izuku then showed him the video. "I don't get it though. Why would he think you're a fake hero?" "You're one of the most heroic people I know," said Justin. "I don't know. He seems to think every hero is a fake," said Izuku. "But why would he be after you in particular?" said Justin. "It doesn't matter right now. The clock is ticking for Ida," said Izuku. "You're right. We'll teleport over to Japan to go save your friend." "It's morphin' time," said Justin as he and Izuku pulled out their morphers. "Shift into turbo," shouted Justin. "Dragon Zord," shouted Izuku. After that, they teleported to Hosu City where they saw fire everywhere and 3 Nomus attacking the city. "This doesn't look good. I'll help the other pros deal with this mess." "Izuku, you go help your friend," said Justin. Izuku rushed to the location Stain sent him. He entered an alleyway where he saw Ida, as well as another pro hero, injured and bleeding. "Ida, are you okay?" asked Izuku as he rushed over to his friend. "Don't. It's trap. Behind you," said Ida. Stain stood behind Izuku and was about to swing his sword down on him, but Izuku quickly turned around, pulled out the dragon dagger, and blocked it. "You'll pay for what you did to my friend, you bastard," said Izuku as he shoved Stain off. "And you will pay for being a fake hero," said Stain as he threw one of his swords at Izuku, but Izuku caught it by the handle. "I'm not a fake hero. I'm here to make the world a better place," said Izuku as he stabbed Stain's sword into the ground. "You are a fake, and I'm here to kill you," said Stain before charging at Izuku. He swung his katana at Izuku, but Izuku blocked it with the dragon dagger. Izuku then delivered multiple punches to Stain's stomach. "OF," said Stain. Izuku then knocked Stain's katana out his hand and kicked him into a wall. Then he started pummeling him again. Stain then shoved Izuku off and grabbed the sword Izuku stabbed into the ground and swung it at Izuku again, knocking him to the ground. "You're mine now," said Stain as he was about to finish Izuku off. But then he was kicked into a wall by Ida. "How did you manage to get back up?" asked Izuku as he also got back up. "I'm not sure. I guess the effect of Stain's quirk wore off," said Ida. "My quirk allows me to paralyze anyone whose blood I consume. But the effect lasts differently depending on certain blood types," said Stain. "Well, it doesn't matter. We're gonna take you down, Stain," said Izuku as he and Ida got in fighting stances. "I can take the two of you on easily," said Stain. They were about to fight again when all of a sudden, a blast of blue energy hit Stain in the shoulder. They all turned to see Justin standing there with his turbo hand blasters. "How about 3? asked Justin. "You're just in time, Justin," said Izuku. "Yep. Help the other pros deal with the Nomus. And now I'm here to help you guys," said Justin. "It doesn't matter. I can take you all on," screamed Stain. "Why do you even think I'm a fake?" asked Izuku. "Your father told me," said Stain. "What?" said Izuku. "He came to me and told me all about how much of a fake hero you are, and how you threatened your own sister," said Stain. "What are you talking about?" asked Izuku. "During the sports festival, he showed me a video of it. I have it saved on my phone," said Stain as he held up his phone for them to see. It showed Izuku in the hallway grabbing Izumi and slamming her into a wall and threatening her. "Listen here, you little bitch. I'll end you. Got that?" said Izuku in the edited video. "That video is edited. I did threaten Izumi, but only because she nearly killed my girlfriend. Here's the actual security footage from the sports festival," said Izuku as he held up his phone. "Listen here, you little bitch. If you ever lay a hand on Uraraka again, I'll end you. Got that?" said Izuku in the actual video. "Why yes," squeaked Izumi. "Get your hands off of her right now," shouted All Might as he and Inko appeared. Izuku dropped her to the ground in the video, and Inko ran over to her. "Are you okay, sweetie?" Inko asked her. "I am fine," said Izumi as Inko helped her up. Inko then turned to Izuku. "You little shit," said Inko as she was about to slap Izuku in the face. But Izuku grabbed her wrist and started twisting it. "The only little shit here is your daughter. She nearly killed my friend," said Izuku before letting her go. "Well, maybe it's because your friend is weak. Like you," All Might snarled. "You shut the fuck up, OLD man," shouted Izuku. "Izuku Yagi, apologize to your father and sister this instant," said Inko. "I am not Izuku Yagi. He is not my father. She is not my sister, and you are not my mother. I know you both were planning to disown me when I turned 18, and I know about One for All too. So you all can go fuck yourselves," said Izuku before leaving. The video then stopped. "Why do you have that security footage on your phone?" asked Ida. "It's just some of the footage I'm gonna use to expose my family to the world," said Izuku. "This can't be. All Might would never say something like that," said Stain. "He did. In fact, here's the rest of all the horrible shit he, my family, and bullies put me through," said Izuku as he showed Stain the rest of the pain All Might, Inko, Izumi, the Bakugo twins, and the Todoroki twins put him through. "Where did you get this footage from?" asked Ida. "A friend of mine got it for me," said Izuku. "One day earlier." "All right, Izuku. We got 10 years worth of torment all saved on the viewing globe. I'll download it onto your phone for you," said Billy. "Thanks. Now I'll finally be able to expose my family and bullies to the world for what they really are," said Izuku. "Back to the present. Now you have a choice, Stain. Turn yourself in, or get you ass kicked by the 3 of us," said Izuku. "You're more of a hero than All Might is. I'll let you arrest me," said Stain as he removed all his blades and dropped them to the ground. After that, they tied Stain up and brought him out of the alleyway. When they left the alleyway, multiple pros ran over to them. 5 of them were Endeavor, Gran Torino, Izumi, and the Todoroki twins. "Grandpa Torino," said Izuku as he took off his helmet. "Izuku, my boy," said Gran Torino as he and Izuku hugged. "This guy's your grandpa?" asked Justin. No. I call him that because he's like a grandpa to me, and because he was friends with my grandma, said Izuku. Izuku then noticed Izumi and the Todoroki twins standing there. Why are you three here? Asked Izuku. Izumi's interning with me, said Gran Torino. And Shoto and Shoka are interning with me, said Endeavor. They then noticed Stain tied up. Is that? Said Izumi. Yep. It's the hero killer Stain. We took him down all on our own, said Izuku. Bullshit. There's no way in hell you'd be able to take down someone like Stain, said Shoto. No, he did. He's the one who convinced me to surrender, said Stain. Stain then turned his head to Endeavor. You have horrible children, and they should be in jail, said Stain. What? Said Endeavor. Stain then turned his head to Gran Toronto. And the girl interning with you is also a disgusting fake who should also be in jail, he said. What? Said Gran Torino. I'll explain later, said Izuku. After that, the cops came and took Stain away, and Izuku, Ida, Justin, and Native went to the hospital to be checked for any serious injuries. Ida had a few cuts on him, but the doctors were able to patch him up. Native was pretty beat up from Stain though, so he was going to be in the hospital for a few days. After that, Izuku and Justin both unmorphed and sat down next to Ida, who was lying in a hospital bed. I don't know how to thank you for what you did for me, Izuku, said Ida. Don't mention it. I'm just glad you're okay, said Izuku. I was being so reckless. I was so blinded by rage and vengeance, and it almost got me killed. Tensei is gonna be so disappointed in me, said Ida with his head down. Suddenly, a man with a dog head entered the room. Hello there. My name is Officer Kenji Tsuragami. I'm here to inform you about what's gonna happen now that Stain's been locked up, said Tsuragami. What's gonna happen? Asked Izuku. We heard that you are the one who fought Stain and convinced him to come quietly, Mr. Yagi, said Tsuragami. Izuku didn't like being called Yagi. Now, normally we wouldn't tell the public that a kid who doesn't have his license yet managed to stop a dangerous criminal, since it's technically illegal to use your quirk without a license. But since we don't know exactly what your quirk is, we don't have the proper paperwork. Plus, you managed to stop Stain without having to use your quirk. So there's a loophole. You can get credit for taking down Stain if you want, said Tsuragami. All right, said Izuku. After that, Izuku got a text from Gran Torino, telling him to meet him on the roof of the hospital. I'll be right back, guys, said Izuku. Izuku went up to the roof where Gran Torino was waiting for him. Hey, said Izuku. Hey, kiddo, said Gran Torino. So what did you want to talk to me about? Asked Izuku. We were interrogating Stain, and he said that your parents neglected you, and your sister and her friends bullied you for years, and he said that your father hired him to kill you. Is any of that true? Asked Gran Torino. Izuku looked up at the night sky. It is. Stain said that my dad had him sent to kill me, and my family bullied and neglected me too. I have it all saved on my phone, said Izuku as he held up his phone for Gran Torino to see. It showed the same thing Stain saw. All Might and Inko ignoring Izuku, and Izumi and her friends bullying him. It even showed Izumi telling Izuku to kill himself, and All Might talking about how they were gonna disown him. That son of a bitch. I can't believe Tashinori, Inko, and Izumi would do this, said Gran Torino. You really didn't know? Asked Izuku. Of course not. Whenever I came over to visit, you weren't home. They always said that you were busy, said Gran Torino. Yeah, they were actually hiding me in the basement, said Izuku. I can't believe this. Has Tashinori completely forgotten his ways? Said Gran Torino. What do you mean? Asked Izuku. Well, you know how his quirk, One for All, was given to him, right? Said Gran Torino. Yeah, said Izuku. Well, it was given to him by your grandmother, Nana Shimura. It's actually how your parents met. But before Tashinori got One for All, he was quirkless too, said Gran Torino. What? Screamed Izuku. That's right, said Gran Torino. I can't fucking believe this. That fucking lowlife bastard, said Izuku. It seems he's completely forgotten his old life. Nana was right about him, said Gran Torino. What do you mean? Asked Izuku. Back when Tashinori first got One for All, he was a good kid. He was a lot like you. But as time went on, and as he learned to master One for All more, he started to change. He let the fame and power go to his head, and he seemed to completely forget about the person he used to be. Nana was worried he was going down a dark path, and she was going to try to talk some sense into him. But right before she was killed by a villain named All for One, who was the creator of One for All. Looks like Nana's fears have come true, said Gran Torino. Well, his days are over. I'm gonna broadcast this footage on live TV soon. And his life, as well as my mom's, Izumi's, the Bakugo twins, and the Todoroki twins, will be over, said Izuku. Good. Hopefully Tashinori, Inko, Izumi, the Bakugo twins, and the Todoroki twins will all go to jail for what they've done, said Gran Torino. Meanwhile, All Might was once again in his home watching the news. This time of Stain's arrest, reports are coming in that the hero killer Stain has been apprehended by the pro-heroes. Authorities are saying that it was Izuku Yagi, the new Green Ranger, who convinced Stain to come quietly, said the woman on the news. Are you kidding me? He screamed. People are already saying that Izuku Yagi will surpass even All Might and be the next #1 hero. And I think they might be right, said the newswoman. All Might screamed in rage once again and ripped the new TV off the wall. Fine. I'll do it myself, he said. Rangers versus All Might. After a few days, everyone finished their internships and they went back to UA. Katsuki and Katsumi both had ridiculous hairstyles, which Kaminari and Siro laughed at. I told you we shouldn't have interned with Best Jeanist, bro, said Katsumi. How was I supposed to know he would make us have stupid haircuts and wear stupid jeans? Screamed Katsuki. After that they went to class. A lot of students surrounded Izuku as he sat at his desk. Damn, Izuku. I can't believe you were able to get the hero killer Stain to surrender. That's so manly, said Kirishima. What was it like fighting him? Asked Kaminari. Was it scary? Asked Mina. You weren't seriously hurt, were you? Asked Ochako in concern. Don't worry, babe. I'm fine, Izuku reassured. Would Izuku Yagi please come to the principal's office? Said the woman on the PA system. I'll be right back, guys, said Izuku. Izuku went down the hallway to the principal's office. When he entered, he didn't see Nizu anywhere. Instead, he saw his bastard father standing there. Where's Nizu? Asked Izuku. He's out at the moment. I'm the one who called you here, said All Might. Why? Asked Izuku. Because you're under arrest, said All Might. On what charges? Asked Izuku. For not knowing your place, you quirkless brat, said All Might as he grabbed Izuku's arm and pulled out a pair of handcuffs. Get your fucking hands off of me, shouted Izuku. What is going on in here? Shouted Nizu as he and Aizawa entered the room. This bitch is trying to arrest me for being quirkless, said Izuku. He's what? Said Nizu and Aizawa. I'm the #1 hero. I can do whatever the hell I want, said All Might. Izuku then broke free from All Might's grasp and whipped out his morpher. Dragon Zord, shouted Izuku. All Might then punched Izuku through a wall and outside the school into the streets, but Izuku's chest piece protected him. All Might then leapt outside and was about to slam his fist down on Izuku, but Izuku rolled out of the way at the last second. All the students looked outside the windows to see Izuku and All Might fight. Izuku slashed at All Might's chest with his dagger, but then All Might smacked him in the face with the back of his hand, launching him back a few feet. All Might then grabbed Izuku and started punching him in the face repeatedly without mercy. By now, a crowd of people had formed around Izuku and All Might, and a news helicopter was flying above them, filming the whole thing. Now the whole world saw All Might brutally assault his own son. What the hell is All Might doing? Said one person. Isn't that kid his son? Said another person. All Might's trying to kill him, said another. All Might's no better than the villains, said yet another. All Might turned around and saw a crowd of people booing him. Villain, shouted one civilian. Child abuser, shouted another civilian. You belong in jail, shouted another. Ah, shut up. This brat's quirkless. I'm just putting him in his place, shouted All Might before resuming beating Izuku. Meanwhile, Ochako was with her classmates watching the news of All Might beating Izuku, and she realized she had to do something. She grabbed her backpack and rushed down the hallway and into the bathroom. She made sure no one else was in the bathroom, and then she reached into her bag and pulled out her morpher. Pterodactyl, she shouted. She then leaped out the bathroom window and headed to Izuku's and All Might's location. When she got there, she saw All Might about to finish Izuku off. Power Bow, she shouted as the power bow appeared in her hand. All Might was about to punch Izuku one last time to finish him off, but then Ochako fired a powerful arrow into All Might's back. Ag! All Might screamed in pain. He turned around and saw Ochako standing there. Of course he didn't know it was her. The Pink Ranger, he said in shock and anger. He then lunged at Ochako, and the two engaged in battle. Meanwhile, Izuku slowly began to wake up, and the first thing he saw was Ochako and All Might fighting. He then got up, and jumped onto All Might's back and grabbed him in a headlock. "Stupid brat," said All Might as he grabbed Izuku and threw him next to Ochako, who then helped him up. "Are you okay?" Ochako asked him. "I'm fine," said Izuku. Suddenly, a school bus full of children was passing by them, and All Might grabbed it and threw it at Izuku and Ochako. "No!" screamed the whole world as they saw All Might throw a school bus and endanger multiple children. The bus was about to land on them. It seemed like all was lost, but then the bus was grabbed by the Tiger Zord and held the bus in its mouth. Izuku and Ochako looked up to see the Tommy standing on top of it as the White Ranger. White Ranger," said Izuku. "That's right," said Tommy before leaping down onto the ground. Izuku and Ochako then got the kids, as well as the bus driver, out of the bus and escorted them to safety while Tommy went to go deal with All Might. "I don't care how many Power Rangers you send at me. I'll destroy you all and no matter what," shouted All Might. "You seriously tried to kill Izuku? Just because he was quirkless?" said Tommy. "It's not just because of that. It was also because I couldn't let him be the #1 hero," shouted All Might. "You are the worst father I've ever seen. And you call yourself a hero?" said Tommy. "I am a hero for putting scum like you in your place. And he's my son. I can do whatever the hell I want to him," shouted All Might. "He's not your son anymore. He's mine," said Tommy as he pulled out Saba. Izuku and Ochako then rushed back to see Tommy and All Might fight. They pulled out their weapons and went in to go help Tommy. "You think you can beat me? I am All Might. I am a god. I am Dash." But then All Might suddenly passed out. All Might no more. Toshinori woke up in the void of One for All. He had been here once a long time ago, back when he was still a student at UA. He saw Izumi, the Bakugo twins, and the Todoroki twins standing there as well. "Where the hell are we?" said Katsumi and Katsuki. "How did we get here?" said Shoto. "Is this Deku's doing?" said Shoka. "Dad, what's going on?" "We were watching the news of you and Izuku fighting, and we suddenly passed out," said Izumi. "We can answer that," said a female voice. They then saw Toshinori's mentor, Nana Shimura, standing there, as well as the other previous holders of One for All. "Nana," said Toshinori. "Hello, Toshinori," said Nana. "Why am I here?" "I need to wake up so I can kill those Power Rangers," said Toshinori. Nana then slapped him in the face. "What was that for?" said Toshinori. "You little shit. I gave you my quirk and let you marry my daughter, and you repay me by trying to kill my grandson," said Nana. "He's quirkless though," said Toshinori. "So were you, Toshinori," said the first holder of One for All. "Wait, what?" said Izumi, the Bakugo twins, and the Todoroki twins. "You are all a disgrace to our legacy," said the sixth holder. "You nearly killed a bunch of kids, Yagi," said the second holder. "You and your successors are all nothing more than villains," said the third holder. "We were putting that useless Deku in his place," screamed Katsuki. The second holder then smacked Katsuki in the face with the back of his hand. "Silence, boy," said the second holder. Katsuki and Katsumi noticed how he looked a lot like them both. "Nana, why did you really bring us here?" demanded Toshinori. "To put an end to all of this. You are no longer worthy of One for All, and your successors were never worthy of it to begin with, which is why we're taking it away from you all," said Nana. "What?" they all said. "That's right. You're all gonna be quirkless for the rest of your lives now," said Nana. "We won't. We'll still have our original quirks," said Katsuki. "No, you won't. We're taking those away from you as well," said Nana. "How?" said Izumi, Katsuki, Katsumi, Shoto, and Shoka. "When you got One for All, your original quirks became connected to it. Now we control those as well," said Nana. "You can't take back One for All. Without it, I'm nothing," screamed Toshinori. "If you're nothing without One for All, then you shouldn't have it," said Nana. "Grandma, please don't do this," said Izumi. "You don't get to call me that. Izuku is my grandchild, not you," said Nana. They then all woke up. Izumi, the Todoroki twins, and the Bakugo twins all woke up in Recovery Girl's office, while Toshinori woke up handcuffed and sitting there on the street in front of Izuku, Ochako, and Tommy. He looked in a puddle on the ground and saw that he looked like a skeleton. Toshinori tried to activate One for All, but it was no use. Toshinori then glared at Izuku. "This is all your fault. I'm quirkless again," screamed Toshinori. "Good," said Izuku. The cops then grabbed Toshinori. "Toshinori Yagi, you are under arrest for child abuse, child neglect, child endangerment, destruction of property, working with the hero killer stain, and attempted murder, said one of the cops as they took him away. Forgot to mention, I posted footage of you, your wife, Izumi, the Bakugo twins, and the Todoroki twins bullying me on live TV while you were unconscious. The whole world knows what you did now, said Izuku. After that, All Might was taken to jail, where he would await trial. Meanwhile, with Izumi, Katsuki, Katsumi, Shoto, and Shoka, shortly after All Might's fight with the Rangers, Izumi, Katsuki, Katsumi, Shoto, and Shoka were called to the principal's office. You wanted to see us, sir, said Izumi. Pack your things. You're all expelled from UA, said Nizu. Wait, screamed the Bakugo and Todoroki twins. And don't bother trying to enroll in some other school with a hero course in it. You've all been blacklisted. You can forget about ever becoming heroes now, said Nizu. As they left the school, many students booed them and threw things at them. Kirishima walked up to Katsuki and punched him in the face. You're such a fucking asshole. I can't believe I actually wanted to be friends with you, Bakugo, shouted Kirishima. After that, the five of them left. Meanwhile, with Inko fled UA as soon as she realized her husband wasn't gonna win the fight with Izuku. She was later arrested at the airport, trying to flee the country. A few days later, Toshinori and Inko were both found guilty and sentenced to life in prison, while Izumi and the Bakugo and Todoroki twins were vilified by the public. Mitsuki and Masaru kicked Katsuki and Katsumi out of the house, and Rei and Inji did the same thing to Shoto and Shoka. Izumi felt nothing but regret for what she had done to Izuku, while Katsuki, Katsumi, Shoto, and Shoka blamed Izuku for everything and swore they would get revenge on him. As for Izuku, the public asked him if he was really quirkless, but he lied to them and said that he was misdiagnosed and that his family believed he was quirkless, which is why they abused him. Most of the public believed him, and now Izuku was finally getting justice. New family and new rangers. Izuku got a call from Tommy, telling him to meet him and the others at the command center. When he got there, he saw Tommy, Kimberly, James, Jason, Billy, Zach, Alpha, and Zordon all there waiting for him. So why did you guys want to see me? Asked Izuku. Izuku, now that both your biological parents are in jail, you have no one to look after you, said Tommy. I can look after myself, said Izuku. We know, but me and Kimberly were wondering if maybe we could adopt you, said Tommy. Izuku immediately latched onto Tommy and Kimberly in tears. Yes, I would love to be adopted by you both. You've been more of a mom and dad to me than All Might and Green Magnet ever were, said Izuku in joy. Okay then, son. I guess you're Izuku Oliver now, said Tommy. Ah, sweet. I get a brother, said James. Welcome to the family, Izuku, said Kimberly. This is a beautiful day for the Power Rangers. A new member of the Oliver family has been added, Zordon. You're also going to be grandparents soon also, Mom and Dad. Since me and Ochako are going to be adopting Eri soon, said Izuku. Speaking of Ochako, that reminds me, said Zordon as Ochako teleported into the command center as well. So why did you call me here, Zordon? Asked Ochako. I'm getting adopted by Tommy and Kimberly, said Izuku. Oh my god, really? Said Ochako in excitement. Yeah, said Izuku. And that's not all, said James as he pulled out a morpher that had the White Ranger power coin in it. I'm the new White Ranger now, said James. Wow, really? Said Izuku. Yep. I passed those powers on to James. Don't worry, I still have the Red Zeo Ranger, the Red Turbo Ranger, and the Black Dino Thunder Ranger all stored in my Master Morpher, said Tommy. And we've also got a new Yellow Ranger, said Billy. Suddenly, there was a flash of yellow light, and a girl around Izuku's, Ochako's, and James's age appeared there. She was half Asian, half Caucasian. This is my daughter, Sasha Quan Cranston, the new Yellow Ranger, said Billy. She's also my girlfriend, said James. Hi. You must be Izuku and Ochako. Nice to meet you both, said Sasha as she shook Izuku's and Ochako's hands. And that's not all. I have located 3 new candidates to replace Jason, Zach, and Billy, said Zordon. Well, who are they? Asked Izuku. I will bring them in now, said Zordon. Suddenly, there were flashes of red, blue, and black lights, and 3 people stepped out of the shadows. Kirishima, Ida, Tokoyami, said Izuku. Hey guys, said Kirishima. You guys agreed to become Power Rangers? Said Ochako. Yeah. Growing up, I was also a pretty big Power Rangers fan. So I thought, why not become one? said Kirishima. I also thought I would see what it's like being a Power Ranger, said Tokoyami. I dishonored my family by going after Stain. Until I can redeem myself, I shall be a Power Ranger instead of Ingenium, said Ida. Ijiro shall be the Red Ranger, Tinya shall be blue, and Fumikage will be black, said Zordon. Figures, said Izuku. Jason handed Kirishima the Red Ranger Power Coin and Morpher. Billy handed Ida the Blue Ranger Power Coin and Morpher. And Zack handed Tokoyami the Black Ranger Power Coin and Morpher. Sasha pulled out the Yellow Ranger Power Coin and Morpher. Izuku, Ochako, and James pulled out their morphers as well. Go for it, said Tommy. It's morphin' time, shouted Izuku. Mastodon, shouted Tokoyami. Pterodactyl, shouted Ochako. Triceratops, shouted Ida. Saber-toothed tiger, shouted Sasha. Tyrannosaurus, shouted Kirishima. Tiger Zord, shouted James. Dragon Zord, shouted Izuku. They were all fully morphed. Izuku and James, together you two will lead the Power Rangers, said Zordon. Thank you, Zordon, said Izuku. And may the power protect you always, said Zordon. New threat. Katsuki, Katsumi, Shoto, and Shoka were all in an old abandoned warehouse, discussing plans on how to get revenge on Izuku and Yue. Izumi was there sitting in the corner because she pretty much had nowhere else to go. I say we get some explosives and blast Yue to bits, said Katsumi. That's too risky. I say we go after each of them when they're on patrol and pick them off, one by 1 inch, said Shoka. Before they could discuss any more plans, a portal opened up and out came Lord Draken. Katsuki, Katsumi, Shoto, and Shoka all got in fighting stances. Another Power Ranger? Shouted Katsumi. Who the fuck are you supposed to be? Did Deka send you? Shouted Katsuki. No. My name is Lord Draken. I come from another universe and me and my friend here would like to recruit you kids, said Lord Draken. Who's your friend? Asked Shoto. Suddenly, All for One stepped out of the portal. Who are you supposed to be? Asked Shoka. I am All for One, said AFO. You mean you're that villain my dad fought? The one who killed my grandma? Said Izumi in fear. Yes. We've come here with a proposal for you 5. We help break your parents out of prison, Izumi, and you all can get revenge on Izuku Yagi and the other Power Rangers, said AFO. We're in, said the Bakugo and Todoroki twins immediately. I don't know, said Izumi. Come on, Izumi. Don't you want to get revenge on your bastard brother for ruining our lives? Said Shoto. Well, I mean, said Izumi. Just step through this portal, and then we'll get your father and mother out of prison, said Lord Draken. Katsumi, and Shoka all stepped through the portal. Come on, babe, let's go, said Shoto as he grabbed Izumi's hand and started pulling her towards the portal. But it was too late, as she was already dragged through the portal. The next thing they knew, they were in another warehouse. This one had gnomes growing in tubes and stuff. Now to get your parents out of prison, said Lord Draken as he opened 2 portals. He reached through one portal and pulled out Inko. Then he reached through the other and pulled out Tashinori. They were both wearing prison jumpsuits. Where the hell are we? Said Inko. All for One, said Tashinori. Hello, Tashinori, said AFO. Tashinori tried to attack AFO, but Shoto, Shoka, Katsumi, and Katsuki held him back. Calm down, Uncle Toshi. He can help us, said Shoka. Help? He killed my master, said Tashinori. The same master who took one for all from you and left you quirkless again, Tashinori, said AFO. Tashinori had his head down. That bitch took everything from me, said Tashinori. Well, now you can get revenge on her and your son. My friend, Lord Draken, here can give you all new powers, said AFO. What kind of powers? Asked Inko. The power of the Psycho Rangers, said Lord Draken. You mean we can become Power Rangers too? Asked Shoto. That's right, said Lord Draken. So, what do you say? Asked AFO. I'm in, said Shoto. So am I, said Shoka. And me, said Katsumi. If I get to kill Deku, I'll gladly do it, said Katsuki. That little shit Izuku will pay for what he's done, said Inko. If it means I'll have power again, I'll do it, said Tashinori. What about you, Izumi? Asked Lord Draken. Said Izumi. She'll do it, said Tashinori. Wait, what? Said Izumi. All right, now to begin the transformation. Just step on that platform over there, said Lord Draken as he pointed to a nearby platform. Tashinori, Inko, Izumi, Katsuki, Katsumi, Shoto, and Shoka stepped on it. Then Lord Draken flipped a switch, and there was a flash of bright light. When the light cleared, they were different. Lord Draken and AFO smirked under their helmets as they saw that they had become. Tashinori, you are? Said Lord Draken. Psycho Red, he said. Shoto, you are? Said Lord Draken. Psycho Blue, he said. Katsumi, you are? Said Draken. Psycho Yellow, he said. Katsuki, you are? Said Draken. Psycho Black, he said. Shoka, you are? Draken said. Psycho Pink, he said. Inko, you are? He said. Psycho Silver, he said. And last but not least, Izumi, you are? Draken said. Psycho Green, said Lord Draken. Tashinori, Inko, Shoto, Shoka, Katsuki, and Katsumi all laughed manically. Izumi didn't want this, but the green Psycho Ranger powers were controlling her mind. She wasn't herself, and she also began laughing maniacally. You better watch out, Deku, because the Psycho Rangers are coming for you, said Katsuki. New students. Izuku was sitting at his desk in class when suddenly Aizawa entered the room. All right, class. Since Izumi Yagi, the Bakugo twins, and the Todoroki twins are gone, we've brought in 5 new students to take their place. So here they are, said Aizawa as 5 teenagers entered the room. Izuku recognized 3 of them as James, Sasha, and Shinso. The other 2 he had never seen before. One was a young man with brown hair and blue eyes, and another was a girl with brown hair with streaks of blonde in it. These are the new exchange students from America. I'll let them introduce themselves, said Aizawa. Shinso stepped forward first. Hi, everyone. I'm Hitoshi Shinso. You all remember me from the sports festival. My quirk allows me to put people under mind control with my voice, said Shinso. James stepped forward next. Hi, everyone. I'm James Oliver. I'm the new Mighty Morphin White Ranger. My parents are the original Mighty Morphin White Ranger and the original Mighty Morphin Pink Ranger. I'm also Izuku's adoptive brother, said James. Wait, what? Said most of the class. Forgot to mention. Since my biological parents are in jail, James's parents have decided to adopt me. So now my name is Izuku Oliver, said Izuku. Sasha stepped forward next. Hi there. My name is Sasha Quan Cranston. I'm the new Mighty Morphin Yellow Ranger. My mother was the original Mighty Morphin Yellow Ranger, and my father is the original Mighty Morphin Blue Ranger, said Sasha. Next, the young man with the brown hair and blue eyes stepped forward. Hey, my name is Ben Collins. I'm the new Red Time Force Ranger. My dad's the previous Red Time Force Ranger, and my mom is the original Pink Time Force Ranger, said Ben. Finally, the girl with brown and blonde hair stepped forward. I'm Kylie Hammond, Orange Space Ranger. My mom's the Yellow Space Ranger, and my dad's the Red Space Ranger, said Kylie. So wait, most of the new students are Power Rangers, said Zero. Damn right we are, said James as they all held up their morphers for the class to see. Would Izuku Oliver please come to Principal Nizu's office? Said the woman on the PA system. Not again. I'll be right back, said Izuku. Izuku went to the principal's office. When he got there, he saw Nizu, as well as Detective Tsukachi. What's this about? Asked Izuku. Izuku, we have some bad news. Your parents have escaped from prison, said Tsukachi. What? Said Izuku. We don't know how. They were just sitting there in their cells, when suddenly they both had a portal appear in front of them and pull them in. Here's the security footage of it, said Nizu as he pressed a button and a holographic screen appeared. It showed both Tashinori and Inko sitting there in their prison cells, when suddenly portals opened up in front of them both. A white hand came out of the portal in front of Inko and pulled her in first. Then it came out of the portal in front of Tashinori and pulled him in. Then both portals disappeared. Who was that who pulled them into the portals? Asked Izuku. We have no idea. We're working on it, Izuku. Just be patient, said Tsukachi. After that, Izuku went back to class and sat back at his desk. He noticed that the 5 new students were now sitting in the desks that once belonged to Izumi, Katsuki, Katsumi, Shoto, and Shoka. James was sitting in Izumi's old desk. All right, class. You're all gonna go head-to-head against the new students in training today. So head down the training area, said Aizawa. After that, they headed to the training area. Izuku was wearing his green t-shirt and jeans. The rest of his classmates were wearing their hero uniforms. James was wearing a white t-shirt and jeans. Sasha was wearing a yellow t-shirt and shorts. Ben was wearing a Time Force jumpsuit. Kylie was wearing a Space Ranger uniform, not the actual Ranger suit. The gray jacket and pants, along with the black boots. She's also wearing an orange shirt underneath the jacket, and Shinso was wearing his costume. "This is it. All right, now the new students are gonna morph," said Aizawa. "It's morphin' time," shouted James as he and Sasha whipped out their morphers. "Tiger Zord," shouted James. "Saber-toothed tiger," shouted Sasha. Ben then pulled his left sleeve up to reveal his Time Force morpher. Time Force," shouted Ben as he pressed a button on his morpher. "This is his outfit." Kylie then pulled up her left sleeve to reveal her Space Ranger morpher. "Let's rock it," shouted Kylie as she typed in the numbers 335 into her morpher. This is her outfit, except it doesn't have the SPD symbol on it. After that, Class 1A fought the new students. In the end, it was a tie. After that, they headed back to class. "Now, class, in a few weeks, you're going to be going to a training camp facility. But first, you need to train for it. So you better prepare yourselves," said Aizawa. After that, they continued the day, then headed back to the dorms. Training for the training camp. Izuku and his classmates stood outside the training grounds, where most of their teachers were there waiting for them. "All right, listen up, students. For this training, you'll be split into teams of 2. Each team will go up against one of us," said Nizu, referring to himself and the other teachers. "Seriously?" said Kaminari. "There's no way we'll be able to beat them," said Mina. "Guys, we all gotta do what's necessary to be heroes. This'll just be to make ourselves stronger," said Izuku. "Thank you, Oliver. Now here's who's gonna be against who. Kaminari and Ishido will be up against me, Uraraka and Aoyama will be up against 13, Jiro and Kota will be up against Present Mike, Shoji and Toru will be up against Snipe, Hammond and Siro will be up against Midnight, Ida and Ojiro will be up against Power Loader, Kirishima and Sato will be up against Cementos, Azui and Tokoyami will be up against Ectoplasm, Yairuzu and Collins will be up against Eraserhead, Shinso and Quan Cranston will be up against one of our new teachers, and the Oliver brothers will be up against our other new teacher," said Nizu. "Who are the new teachers?" asked Izuku. "We are," said 2 familiar voices. The students turned to see Tommy and Kimberly standing there. "Mom, Dad," said Izuku and James. "Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Tommy Oliver, and this is my wife, Kimberly Oliver. We're gonna be taking All Might's and Green Magnet's places as teachers here at UA," said Tommy. "Ah, sick. We get Power Ranger teachers," said Kirishima. "That's right. I may have passed on the Green Ranger powers to Izuku and the White Ranger powers to James, but I still have the ability to transform into the Red Zeo Ranger, the Red Turbo Ranger, and the Black Dino Thunder Ranger," said Tommy. "And I may have passed on the Pink Ranger powers onto someone else, but I still have the ability to turn into the Pink Ninjetti Ranger," said Kimberly. "All right, here are the rules. To win the challenge, you have to either get these pair of handcuffs on your opponents," said Nizu as he held up a pair of high-tech handcuffs, "or try to escape the area through the exit," said Nizu. After that, they went to the observation room to watch the students go against the teachers. Ochako and Aoyama were able to beat 13, thanks to Ochako's training she received from both Gunhead and Kimberly. Kylie and Siro were able to defeat Midnight, thanks to the training Kylie's had from the other Space Rangers. Ben and Momo were able to capture Aizawa, thanks to the training Ben's had from both Time Force and the Silver Guardians. Sasha and Shinso were able to capture Kimberly, thanks to the training they both had. And the rest of the matches were the same as in the show. Finally, it was Izuku and James against Tommy. They both morphed and entered the fake city, ready to take on their father. They looked around, but didn't see him anywhere. Suddenly, the ground started shaking. They turned to see the Brachiozord heading towards them. They looked up and saw Tommy standing on top as the Black Dino Thunder Ranger. He then leapt down in front of them. "You ready, boys?" Tommy said as he pulled out the Brachio staff. "Hell yeah," said Izuku and James as they pulled out their weapons. Tommy charged at his sons and swung the Brachio staff at them, but they both moved out of the way at the last second. Tommy then swung his staff down on James, but James blocked it with Saba. Izuku then grabbed Tommy and threw him into a wall. They both were about to punch him at the same time, but then Tommy ducked underneath their fists and delivered uppercuts to both their chins. James then grabbed Tommy and threw him into the ground, but then Tommy jumped on top of the Brachiozord. Izuku then summoned the Dragon Zord, and James summoned the Tiger Zord. Izuku jumped on top of the Dragon Zord, and James got inside the Tiger Zord. The 2 small Zords then went up against the massive Zord. The Dragon Zord climbed up the neck of the Brachiozord and up to the head, while the Tiger Zord tried to hold the Brachiozord in place. Izuku then jumped up from the head of the Dragon Zord to the head of the Brachiozord, where Tommy was. The two then dueled again. Izuku swung the dragon dagger at Tommy, but Tommy blocked it with the braccio staff. Izuku then took this opportunity to handcuff Tommy with his other hand. The alarms then went off, signaling that it was over. "You did it, Izuku and James. I'm proud of you both," said Tommy. After that, they went back to the dorms. The mall incident. Izuku and the others were chatting in class, excited to go to the training camp. Kaminari, Mina, Kirishima, Sato, and Siro were all upset because they failed the training. But then Aizawa explained that they would still be going to the camp, but they would be doing even more hard work. "Hey guys, you know what we should do? We should go shopping at the mall for camping stuff," said Mina. "All right, let's do it," said Izuku. After that, they all went to the mall. They brought Eri with them too, since she was going to be coming with them to the camp. All the other students left to go shopping, leaving Izuku alone with Ochako and Eri. "All right, Izuku, me and Eri are going to get some bug spray. You coming with us?" asked Ochako. "I got some other stuff I need to go shopping for. We'll meet back here in half an hour," said Izuku. After that, Ochako and Eri left, leaving Izuku by himself. He was about to go shopping when all of a sudden he felt a hand around his neck. He turned his head to see a person wearing a black hoodie holding him by the neck. "Well, hello there. You're Izuku Yagi, right?" said the person. "That's not my name anymore. I'm Izuku Oliver now," said Izuku. "My mistake. But you're becoming quite a celebrity now, aren't you? You took down Stain all by yourself, and now the whole world's taken pity on you because of your abusive family," said the man. "Yeah, who are you again?" asked Izuku. "Oh, you know who I am. We've met before," said the man. Izuku realized the man was Tamura Shigaraki. "You," said Izuku as he reached for his morpher. "Don't even think about turning into a Power Ranger. I'll disintegrate your throat if you try," Shigaraki threatened. "In front of all these people? The pros will come and arrest you then," said Izuku. "Sure, but it'll take a few minutes for them to arrive. How many people do you think I'll be able to kill before they get here?" "Huh?" said Shigaraki. Izuku knew he was right. One wrong move, and a lot of innocent people would die. "What do you want?" asked Izuku. "I just want to talk." "Now let's find some place to sit," said Shigaraki. After that, they sat on a nearby bench. "So what is it you wanted to talk about?" asked Izuku. "You and I aren't so different," said Shigaraki. "You're kidding me, right?" said Izuku. "No, it's true. I also grew up in a shitty household like you. My father abused me, all because I wanted to be a hero," said Shigaraki. "You wanted to be a hero?" said Izuku in disbelief. "As crazy as it sounds, yes. Me and my sister wanted to be heroes like our grandmother was. But our father hates heroes and hated our grandmother, all because she put him up for adoption when he was a kid," said Shigaraki. "Why would she do that?" asked Izuku. "To keep him and her safe. She was fighting a villain known as All for One, and she didn't want to put him in danger," said Shigaraki. "I know who All for One is. He killed my grandmother, too," said Izuku. "I don't think you understand. Your grandmother is my grandmother, Nana Shimura, and you and I are cousins," said Shigaraki. Izuku's eyes went wide. "What?" he said. "That's right. Your mother and my father were siblings. Our grandmother put my father up for adoption and trained your mother to fight All for 1 inch," said Shigaraki. "I knew you looked familiar. You look a lot like your father," said Izuku. "I guess I do. But you see, your whole family abused you, while only my father abused me. My mother, my grandparents on her side, and my sister were all nice to me. You had it worse than I did, but you still became a hero, while I became a villain," said Shigaraki. "Well, why did you become a villain?" asked Izuku. "As soon as I got my quirk, I used it to kill my father. I also killed the rest of my family by accident. Then All for One found me and took me in," said Shigaraki. "You work for the man who killed our grandmother?" said Izuku. "I know it sounds messed up, but he's been more of a father to me than my actual father ever was. But you grew up in a shitty household. Your sister and her friends bullied you. Your parents completely ignored you. And when they didn't ignore you, they were treating you like dirt. You suffered, but you still became a hero. Why is that?" asked Shigaraki. "Because I wanted to be a hero and prove them all wrong," said Izuku. "But why? You could have used your Green Ranger powers to kill them as soon as you got them. Why didn't you?" Shigaraki asked. "Because I didn't want to drop to their level. I wanted to be a real hero, not a villain like them," said Izuku. "That's why I hate you. You had a worse childhood than me, but when you got your powers from Zordon, you used them for good. But when I got mine, I used them to kill my shitty father and become a villain, said Shigaraki. Wait, how do you know about Zordon? Asked Izuku. The League knows more about you and your little Power Ranger friends than you realize, said Shigaraki. There you are, Izuku, said a voice. They looked up to see Ochako and Eri standing there. We got our stuff, Daddy, said Eri. They then noticed Shigaraki sitting with them. Who is this? Asked Ochako. Stay back. Don't come any closer, said Izuku. Shigaraki then let Izuku go and got up. Oh, I didn't know you had a family. I'll be going now, said Shigaraki smiling. Follow me, and you're dead, Shigaraki whispered to Izuku before leaving. Ochako and Eri ran to Izuku's side. Wait, Shigaraki, said Izuku. Ochako gasped. Shigaraki, she said. Shigaraki stopped. He said. I have a question for you. What is All for One's plan? Asked Izuku. Hell if I know. All I know is you kids are screwed, said Shigaraki as he continued walking away. After that, Ochako called the police, and they brought Izuku to the police station for questioning. After he told them everything he knew, he was released. When he left the police station, Tommy and Kimberly were outside waiting for him. Izuku, are you okay? Asked Kimberly. I'm fine. But, Mom, Dad, Shigaraki's my cousin, said Izuku. What? They both said. Yeah, he told me himself. Also, he knows about Zordon, said Izuku. How the hell would he know that? Asked Tommy. No idea. But we need to stop whatever tricks he might be planning, said Izuku. We'll talk about that later. For now, let's get you home, said Tommy. Arriving at camp, Izuku, Ochako, Eri, and all their classmates sat in the bus on their way to the camp. When the bus stopped, they noticed they weren't at the camp. Instead, they were at a cliff overlooking a large forest. I'm gonna skip the pussycat introduction and the part where they fight the monsters in the forest on their way to the camp, cause I'm lazy AF. Eventually, they reached the camp, where the pussycats, Aizawa, Eri, Vlad King, and another child were there waiting for them. You did good out there, students, said Mandalay. Izuku then noticed the other child glaring at them. Hey, whose kid is that? Asked Izuku. Oh, that's Kota. He's my cousin's kid, said Mandalay. Izuku walked over to Kota and extended his hand out to him. Well, hi there, Kota. My name's Izuku Dash. But then this happened. Izuku clutched his crotch and was about to fall down face first into the dirt. But then Ida rushed over and caught him. You fiend of a child. Why would you attack Izuku's scrotum? Shouted Ida as Kota walked away. Yeah, kid. What did my brother's scrotum ever do to you? Said James. After that, they ate dinner, put Eri to bed, then went to the hot springs to take a bath. The boys were on the boys' side, and the girls were on the girls' side. Hey, guys, I'm gonna climb this wall to get a view of the girls, said Kaminari. Don't even think about it, Kaminari, shouted Ida as he began marching towards them. Too late, said Kaminari as he pulled out two familiar-looking purple balls. Mineta mailed these to me in case I needed to use them, said Kaminari as he used them to climb up the wall. He was about to reach the top, but then he saw Kota standing there on top of the wall. He smacked Kaminari off the wall, causing him to fall and land on Ida. Thanks, Kota, said Mina. Kota turned around to the girls' side to see them all naked. He immediately blushed and fell off over to the boys' side. He was about to hit the ground, but then Izuku caught him. After that, Izuku brought the unconscious boy to Mandalay. Thank you for saving him, said Mandalay. No problem. But why does he seem to hate me? Asked Izuku. Well, you see, he hates all heroes. Mainly because his parents were heroes, but they were killed by a villain when he was very young. He was angry at them for sacrificing themselves and leaving him all alone. He hates us too, Mandalay explained. Izuku realized she meant water hose and felt very bad for the boy. After that, Izuku went back to see the others, and they all went to bed. A talk with Kota. The next day was training. All of Class 1A and Class 1B were each doing various exercises to improve their quirks. Izuku, James, Sasha, Ben, and Kylie's training was that they were all sparring against one another, both on the ground and with their Zords. Shinso's training was that he was doing various vocal exercises. Everyone else's training was the same as in the show. Kota was watching Izuku and the others from behind a tree. Hi, said a voice. He turned around to see Eri standing there. What do you want? Asked Kota. I just wanted to see what you were doing, said Eri. I'm just watching these people. Now leave me alone, said Kota. Those two are my mom and dad, said Eri, pointing to Izuku and Ochako. They're only teenagers, and you look nothing like either of them, said Kota. They're adopting me. My daddy saved me from a very bad man, and now he and my mommy are gonna be adopting me soon, said Eri. Uh-huh, said Kota. Hey, wanna be friends? Asked Eri. Sure, I guess, said Kota. Yay, said Eri as she hugged him, which made Kota blush. Meanwhile, Mandalay, Pixbob, Ragdoll, and Tiger were watching the whole thing and smiled. He's growing up so fast, said Mandalay. Later that night, the students ate dinner. Hey, Oliver, Sasha, Kylie, and Collins, I got a question for you all, said Mina. What is it? Asked James. How come all your quirks are similar to Izuku's? It seems too big of a coincidence that every single Power Ranger seems to have the same quirk, said Mina. Well, you see, some Rangers' quirks work in a way that they can transfer morphing grid energy to other people, which allows them to be able to turn into Power Rangers. My dad recently retired, and he passed on his ability to transform into the Red Time Force Ranger to someone else. Tate, I think his name is. But anyways, that's how some Rangers work, said Ben. Izuku then noticed Kota walking into the forest, and he decided to follow him while carrying his plate of food. He followed the boy up to a cliff, overlooking the forest. What do you want? Asked Kota. Izuku was surprised that Kota knew he was following him. Your parents were water hose, weren't they? Asked Izuku. How did you know? Asked Kota. Lucky guess, said Izuku. They were idiots. They went and sacrificed themselves and left me all alone. But everyone thinks that what they did was heroic, said Kota. At least you had kind and loving parents. My parents treated me like garbage, and so did my sister and her friends, said Izuku. Yeah, I know. I saw the thing on the news. I know your parents were All Might and Green Magnet, said Kota. Well, I just wanted to say that you shouldn't take things for granted. You should be grateful that they loved you, and that you have people taking care of you who also love you, said Izuku. You finished? Asked Kota. Yeah, I'm finished, said Izuku as he put his plate of food down on the ground in front of Kota. In case you're hungry, said Izuku before leaving. The attack. The night after that was the next training. Class 1A, minus Kirishima, Sato, Mina, and Kaminari, and Siro, were going to go through the woods and avoid getting scared by Class 1B. Izuku didn't have a partner, so he was all on his own. Meanwhile, Shigaraki, the new Psycho Rangers, and a few other villains all stood on a cliff overlooking the camp. All right, we got a tip from that Monoma kid that the camp is here. You guys know what to do, said Shigaraki. Back with the students, Izuku was going to be entering the woods soon and try not to get scared by Class 1B, when suddenly pink mustard gas started going everywhere and knocked some of Class 1B out. What the? Said Izuku. Next thing they knew, villains came out of warp gates and attacked the students and pros. Dragon Zord, shouted Izuku. He punched some villains and knocked them out, then rushed into the forest to go find Ochako and the others. He saw Ochako and Tsu fighting a blonde girl with knives. Get away from them, shouted Izuku as he knocked the girl's knife out of her hand with his dagger. Oh, you must be the boy Ochako here likes, said the girl with a psychotic smile on her face. Piss off, said Ochako. Izuku then kicked the girl into a tree and knocked her unconscious. After that, he went over to Ochako and Tsu to see if they were okay. You girls okay? Asked Izuku. We're fine, Ribbit, said Tsu. That girl said she was gonna drink our blood, said Ochako. Mandalay then ran over to them. Have you seen Kota? I don't know where he is, she said. I think I might know where he went, said Izuku. Please go get him. I gotta get the other kids to safety, said Mandalay. You go find Kota, Izuku. We'll go help Mandalay and the others, said Ochako. After that, Izuku rushed up to the cliff that he talked to Kota on before. When he got there, he saw him about to be attacked by a giant villain. The villain was about to slam his fist down onto Kota, but then Izuku grabbed him and moved him out of the way at the last second. He's the one who killed my parents, said Kota while shaking. Damn right I did. My name's Muscular, and we're here for you, Izuku Yagi, shouted Muscular. Being called Yagi pissed Izuku off big time. My name is Izuku. Oliver, shouted Izuku. Yagi Oliver. It doesn't matter. You're coming with me, kid, said Muscular. Oh yeah, said Izuku before blowing into the dragon dagger. Suddenly, the dragon Zord appeared in front of the cliff and aimed its fingers at Muscular. Holy shit, said Muscular. Izuku then grabbed Kota and moved him out of the way, and then the dragon Zord fired multiple missiles at the villain. Once the missiles stopped and the smoke cleared, it showed Muscular unconscious and blasted into a hole formed in the mountain. Izuku unmorphed and checked to see if Kota was okay. Are you okay, Kota? asked Izuku. Kota hugged Izuku in tears. My hero, he said while crying. After that, Izuku brought Kota back to Mandalay and Aizawa. Guys, the villains are after me. One of them said so, said Izuku. All right, I'll send a telepathic message to the others to let them know, said Mandalay. Throughout the camp, all the teachers and students heard Mandalay's message. Listen up, students. The villains are after Izuku Oliver. We have him with us now and are bringing him back to you all, said Mandalay telepathically. After that, they went to the main building, where Ochako, Ida, Kirishima, Tokoyami, Sasha, James, and all the other students and teachers were there waiting for them. All right, everyone. All students get in the building. Other pros should be here soon, said Mandalay. Oh, we don't think so, said a voice. They all turned to see 7 menacing-looking rangers walking towards them. A/N Psycho Green and Psycho Silver are also there. The Psycho Rangers? Said Kylie. That can't be. The Space Rangers and the Lost Galaxy Rangers destroyed them decades ago, said Izuku. We're here for you, Izuku. Come with us now, and we'll let your friends live, said Psycho Red. I know better than to trust a Psycho Ranger, said Izuku as he pulled out his morpher. You guys got your morphers? Izuku whispered to Ochako, James, Sasha, Ida, Kirishima, Tokoyami, Kylie, and Ben. Yeah, but we can't morph here. Not with all these people watching, whispered Ochako. It doesn't matter. They had to find out we were the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers eventually. Might as well show them now, whispered Izuku. Izuku, Ochako, James, Sasha, Ida, Kirishima, Tokoyami whipped out their morphers, and Ben and Kylie held up theirs. They approached the Psycho Rangers. What are you kids doing? Get inside, shouted Aizawa. It's morphin' time, shouted Izuku. A/N play this song with it. There should be a GIF or video here. Update the app now to see it. Mastodon, shouted Tokoyami. Pterodactyl, shouted Ochako. Triceratops, shouted Ida. Saber-toothed tiger, shouted Sasha. Tyrannosaurus, shouted Kirishima. Tiger Zord, shouted James. Dragon Zord, shouted Izuku. The teenagers were all fully morphed. Ben and Kylie had also morphed into their ranger forms. Holy crap, said Kaminari. Uraraka, Ida, Kirishima, and Tokoyami are also Power Rangers? Said Momo. That's so manly, said Tetsu. You kids didn't tell me you were also Power Rangers, said Aizawa. Nizu knew. He'll explain it to you later, said Ochako. Sensei, get the others inside. We're the only ones powerful enough to fight these guys, said Izuku. You better know what you're doing, said Aizawa before he and the others all went inside. We don't care how many Power Rangers you've got. You're all gonna die, said Psycho Black. I don't think so, said Izuku as they all pulled out their weapons. Attack! Shouted Izuku and Psycho Red as both groups charged at one another. Izuku clashed with Psycho Green, Kirishima clashed with Psycho Red, Ida clashed with Psycho Blue, Sasha clashed with Psycho Yellow, Tokoyami clashed with Psycho Black, Ochako clashed with Psycho Pink, and James clashed with Psycho Silver. Ben and Kylie also tried to get some hits in. Izuku's weapon clashed with Psycho Green's. Izuku, please help me, said Psycho Green. Why would I help you? You're a villain, said Izuku. Izuku could hear Psycho Green crying underneath her helmet. Then she started laughing psychotically, then crying again, then laughing and crying at the same time. What the hell is wrong with you? Said Izuku. Suddenly, Psycho Red blasted Kirishima away, grabbed Izuku by the throat, and lifted him into the air. Let's see how you like being made powerless again, said Psycho Red as he ripped Izuku's morpher off his belt, and he turned back into his normal human form. Psycho Red then crushed Izuku's power coin and morpher. And oh, screamed Izuku. A portal then opened up, and the Psycho Rangers grabbed Izuku and pulled him into it before Ochako and the others could stop them. Then the portal closed. Captured, Izuku woke up tied to a chair in a dimly lit room. He tried to break free from the restraints, but it was no use. Hello? Anyone? Said Izuku. You can scream all you want. None of your friends can hear you, said Psycho Red as he and the other Psycho Rangers stepped out of the shadows. What do you people want from me? Said Izuku. We want you to suffer. The same way you made us suffer, said Psycho Red as they all unmorphed. Izuku was shocked when he saw who the Psycho Rangers were. Psycho Red was Toshinori, Psycho Silver was Inko, Psycho Blue was Shoto, Psycho Pink was Shoka, Psycho Black was Katsuki, Psycho Yellow was Katsumi, and Psycho Green, was Izumi. You, said Izuku. Damn right. You ruined our lives, Deku. So now we're gonna ruin yours, said Katsuki. Wait, said a voice. The Psycho Rangers turned around to see Lord Draken standing there. Give me a few minutes alone with the prisoner, said Draken. But sir, said Toshinori. That's an order, said Draken. Fine, said Toshinori as they left the room, leaving Izuku alone with Draken. Who are you? Your voice sounds familiar, said Izuku. They call me Lord Draken, but I think you know me better by my real name. Izuku, said Draken as he removed his helmet. Izuku widened his eyes when he saw who it was underneath the mask. Dad? Said Izuku in shock. Not quite. I am Tommy Oliver, just not from this earth, said Lord Draken. So you're from another universe, said Izuku. That's right. I conquer other worlds with my forces, and we've set our sights on this world next. But we need to prepare ourselves to fight people with quirks, so we're taking our time on this earth. But you see, I see potential in you. Izuku, said Draken. Me? Said Izuku. That's right. You have hatred in your heart, for your parents, for your bullies, for your sister, said Draken. I don't really hate Izumi anymore. She seems to really regret what she did, said Izuku. I know. I had a feeling she wasn't gonna want to join me, so I used the Psycho Green powers to put her under my control, said Lord Draken. You put my sister under mind control? Said Izuku. Yes, just like I was all those years ago. But I'm only using her and the other Psycho Rangers, because they also have hatred in their hearts, hatred for you. Once I've taken over this world, I'll dispose of them, said Lord Draken. And what about me? You'll just dispose of me too, once you have no more use for me? Said Izuku. No, you have more training than they do, and you're smarter than them. I actually have other uses for you. I can give you access to the multiverse and let you kill as many alternate versions of your family as you want in return, said Draken. I'll pass, said Izuku. Your loss. All right, you guys can come back in now, said Draken to the Psycho Rangers outside. Toshinori, Inko, Izumi, the Bakugo twins, and the Todoroki twins entered the room again. You know what to do, said Draken. With pleasure, said Toshinori as he and the others cracked their knuckles. Back at UA, Ochako and the others were worried sick about Izuku. The pros still had no lead on the league. They were all currently in the living room of the Heights Alliance dorms. Hammond, your parents fought the Psycho Rangers. Don't you know anything about how to stop them? Said Kirishima. They fought them. I didn't, said Kylie. What about your parents and the other Space Rangers? Can't they help us? Asked Ochako. They're away on another planet in another galaxy on some secret mission. They won't be back for a while, Kylie said. Hey, are you guys gonna explain to us how you also became Power Rangers? Asked Kaminari. I guess you kids deserve to know, said Tommy. The original Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, Nizu, and Aizawa entered the room. After that, they explained to the rest of Class 1A the story of how Izuku, Ochako, James, Sasha, Kirishima, Ida, and Tokoyami became the new Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Wow, that's a lot to take in, said Zero. We expect you to keep this completely confidential, said Nizu. Suddenly, the Rangers' watches started beeping. Rangers, I think I have located Izuku. Come to the command center, and I'll tell you, said Zordon. All right, we're on our way, said Tommy. After that, the new Mighty Morphin Rangers, the previous Might Morphin Rangers, and Nizu all teleported to the command center. All right, Zordon. How do we get Izuku back? Asked Ochako. Whenever a ranger morphs, they leave an energy signature behind. I have traced Izuku's energy signature to a building located in the city of Kamino, said Zordon. Well, let's go then, said Ochako. Hang on now. We should let the pros handle it, said Ida. I'll tell the Hero Association about this. You students don't have your licenses yet, so you'll sit this one out, said Nizu. Back with Izuku, the Psycho Rangers had just finished beating Izuku. They left the room, leaving Izuku alone with the blonde girl from the camp. Izuku spat up blood. What do you want? He said. I just think you're cute, said the girl as she approached Izuku. Back off, lady, said Izuku. I have a name, you know. It's Toga. Himiko Toga, said Toga. Well, you can piss off, Toga. I have a girlfriend, said Izuku. Oh, you mean Ochako? She's pretty cute, too. I enjoy drinking her blood, and I'm also gonna enjoy drinking yours, said Toga as she pulled out a knife and cut Izuku's arm with it, making him wince. Toga then licked the knife clean of Izuku's blood, careful not to cut her tongue. Delicious, said Toga. You're disgusting, said Izuku. After that, Toga left, leaving Izuku alone. "Please save me, guys," Izuku said in his head. The rescue part 1. Tommy, Kimberly, Jason, and multiple pro heroes all sat in the meeting room off Endeavor's hero agency. So Nizu apparently got an anonymous tip that Izuku Oliver is being held prisoner in a building located in Kamino. "We're going to be going there to rescue him. And we have 3 Power Rangers here to help us," said Endeavor as he pointed to Tommy, Kimberly, and Jason. After that, they went to the building in Kamino. Meanwhile, with Izuku was tied up in a chair still. This time, he was in the bar section of the League of Villains base. "Can we please kill him now?" asked Shoka as she, Shoto, Toshinori, Inko, Katsuki, Katsumi, and Izumi were in Psycho Ranger form. "Not yet," said Lord Draken. Suddenly, the wall burst open, and in came Tommy as the Black Dino Thunder Ranger, Kimberly as the Pink Ninjetti Ranger, Jason as the Gold Zeo Ranger, Endeavor, Aizawa, and multiple other pro heroes. Aizawa tied all the villains up with his capture gear. "Give us back our son," demanded Tommy and Kimberly. "I don't think so," said Draken before cutting through the capture gear with Saba and the Dragon Dagger. "Where did you get those weapons?" demanded Tommy. "From my universe, of course," said Draken. Suddenly, multiple warp gates opened up, and the villains all escaped with Izuku. "No? Oh," screamed Tommy. "Calm down, Tommy. We can still locate Izuku through his energy signature," said Kimberly. "You're right," said Tommy before activating his communicator. "Zordon, do you have a location on Izuku?" asked Tommy. "I do. He is located on the other side of Kamino in an abandoned warehouse. I am sending you the coordinates now," said Zordon. "All right, thanks," said Tommy before hanging up. "Who's Zordon?" asked Endeavor. "A friend," said Tommy. Back with Izuku. Izuku and the villains were then in a large warehouse with Nomus growing in tubes. "Where are we now?" asked Izuku before getting slapped in the face by Inko. "Quiet you," she said. "You're in my Nomo lab," said All for One as he stepped out of the shadows. "And who are you supposed to be?" asked Izuku. "I'm All for One, the creator of One for All, and the man who killed your grandmother, Nana Shimura," said AFO. Izuku turned his head to Toshinori. "You're working for the guy who killed your mentor? The woman who made you a hero?" said Izuku. "She took One for All away from me and my successors. All for One and Lord Draken made me a god again," said Toshinori. Izuku then turned his head to Inko. "What about you? You serve the man who killed your mother?" Izuku said. "She made my Izumi quirkless. This is just me getting even with her," said Inko. Suddenly, the wall to the warehouse burst open, and Tommy and the other Rangers and pros entered again. "Hand over Izuku," said Tommy. "Oh, we don't think so," said All for One. The heroes then fought the villains. During the fight, All for One released a giant blast of energy, which resulted in the building coming down. But right before it did, Tommy grabbed Izuku and shielded him from the building coming down on them. Izuku, Tommy, Kimberly, Jason, and the surviving heroes and villains pulled themselves out of the wreckage. The building was now one huge crater. Meanwhile, Ochako and the rest of Class 1A were all watching the news in the common area of the dorms. They couldn't believe that the entire building was destroyed. They were afraid Izuku was killed, but then they saw him and the others emerge from the wreckage. They also noticed what looked like a Power Ranger, wearing a white and green outfit, but he was on the villain's side. Suddenly, Ochako's, Kirishima's, Ida's, James's, Sasha's, and Tokoyami's watches started beeping. They answered them. "Rangers, come to the command center." "It's about Izuku," said Zordon. "We're on our way, Zordon," said James. After that, the 6 of them teleported to the command center where Zordon, Alpha, Zack, and Billy were. "So why did you call us here, Zordon?" asked Ochako. "I believe Izuku and the others are in grave danger. The League of Villains seems to have another Power Ranger on their side. One who appears to be a fusion of the Green and White Rangers," said Zordon. "We know that." "What's your point?" asked Ochako. "Izuku and the others won't be able to fight this new Ranger alone. That's why I'm sending you all there to go help them," said Zordon. "We can't do that. We don't have our licenses yet," said Ida. "Ida, Izuku's life is in danger. We have to go help him," said Ochako. "You will be morphed, so no one will know it's you. Also, I need your power coins for a moment." "Please hand them to Alpha," said Zordon. Ochako, Ida, James, Kirishima, Tokoyami, and Sasha all handed their morphers to Alpha, who then went into another room with them. A minute later, he came back with them and handed them to the teens. "Alpha, Billy, and I have upgraded your power coins and ranger forms to make you all stronger. We have also managed to repair and upgrade Izuku's power coin and morpher as well. When you see him, give them to him, said Zordon. Alright guys, let's go help Izuku, said Ochako. They then teleported to Japan. Hang on, Izuku. We're on our way, said Ochako in her head. The rescue part 2. Ochako and the others teleported near the crater where they saw Izuku and the others fighting the villains. The Psycho Rangers had already killed multiple heroes. Their corpses littered the ruins. The Psycho Rangers then removed their helmets. We want you to see our faces before we kill you, Deku, said Shoto. Shoto? Shoka? Said Endeavor and Tuya. The whole world was shocked. The Psycho Rangers were none other than Toshinori Yagi, Inko Yagi, Izumi Yagi, Shoto Todoroki, Shoka Todoroki, Katsuki Bakugo, and Katsumi Bakugo. Should have known those bitches would turn evil, said Ochako. We gotta help Izuku, said Kirishima. There's a new helicopter in the sky, though. The whole world will see us break the law, said Ida, pointing to a news helicopter in the sky. I have an idea, said Ochako as she activated her watch. Zordon, do you think there's a way you could jam the signal of the news helicopter in the sky? Asked Ochako. Billy can. Give him a few moments, said Zordon. A few moments later, the camera in the news helicopter broke down, and the people in the helicopter couldn't see what was going on down below because of how high they were. Okay, now we can go in, said Ida as they ran over to Izuku. Izuku, shouted Ochako. Izuku turned to see Ochako and the others standing there. They ran to his side. What are you guys doing here? You don't have your licenses, said Izuku. Zordon sent us to help you. He knew you and the others wouldn't be able to handle the villains on your own, said Ochako. Here you go, bro, said James as he handed Izuku his morpher with his power coin in it. I thought I destroyed that, shouted Toshinori. Zordon managed to put it back together and upgrade it, said Ochako. It's morphin' time, shouted Izuku. N play the video at the top and start it at 038. Mastodon, shouted Tokoyami. Pterodactyl, shouted Ochako. Triceratops, shouted Ida. Saber-toothed tiger, shouted Sasha. Tyrannosaurus, shouted Kirishima. Tiger Zord, shouted James. Dragon Zord, shouted Izuku. And oh, shouted Toshinori, but it was too late. They were all morphed in their new ranger outfits. This was Izuku's new outfit. This was James's, ignore the guy behind him. And this was the rest of them. Power Rangers! They all shouted as an explosion appeared behind them. Destroy them, shouted Lord Draken. The Psycho Rangers pulled out their weapons and charged at Izuku and the others, who charged right back at them. Izuku clashed with Toshinori. You fucking bastard. You were quirkless like me. Have you completely forgotten who you used to be? Said Izuku. I was a weakling, but then I became a god. But then that bitch Nana took my power away from me, said Toshinori. And what about One for All? You could have given it to me since I was also quirkless, but instead you gave it to not just one, but all 5 of the people who bullied me for a decade, said Izuku. I knew they were bullying you, which is the other reason why I gave them One for All. Not just because they had powerful quirks, but also because they were putting a quirkless brat like you in your place. Toshinori mocked. Izuku gritted his teeth, and he unleashed his fighting spirit. He then swung the dragon dagger at Toshinori repeatedly, unleashing maneuvers he had never even tried before. It then cut to Ochako fighting Shoka. You know, back when we were kids, I also had a crush on Deku. But then when I found out he was quirkless, I realized what a weakling he was, said Shoka as she and Ochako fired arrows at each other. This angered Ochako, and she unleashed one huge, charged-up arrow and fired it at Shoka, damaging her armor. It then cut back to Izuku and All Might fighting. Time to finish this once and for all, said Toshinori as he grabbed Izuku's morpher and tried to rip it off his belt, but he couldn't. What? He said. Zordon's upgraded all our morphers. You can't destroy them now, said Ochako. What? And oh, screamed Toshinori. Izuku then charged up the power in his dragon dagger, and he swung one massive blow to Toshinori, shattering his armor and leaving him in his normal human form and unconscious. James then charged up Saba and blasted one huge blast at Inko, destroying her armor and knocking her out unconscious as well. Alright guys, we all know what to do for the rest of them, said Kirishima. Right? The others said. Kirishima, Ida, Sasha, Tokoyami, and Ochako then put their weapons together and turned it into the power blaster. Power blaster, they all shouted. And oh, screamed Izumi and the Bakugo and Todoroki twins. But it was too late. They Rangers fired a massive blast of energy at the remaining Psycho Rangers, and they were all defeated, except for one. Shoto, Shoka, Katsumi, and Katsuki were all defeated and their armor was destroyed. But Izumi's Psycho Green Ranger armor was still intact, and she pulled herself out of the wreckage. The Rangers noticed that Izumi's eyes were glowing green. Izumi, I know you're in there. I know you're not in control of yourself. The Psycho Green Ranger powers are controlling your mind, but you can fight it. Come back to me, Izumi. Please. Izuku pleaded. Izumi then started laughing hysterically, then crying. Then she was both laughing and crying at the same time. Izumi Yagi is dead, said Psycho Green before teleporting away. Where did she go? She wasn't supposed to leave without my permission, said Lord Draken. It seems your plan has failed. I should have known better than to trust you, said All for One before leaving through a warp gate. God damn it, no, said Draken. Give it up, Lord Draken. You're outnumbered, said Izuku as he and all the other Rangers surrounded. Never. I will conquer this world. Not today, but soon, said Lord Draken before teleporting away. After that, the pros arrested Tashinori and the others. No, I was supposed to win. It's not fair, screamed Tashinori. It's completely fair. This is just what you deserve, old man, said Izuku. Endeavor and Tuya handcuffed Shoto and Shoka and brought them into the police vehicle. You two have disappointed me, said Endeavor. Best Jeanist tied up Katsuki and Katsumi and brought them into the police vehicle. I expected better from you both, Best Jeanist said. Gran Torino then brought Inko into the police vehicle. Your mother would be so disappointed in you, Inko, said Gran Torino. After that, Tashinori, Inko, the Bakugo twins, and the Todoroki twins were all locked up in the police vehicle, and it drove away. Izuku then saw Shigaraki emerge from the wreckage. The pros and other Rangers all got in fighting stances, but then Shigaraki collapsed to his knees. My master, he abandoned me, said Shigaraki. Stand down, everyone, said Izuku. But Izuku said Ochako. Stand down, said Izuku. Izuku then walked over to Shigaraki and helped him back onto his feet. I understand what you've been through. I know what it's like to be abandoned and forgotten about, but you can do some good in the world. Help us defeat the League of Villains, said Izuku as he removed his helmet. I have nothing, said Shigaraki. You have me. Besides Izumi and Inko, I'm the only family you have left. I can get the pros to pardon you. If you agree to help us stop the League, all you have to do is take my hand, Tenko, said Izuku as he extended his hand out for Tenko to take. How do you know my real name? Asked Tenko. I looked you up right after the mall incident. I wanted to know more about you, said Izuku. If I take your hand, I'll just disintegrate it, said Tenko. I don't believe that. I believe your quirk is tied to your emotions. Concentrate. Think of happy thoughts and take my hand, said Izuku. Tenko was about to take Izuku's hand. Izuku, don't. You'll lose your hand, said James. No, I won't, said Izuku. Tenko took his hand, and it didn't disintegrate. Instead, Tenko's skin turned smoother, and his hair turned black again. Welcome back to the family, Tenko, said Izuku. Popularity soars. A few weeks later, Izuku and the others were able to recover from the events in Kamino. Tashinori, Inko, Katsuki, Katsumi, Shoto, and Shoka were put in more secure prison cells, ones that had anti-portal energy fields around them. Izuku had also told Tommy and the others about Lord Draken. They said they would contact other universes and see if they knew anything about him. Izuku and the others had already gotten their provisional hero licenses and were now allowed to do hero work legally. And yes, I know some of you are going to be upset at me for skipping the provisional license exam arc, but it doesn't really have much to do with the plot of this book, so I decided to skip it. Izuku and the other Rangers had just finished taking down a group of villains in downtown Mizudafu when a group of reporters surrounded them. Mr. Oliver, how does it feel to possibly be the next #1 hero? Asked one reporter. Do the other members of your team also have quirks similar to yours? Or did you use your quirk to create their ranger costumes? Asked another reporter. Are we truly rid of the Psycho Rangers? Asked another reporter. What will you do if your sister attacks again? Asked another reporter. Who was that white and green ranger seen at the Battle of Kamino? Asked yet another reporter. Look, The answers to some of your questions are classified. Just know that we're here to protect the Earth from any threat, said Izuku. After that, they teleported back to the dorms. When they got there, they saw Tenko drawing with Eri. Tenko was living with Class 1A in the dorms now, since he was pardoned of his crimes and pretty much had nowhere else to go. The other students still weren't comfortable having him around, though. Hey, everyone, said Izuku as he and the others unmorphed. Hi, Daddy, said Eri. Hey, cousin, said Tenko. How you guys doing? Asked Izuku. Good, said Eri and Tenko. Also, Izuku, there's something I want to talk to you about, said Ochako. What is it? Asked Izuku. My parents want to meet you, said Ochako. Okay then, said Izuku. Meeting Ochako's parents. Izuku and Ochako stood outside Ochako's parents' apartment. You ready? Asked Ochako. Ready as I'll ever be, said Izuku. They knocked on the door, and Ochako's parents answered it. Well, hello there. You must be Izuku, said Mrs. Uraraka. Hi there, said Izuku. Come on in, said Mr. Uraraka. Izuku and Ochako entered the apartment. Then they all sat down on the couches. So first of all, we wanted to thank you for saving our daughter, Izuku, said Mr. Uraraka. You're welcome, sir, said Izuku. So when are we gonna meet our grandchild? Asked Mrs. Uraraka. Soon. Eri can't leave the school yet because the pros are worried the Yakuza will come after her if she does, said Ochako. So how did you become a Power Ranger like Izuku, Ochako? Asked Mr. Uraraka. Izuku and Ochako had gotten permission from Zordon to tell Ochako's parents how she became a Power Ranger. So they told them the whole story. Now that you know everything, we expect you to keep this completely secret, said Ochako. Don't worry, sweetie. We will, said Mrs. Uraraka. After that, they had dinner together. Then Izuku and Ochako said goodbye and went back to the dorms. Meanwhile, on the moon, Izumi, who was being controlled by the Psycho Green Ranger powers, stood on the moon, and her power began to grow. Please let me go, said Izumi. No can do, Izumi. You're mine now. And soon the end of the Rangers shall come, said the voice in Izumi's head as her body began to glow green. The raid. A few days later, Izuku and the others went to their work studies. Izuku and his class met the big three, Mirio Togata, Nijire Hato, and Tamaki Yamajiki. Izuku and Mirio went to intern with Sir Night-Eye, who was one of All Might's former sidekicks. So what am I supposed to expect from Sir Night-Eye, Mirio? Asked Izuku as they walked to Night-Eye's headquarters. Just try to make him laugh, said Mirio. Once they entered Night-Eye's office, the first thing they saw was a girl with blue skin and wearing a hero costume strapped to a torture machine and being tickled in the armpits with feathers by the machine. Night-Eye was standing in front of her, watching. What the? Said Izuku. Night-Eye saw Izuku and Mirio standing there in the doorway and deactivated the machine. You must be Izuku. All Might told me a lot about you. Before you were diagnosed quirkless, that is, said Night-Eye. I'm not quirkless. I was just misdiagnosed, said Izuku. Lemillion? Bubble Girl? Could you step outside for a few minutes? Said Night-Eye. Of course, they both said before leaving the room. Night-Eye then turned his attention back to Izuku. I know you're really quirkless. It's obvious your Green Ranger powers aren't a quirk at all, said Night-Eye. If you're gonna insult me for being quirkless like so many other did, then I'm just gonna dash. No, it's not that. I have nothing against quirkless people. I'm just saying that it's obvious you don't have an actual quirk, and other people know that too, said Night-Eye. What do you mean? Asked Izuku. You don't spend a lot of time on the internet, do you? There are a large number of people who don't buy the misdiagnosed quirkless story and know that you don't actually have a quirk. And a lot of them are very toxic about it. There is a very large percentage of the public who are against quirkless people like your parents and bullies were, and those people actually support All Might, Green Magnet, and your bullies, said Night-Eye. Izuku was upset by this. There were still many racist people in the world. As for me, I've been against All Might and his wife for some time now. Do you know what One for All is? Night-Eye asked. Yeah, it was All Might's quirk, as well as my grandmother's. I overheard him talking to Izumi, the Bakugo twins, and the Todoroki twins about it, saying he was going to give it to them all, said Izuku. Well, when he called me and told me he was going to do that, I was immediately against it. I told him it was too risky passing One for All on to multiple people at once. I suggested he give it to Mirio, but he had done his research on him. He said that Mirio doesn't put mistakes in their place, so he'll never be a real hero. I was confused as to what he meant by that. Then, about a month ago, I saw him attacking you, the Pink Ranger, and the White Ranger on the news. Then I saw him nearly murder a bunch of children, and then I saw all the horrible things that he, his wife, his daughter, and her friends did to you. And I finally understood what he meant. I once considered All Might my best friend, and I was his biggest fan. But then when I saw what a monster he was, I wanted nothing more to do with him, said Night Eye. Izuku then noticed there was a large amount of All Might merchandise crammed into a trash can in the corner of the room. Some of it was some really rare and once valuable merch. Anyways, now that you're here, there's something important you and your fellow Power Rangers are needed for, said Night Eye. What is it? Asked Izuku. A few days later, Izuku, Ochako, Ida, James, Sasha, Tokoyami, Kirishima, Ben, Kylie, Tsu, Mirio, Nijire, Tamaki, and multiple pro heroes arrived at Night Eye's office and sat at a large table in a meeting room. Now that you're all here, we can discuss what's going on, said Night Eye as he activated the screen on the wall, showing a picture of Overhaul. This is Kai Chisaki, also known as Overhaul. He's the current head of the Yakuza and the 8 Precepts of Death. He and them were experimenting on a little girl because of her quirk and used her blood to create quirk erasing bullets. We're going to be going to the Yakuza's base to stop them, said Night Eye. After that, they all went to the Yakuza base and stood outside. They had evacuated the neighborhood, but there were still a large number of anti-quirkless protesters there to harass Izuku. Quirkless trash, shouted one protester. You have no place in our society, shouted another protester. Piss off. And for your information, I have a quirk, said Izuku. Bullshit. It's obvious your morpher thing gives you your powers. You don't actually have a quirk, you freak. All Might should have killed you, shouted yet another protester. Izuku just flipped them off and ignored them. One of the cops activated the speaker on the front gate. Open up. We have a warrant for the arrest of Chikasaki, said the cop, but as soon as he did, a giant villain burst through the front gates and started attacking them. Izuku and the other rangers morphed, and the anti-quirkless protesters ran away scared. Ryuku turned into a giant dragon and she and Nijire fought the villain, while Izuku, his fellow rangers, Night Eye, Mirio, Tamaki, and a few other pros and cops headed inside the building. /N. I'm not gonna show all the fights that happened during the raid because I don't have the energy. Instead, I'm gonna skip to the fight with Overhaul, Izuku, Ochako, Ben, Tsu, Mirio, and Night Eye entered a large room, where Overhaul was there waiting for them. You stole my property from me. Now you're going to pay. Overhaul shouted. Eri was never your property. She was a scared little girl who you tortured and experimented on. And now we're gonna make you feel the same pain you made her feel, said Izuku. The Rangers and other heroes clashed with Overhaul. During the fight, Mirio got shot with a quirk erasing bullet, causing him to lose his quirk. Night Eye was also gravely injured in the fight, and Ochako, Ben, and Tsu brought him and Mirio to safety. Night Eye had also seen Izuku's future when he touched him, and it wasn't good. Izuku is going to die, said Night Eye gravely. What? Said Ochako. I saw his future. Overhaul's going to kill him, said Night Eye. We can't let that happen. We have to prevent it, said Ochako. We can't. I've tried to change the future before. It never works. It's impossible to change one's future, said Night Eye. That's not true. My mom and most of the other Time Force Rangers come from the future. They once learned that my dad was supposed to die, but they and my dad were able to change his future and alter the course of history. If they could change the future, then so can we, said Ben determinedly. He's right. We've got to help Izuku, said Ochako. But you don't understand. I saw how he dies. Overhaul takes on an incredibly powerful form, said Night Eye. How powerful? Asked Tsu. Back with Izuku and Overhaul. Time to kick things up a notch, said Overhaul as he started to mutate and grow. How are you doing that? Said Izuku. I've been given a few enhancements. Courtesy of Lord Draken, said Overhaul. Of course Draken would team up with this monster also, Izuku said in his head. Overhaul got so big that he emerged out of the ground and onto the street level. He was now a giant monster. Ochako, James, Ida, Kirishima, Sasha, and Tokoyami all regrouped with Izuku. You guys thinking what I'm thinking? Izuku said. Hell yeah, the other Mighty Morphin Rangers said. We need dinosaur power. Now, shouted Kirishima. Megazord battle. The Tyrannosaurus Zord, Saber-Tooth Tiger Zord, Triceratops Zord, Pterodactyl Zord, and Mastodon Zord all teleported to their area. Then they combined. Replace Jason, Zack, Billy, Trini, and Kimberly with Kirishima, Tokoyami, Ida, Sasha, and Ochako in the video below. There should be a GIF or video here. Update the app now to see it. Izuku also used the Dragon Dagger to summon the Dragon Zord, and James summoned the Tiger Zord, which then converted to Warrior mode. The Zords clashed with the monstrous Overhaul, but he was too powerful. We need to combine even more, said Ida. Izuku then played another tune on the Dragon Dagger, and the Dragon Zord combined with the Megazord. I don't care how many of your robots you have. I'll kill you all, roared Overhaul. The Dragon Megazord then used its weapon to launch Overhaul into a nearby body of water, knocking him unconscious and reverting him back to his normal form. The Megazord picked Overhaul up and set him down in front of the pros and cops, who then detained him. The Rangers then got out of the Megazord, and the Zords teleported away. We did it, Rangers. We took down a monster with our Zords for the first time, said James. Guys, said Sue. They turned around and saw Sue, Ben, Kylie, and Mirio holding Night Eye, who was losing a lot of blood. We have to get Night Eye to a hospital. Now, said Izuku. After that, Overhaul and the rest of the Yakuza were taken to prison, and Night Eye, Mirio, and all the other injured pros were taken to the hospital. Izuku and Mirio heard that Night Eye wasn't going to make it, so they went to his room to be there for him in his final moments. They stood at the side of his hospital bed. Master, you can't die yet, Mirio cried. I'm afraid there's nothing that can be done. Keep smiling, Mirio, and be the best hero you can be, said Night Eye weakly. He then turned his head to Izuku. Give me your hand, Izuku, said Night Eye, as he reached his hand out for Izuku to take. Izuku took Night Eye's hand, and Night Eye saw his future. Izuku would become the greatest pro hero and Power Ranger ever to exist. He would be a devoted husband and father, and would unite the world. The future is bright. The future is bright, said Night Eye. And those were his last words. Mirio broke down and started crying, and so did Izuku. Then the day of Night Eye's funeral came. Izuku, Mirio, Nijire, Tamaki, Ochako, Eri, Kirishima, Sue, Ida, Tokoyami, James, Sasha, and many pro heroes showed up to the service. At then end, Izuku, Ochako, and Eri walked home together. When they got back to the dorms, they saw Tommy and Kimberly there waiting for them. What are you guys doing here? Asked Izuku. I know this probably isn't the best time, but there's something you should know, Izuku, said Kimberly. What is it? Asked Izuku. We've located Izumi, said Tommy, putting the team together. You did? Where is she? Izuku asked. She's on the moon. We picked up some strange energy waves coming from there, and we saw her there through the viewing globe, said Kimberly. Let's go get her then, said Izuku. It's not that simple. We believe she's still under the control of the Green Psycho Ranger. She could be incredibly powerful and dangerous. The only way to stop her is to fight fire with fire, or in other words, fight a Green Ranger with other Green Rangers, said Tommy. What do you mean? Asked Izuku. I've contacted every other Green Ranger here on Earth to help us fight Izumi, plus a few others. I'm also going to be joining you, said Tommy. But how? The only Green Ranger you've ever been is the mighty morphing one. And that's currently my form, Dad, said Izuku. Zordon and Ninja found a way to temporarily duplicate the Green Ranger power coin and morpher, so we'll both be mighty morphing green. Now let's start planning the attack, said Tommy. A few days later, Izuku and Tommy arrived at a plane hangar on the outskirts of Japan, where Adam, Trip, a bunch of other guys, and one girl the same age as Izuku were. Izuku, you already know Adam and Trip. They're gonna be going as the Green Zeo Ranger and the Green Time Force Ranger, said Tommy. Good to see you again, Izuku, said Adam. Hey, green hair buddy, said Trip. This is Carlos Veilroot. I told you about him before. He's mainly the Black Space Ranger, but for this mission he's gonna be going back to the Green Turbo Ranger, said Tommy. Nice to meet you, Izuku, said Carlos. I thought the Space Rangers were away on a secret mission, said Izuku. I was allowed to take a temporary leave of absence to help you save your sister, said Carlos. This is Damon Henderson. He's the Green Lost Galaxy Ranger, said Tommy. Hey, kid, said Damon. The guy in the cowboy hat is Joel Rawlings. He's the Green Lightspeed Rescue Ranger, said Tommy. Pleasure to make your acquaintance, Izuku, said Joel as he tipped his hat off. This is Cameron Watanabe. He's the Green Samurai Ranger for the Ninja Storm Rangers, said Tommy. Nice to meet you, Izuku. You can just call me Cam, said Cam. This is Xander Bly. He's the Green Mystic Forge Ranger, said Tommy. Cheers, mate, said Xander. This is Mike. He's the Green Samurai Ranger for the Samurai Power Rangers, said Tommy. Sup, Izuku, said Mike. This is Jake Holling, Green Super Megaforce Ranger, as well as the Black Megaforce Ranger occasionally, said Tommy. Nice to meet you, kid, said Jake. This is Izzy Garcia, Green Dino Fury Ranger. She's a part of the newest Ranger team, said Tommy. Hi, Izuku, said Izzy. This is Ziggy Grover. He's the Green RPM Ranger, said Tommy. Hey, Izuku, said Ziggy. And this is Riley Griffin, Green Dino Charge Ranger, said Tommy. Nice to meet you, Izuku, said Riley. I didn't know there was an RPM team and a Dino Charge team, said Izuku. There isn't. At least, not in our universe, said Tommy. We're from other universes. In my universe, quirks don't exist. And dinosaurs never went extinct, either, said Riley. Quirks don't exist in my universe, either. And the world was once ruled by an evil AI called Venjix, said Ziggy. Suddenly, a portal opened up, and out came a man with brown hair and wearing a green and gray uniform of some sort. Bridge, what are you doing here? Asked Xander. I came back in time to help you all, said the man. Who is this? Asked Izuku. This is Bridge Carson. He's a Power Ranger from the future who we've worked with a few times before, said Tommy. You're Izuku Oliver. You're Eri, Tommy, and Kimberly's dad, said Bridge. Eri's my daughter. But I'm not Tommy and Kimberly's dad. Tommy's my dad, and Kimberly's my mom, said Izuku. No, I'm Minu. Sorry. Spoilers. Forget I said anything, said Bridge. Why are you here, Bridge? Asked Tommy. Well, like I said, I'm here to help you all. The battle you're about to fight in was one of the most legendary battles in Ranger history. But the history books say there were 15 Green Rangers who went up against Psycho Green, not 14. The organization I'm a part of, SPD, believes that it's one of their Green Rangers who goes back in time to help the other Green Rangers. So they sent me back here. I'm actually the SPD Red Ranger, but I started out as the SPD Green Ranger. I'm gonna temporarily be going back to that Ranger form to help you all, said Bridge. He then held up the SPD Green Ranger Morpher. I borrowed this from Tommy, a friend of mine, and I'm here to join the fight, said Bridge. Well, we could definitely use the extra help, said Tommy. So how are we gonna get to the moon? Asked Izuku. The lights in the back of the hangar turned on, and they saw a giant spaceship, the Astromegaship MK3. It's the ship I took to get here to Earth. We'll be flying it to the moon, said Carlos. Now let's go save Izumi, said Tommy. They got in the ship and took off to the stars. While they waited to reach the moon, they all sat in the meeting room of the ship. Tommy pulled up a couple of holograms for them all to see. One was a picture of a group of 5 people, and one was a picture of the Psycho Green Ranger. Here's all the info we have on Psycho Green. The Psycho Green Ranger was once a Green Ranger named Trek. He was from the planet Zybria and a part of the Supersonic Power Rangers. One day, he betrayed his team and got them all killed. Then he was recruited by Dark Spectre and became the Psycho Green Ranger. In the year 1869, he was sent by Dark Spectre to release Rita Repulsa from her prison on the moon. But the defense cannon Zordon set up had shot his ship down, putting him in hypersleep. Then, 100 years later, when Neil Armstrong first set foot on the moon, it awoken Psycho Green from his nap. Zordon then recruited the original team of Mighty Morphin Rangers to stop Psycho Green. They were able to destroy the Psycho Green Ranger, but most of them ended up sacrificing their lives to do so. We've learned that Lord Draken was able to get his hands on what was left of Psycho Green's power, and he gave it to Izumi. We believe that Trek's conscience was stored in the Psycho Green powers, and now he's controlling Izumi. So now it's our job to save her, said Tommy. A few minutes later, they landed on the moon. Carlos was about to open the airlock. Wait, how will we be able to breathe? Asked Izuku. There's an oxygen field that was set up on this part of the moon a long time ago. We'll be fine, said Tommy. They stepped foot outside and readied for battle. Suddenly, Psycho Green landed in front of them. Looking for me? Said Psycho Green in a dark and terrifying voice. Give me back my sister, demanded Izuku. Come and get her, said Psycho Green. The Rangers pulled out their morphers. You guys ready? Asked Izuku. Hell yeah, said the other Green Rangers. It's morphin' time, shouted Tommy. Forever Green. Izuku and Tommy both pulled out their morphers. Dragon Zord, they both shouted. Izuku was in his Mighty Morphin Green Ranger form, and Tommy was in the original Mighty Morphin Green Ranger form. Adam activated his Zeomorpher. Zeo Ranger 4. Green, shouted Adam. Carlos activated his Turbomorpher. Shift into Turbo, shouted Carlos. Damon activated his Galaxy Morpher. Go. Galactic, shouted Damon. Joel activated his Lightspeed Rescue Morpher. Lightspeed. Rescue, shouted Joel. Trip activated his Time Force Morpher. Time Force, shouted Trip. Cam activated his Samurai Morpher. Samurai Storm. Ranger Form, shouted Cam. Bridge activated his SPD Morpher. SPD. Emergency, shouted Bridge. Xander activated his Mystic Force Morpher. Magical Source. Mystic Force, shouted Xander. Ziggy activated his RPM Morpher. RPM. Get in gear, shouted Ziggy. Mike activated his Samuraiser. Samuraiser. Go Samurai, shouted Mike. Jake activated his Super Mega Force Morpher. Super Mega Mode, shouted Jake. Riley activated his Dino Charge Morpher. Energize. Unleash the power, shouted Riley. And finally, Izzy activated her Dino Fury Morpher. Dino Fury Key activate. Link 2 morphing grid, shouted Izzy. They were all now fully morphed as Green Rangers. I don't care how many Green Rangers you have. You're all going to die, shouted Psycho Green. Izuku turned his head to his fellow Green Rangers. Let's go save my sister, said Izuku. Right, they all said before charging at Psycho Green. Even though they outnumbered Psycho Green by 15-1, she was still way too powerful for them to beat. Bridge. How did the history books say we win this fight? Asked Izuku. I don't know. They didn't go into full detail, said Bridge. I have an idea. Any Green Ranger who has a Batlizer, use it now. Izuku, it's time I gave you the thing I told you about back at the youth center, said Tommy. Tommy then pulled out something, a new morpher. What's this for? Asked Izuku. A while ago, I discovered the Green Dino Gem and learned that it linked to the Parasaurzer Dino Morpher, which allows whoever wears it and whoever is worthy to morph into the Green Dino Thunder Ranger. The only person I trust with it is you, said Tommy. Izuku unmorphed, then took the Dino Morpher and put it on his wrist. Dino Thunder. Power up. MHA, shouted Izuku. He was now the Green Dino Thunder Ranger. Wow, this feels amazing, said Izuku. Doesn't matter how many Green Rangers you can turn into. I'll destroy you, Deku, shouted Psycho Green. Izuku clashed with Psycho Green in his new Ranger form, but Psycho Green then began to grow. Izuku realized he needed to kick things up a notch. Super Dino Mode, shouted Izuku. He unleashed multiple devastating blows at Psycho Green, but it still wasn't enough. Psycho Green unleashed a massive blast of energy at Izuku, causing him to unmorph. Psycho Green was about to finish Izuku off. No, Izuku, Izumi said in her head. Then, Psycho Green stopped moving. Deep within Izumi's mind, Izumi was back in the void of One for All, and there was a man with long green hair and a gem in his forehead there with her. Who are you? Asked Izumi. My name is Trek. I'm the Green Psycho Ranger, and before that I was the Green Supersonic Ranger. You seem to be regaining control of your body, but I'll put a stop to that, said Trek. Oh, we don't think so, said a voice that was familiar to Izumi. Izumi and Trek turned and saw Nana Shimura and the previous holders of One for All there, minus Tashinori and the Bakugo and Todoroki twins. You must be the former wielders of One for All. All for One told me about you people. What do you want? Said Trek. You're going to let my granddaughter go and rot in hell, said Nana. Oh, so now you consider her your granddaughter, said Trek. She's learned her lesson. There's still good in her, which is why we're gonna help her regain control of her body, said Nana. The previous holders of One for All unleashed their power on Trek, and he exploded in a flurry of green flames. The holders then turned their attention to Izumi. You've redeemed yourself, Izumi, which is why we're giving you One for All back, as well as your telekinesis quirk, said Nana. Thank you, Grandma, but I don't want either of them. I know someone else who should have them instead, said Izumi. Back outside Izumi's mind, Psycho Green had just exploded into green flames, and in his place laid a person. When Izuku and the other Green Rangers got closer, they realized it was another Green Ranger laying on the ground. It's this Ranger, but with a female body and skirt. Is that Psycho Green? Asked Mike. I'm not sure. That's the Green Supersonic Ranger, the Ranger that Psycho Green used to be, But it looks like it's a girl wearing the outfit, said Tommy. The green supersonic ranger then stood up. The other green rangers got in fighting stances, but then supersonic green took her helmet off, revealing her to be Izumi. Izumi, said Izuku. It's me, Izuku. I'm back, said Izumi. I don't understand. How are you the green supersonic ranger? And what happened to Psycho Green? Asked Izuku. Psycho Green is gone. Grandma and the previous holders of One for All got rid of him. I guess some of his original energy stayed with me. So now I can turn into the green supersonic ranger, said Izumi. Well, I'm glad you're okay, said Izuku. The two twins then hugged. I'm so sorry for bullying you, said Izumi with tears in her eyes. It's okay. I forgive you, sis, said Izuku. The two then stopped hugging. Grandma also gave me One for All and my telekinesis quirk back, but I don't want them. I want to give them to someone else instead, said Izumi. Who? Asked Izuku. You, Izuku, said Izumi, the next holder of One for All. Nah, I'll pass, said Izuku. Wait, what? Said Izumi. I don't need One for All. I'm powerful enough with both the Mighty Morphing and Dino Thunder Green Ranger forms, said Izuku. Well, I definitely don't want One for All or my telekinesis quirk anymore. I'm not worthy, said Izumi. Don't worry. I know someone who is, said Izuku. A few hours later, once they arrived back on Earth and at UA, they, minus Izumi, received a warm welcome from the other students. Tenko approached Izumi. So I assume Izuku told you the truth about me? He asked. He did. It's good to meet you, cousin, said Izumi. Izuku and Izumi then went to the third-year dorms to see Mirio. Glad to see you return safely from the moon, Izuku. And this must be your sister, said Mirio. She is. But there's something we'd like to discuss with you. Tagata, said Izuku. What is it? Asked Mirio. They then told him about One for All. This is all incredibly fascinating. But why are you telling me this? Asked Mirio. Because we'd like to give you One for All. Night I wanted you to have it, and you currently don't have a quirk, so you're perfect for it. Do you accept? Asked Izumi. I do, said Mirio. Mirio ate a piece of Izumi's hair. And about an hour later, he had One for All, plus Izumi's quirk, Shoto's and Shoka's quirks, which combined into an even more powerful ice and fire quirk, Katsuki's and Katsumi's quirks, which combined into an even more powerful explosion quirk, and the quirks of all the previous holders of One for All. Meanwhile, All for One was currently sitting in his throne room by himself, when suddenly Lord Draken came out of a portal. You again? What do you want? Asked All for One. You thought you could just betray me and get away with it? I'm here to have my revenge, said Draken. All for One tried to kill Lord Draken, but Draken had countermeasures to all his attacks. Draken then stabbed All for One in the chest with the dragon dagger. I don't understand. How were you able to evade all my attacks? Asked All for One weakly. I've been studying you for a while now. I've even killed some alternate versions of you who were slightly weaker to prepare myself to kill you. I have countermeasures for all your attacks, said Draken. You will never win, said All for One weakly. I already have, said Lord Draken before slicing All for One's head off with Saba. The rest of the League of Villains heard the noise and came in the room and saw Lord Draken standing over All for One's headless corpse. You all serve me now, said Lord Draken. The beginning of the end. Izuku woke up in bed next to Ochako and Eri. Since they were a family now, they would normally sleep in the same bed together. Izuku and Ochako never did you know what, though? Not just because Eri was in the room, but also because they were underage. Even though in Japan the legal age of consent is 13, Izuku and Ochako had been spending a lot of time in America and decided to follow their consent rules. All of a sudden, there was a loud boom heard. The three of them immediately jolted out of bed and Izuku opened up the curtains to look out the window. Babe? You might want to see this, Izuku said. Ochako, as well as Eri, looked out the window to see an entire fleet of flying warships attacking the city. Suddenly, Izuku's and Ochako's watches began beeping, and they both answered them. Yeah, Dad. We're seeing it now, Izuku said. Both of you get to the 1A classroom. And hurry. Bring all your classmates, too, Tommy said. Izuku, Ochako, Eri, and the rest of their classmates all headed to the 1A classroom, where Tommy, Kimberly, Aizawa, Vlad King, and Class 1B also were. We've learned that Lord Draken has killed All for One and taken control of the League of Villains. He and his armies are attacking all over Japan, and soon they'll set their sights on the rest of the world. Many pro heroes, including the Big Three, are trying to fight the army and evacuate the civilians. But it's not enough. With all due respect, Dad, but I don't think all these students are ranger material. Plus, how are you going to give them all ranger forms? I doubt there's that many to go around, Izuku said. I know our class has been rivals with yours for some time, and we know Monoma sold you all out, but we have a common enemy and need to work together, said Kendo. A/N. I forgot to add a part where they find out that Monoma is the traitor. So instead, I'm just going to say that right after the Rangers rescued Izuku, Tenko told the pros that Monoma was a spy and they arrested him, and Ninja, Billy, Zordon, and other Rangers teams were able to create more Ranger forms for the rest of the students. So we're good. We even already gave Ranger forms to 3 people here that aren't in either class, said Tommy. Who? Izumi asked. The door slid open and a person in the form of a purple ninja storm ranger, a person in the form of the red turbo ranger, and a person in the form of the black Dino Thunder Ranger entered. Power down, they all said. The purple ninja storm ranger was revealed to be Shinso, the red turbo ranger who was revealed to be a fully healed Tensei, and the black Dino Thunder Ranger was revealed to be Tenko. Surprised, Tenko said as he and Shinso held up their arms, showing their morphers that they wore on their wrists, and Tensei held up his morphed and morpher key. Brother, you're okay. Tenya cried as he ran over to his brother and hugged him. Dad, you gave away the black Dino Thunder Ranger form and red Turbo Ranger form? Now you have even less power. Izuku said. It's okay, Izuku. I still have the red Zeo Ranger form, so I can still fight, said Tommy as he helped up his master morpher. I don't understand though. How were you able to heal my brother? Ida asked. The Rangers have some pretty impressive tech from space. They were able to heal my legs, but not me engine. Tommy and I go way back, so he gave me the red turbo morpher, said Tensei. Shinso, why are you a Power Ranger? Kaminari asked. Because I want to be a hero, that's why, Shinso said. And you, Tenko? The Black Dino Gym decided you were worthy? Izumi asked. It did. I'm ready to redeem myself for my sins, Tenko said. What about the rest of us? What Ranger forms are we getting? Tetsu asked. Here you all go, said Kimberly as she and Tommy passed out morphers to everyone. Tsu, you are? Said Tommy. Tsu morphed. The Green Beast Morpher Ranger, said Tommy. Kyoka, you are? Tommy said. Jiro morphed. The Yellow Supersonic Ranger, Tommy said. Mina, you are? Said Tommy. Mina morphed. The Pink Alien Ranger, said Tommy. Momo, Ben told us you're very skilled and talented, so we've decided you're worthy of a morpher that belonged to a ranger that's now deceased. Use it with honor, said Tommy as he handed Momo a red morpher. You are? Said Tommy. Momo morphed. The new red Ninja Storm Ranger, Tommy said. Toru, you're very stealthy. So you will be? Said Tommy. Toru morphed. The Green Ninja Steel Ranger, said Tommy. Koji, you are? Said Tommy. Kota morphed. The Gold Jungle Fury Ranger. Your quirk is tied to the animal spirits, so you're perfect to be this ranger, said Tommy. Yuga, you are? Tommy said. Aoyama morphed. The Silver Mystic Force Ranger, Tommy said. After the rest of Class 1A got their morphers and ranger forms, which I'm not going to mention all of, it was Class 1B's turn. Itsuka, you are? Tommy said. Kendo morphed. The Orange Beast Morpher Ranger, said Tommy. Tetsu, you are? Said Tommy. Tetsu morphed. The Silver Ninja Steel Ranger, Tommy said. Setsuna, you are? Said Tommy. Tokage morphed. A/N. Pretend it has a female body. The Green Wild Force Ranger, said Tommy. Ibara, you are? Tommy said. Shiozaki morphed. This also has a female body. The Green Mega Force Ranger, said Tommy. After the rest of the students got their morphers and morphed, there were 2 left. What about us? Kaminari asked. Yeah, me and Kaminari are still morphless, said Zero. We have 2 special morphers for you, said Tommy as he handed them morphers that looked like Mighty Morphin Ranger morphers. They morphed. The purple one has a slim body and the orange one doesn't have the neck sheath. Denki, you're the purple Mighty Morphin Ranger. Hanta, you're the orange Mighty Morphin Ranger. These are from new Ranger coins Ninja was able to forge, said Tommy. This is awesome, Zero and Kaminari said. Now let's go save the world, Tommy said. The battle for Japan. The Rangers, both old and new, arrived outside the school while the invasion was happening, while Eri was left with Nizu. We've brought in every Ranger team from Earth, as well as the Space Rangers, the Lost Galaxy Rangers, the RPM Rangers, And the Dino Charge Rangers, said Tommy. What about other Rangers team in the multiverse? Izuku asked. No luck. Somehow Lord Draken was able to block our connection to other universes. We were only able to bring in RPM and Dino Charge. But besides from some strange message from someone called the Chrono Ranger, we haven't been able to get any other signal, said Tommy. The Rangers all stepped out onto the streets and went to fight the invaders. The Rangers split up into groups while Izuku, Ochako, Tsu, Tenko, Izumi, James, Kimberly, and Tommy went to go find Draken. As they ran through the streets, they were suddenly ambushed by Toga, who was wearing one of the uniforms of Lord Draken's Red Ranger soldiers. Hi, Ochako. Hi, Izuku. Toga said. Piss off, you psycho. Izuku and Ochako both said. Toga attacked Ochako and Tsu, but they blocked her attacks with their weapons. Izuku, you and the others go. Me and Tsu will hold this bitch off. Ochako said. Are you sure? Izuku asked. Just go. Ochako said. Izuku and the others kept running through the battlefield until they reached the town center, where Lord Draken was there waiting for them. He also had a large thing of some sort next to him covered by a cloth. This ends now, Draken, Izuku said. Oh, it's only the beginning. You may have taken my Psycho Rangers from me, but I've taken something from you, said Draken as he pulled the cloth off the object, revealing it to be Zordon in a large containment tube. Zordon, Izuku screamed. That's right. I've kidnapped your great mentor. Surrender now, and I'll spare his life, said Draken. Don't listen to him, Rangers. He's using my power to power his army. He won't kill me. You must defeat him. Zordon pleaded. Silence you. He's just saying that so you'll fight me. Now surrender. Draken commanded. Never, Tommy said. Then die, Draken growled. The Ranger family fought Draken in a brutal battle. Despite them outnumbering him 6-1, he still overpowered them. At the end of the fight, Draken had taken down Tommy, Kimberly, James, and Tenko. The red Zeo crystal was also destroyed, leaving Tommy in normal form and just a man. Time to die, Green Ranger, said Draken as he was about to stab Izuku with the dragon dagger, but at the last moment, Izumi moved in the way. Izumi, Izuku screamed. Draken pulled the blade out of Izumi's stomach, and she struggled to keep balance. You would have done the same for me, she said weakly before falling to the ground. This enraged Izuku so much he called into his deepest, darkest power and summoned an ancient weapon. The Sword of Darkness. I'm surprised someone like you can control its power, Draken said. I'm gonna end you, Izuku said darkly. Goodbye, old friend. Izuku clashed with Draken in a heated battle. You're only a ranger because my alternate self thought you were special. Without your morpher and power, Coin, you're just a helpless child. I don't know what this world's rangers saw in you, but whatever it isn't worth it. Draken mocked. They chose me because they knew I wouldn't let the power corrupt me. They chose me because I'm worthy, Izuku said. Draken then hit Izuku and knocked him towards Zordon. Izuku, there is only one way to defeat Lord Draken and save the world. You must destroy me, said Zordon. Zordon, no. I can't lose you too, Izuku said. There is no other way. It is your duty as a Power Ranger to save the world. Now, destroy me, Zordon said. Draken began approaching Izuku, but then Tommy managed to get up and grab him to keep him in place. But it wasn't gonna last long. You have to do it, Izuku. There's no other way, Tommy said while holding on to his alternate self. Izuku took off his helmet and slowly nodded. Goodbye, Zordon, he said with tears forming in his eyes. Goodbye, Izuku. May the power protect you always, Zordon said. Izuku powered up both the dragon dagger and the Sword of Darkness. Then he swung them both at the device holding Zordon, making an X which then burst open. Nuu! Draken screamed, but it was too late. The energy flowed across the city, and Draken and his army lost their ranger forms, leaving them powerless. Draken collapsed to his knees. He looked up and saw Izuku, Tommy, Kimberly, James, and Tenko holding Izumi, all of them glaring at him. It's over, Izuku said as he wiped his tears away. After that, the rest of Draken's forces were apprehended. Ochako and Tsu beat the shit out of Toga, then arrested her. The ranger teams began celebrating. But once Izuku and his family told them about Zordon, there was sadness. Draken was locked up in Tartarus, along with Izuku's former family and his bullies. Izumi was able to saved by Eri, who used her quirk to heal her wound. A few days had passed since the battle and the death of Zordon. Izuku was currently sitting in his room alone, while holding his morpher which had his power coin in it. There was a knock on the door. "Can I come in?" Tommy asked. "Sure," Izuku said. Tommy entered the room and sat next to Izuku on the bed. "It's all my fault, Dad. I killed Zordon," Izuku said. No. You had no other choice, Izuku. If you hadn't done it, who knows what would have happened. Look, it's kind of my fault for forcing this whole responsibility onto you. You're just a kid, but I went through almost the exact same challenges when I was your age. You'll get through this. I know you will, son," said Tommy. "Thanks, Dad," Izuku said. "There's also another thing I came to tell you about," said Tommy. "What is it?" Izuku asked. Tommy then teleported them to the roof of the school, and what Izuku saw in front of the school was an army of people cheering the words, "Green Ranger." What is this?" Izuku said. "It's your fans. The whole world knows that you did, and now almost all of them love you. You're their hero." "Izuku," Tommy said. "You're our hero, too, Izuku," said Ochako as she, Eri, Kimberly, Jason, Billy, Zach, James, Sasha, Ida, Kirishima, Tokoyami, and the rest of their teachers and classmates stepped out onto the roof. Izuku began crying. Not tears of sadness, but tears of joy. He was finally the world's greatest hero. Epilogue. 20 years later, Izuku now had the perfect life. On the night of Class 3A's graduation party, he proposed to Ochako and she immediately said yes. Not long after that, they found out Ochako was pregnant with twins. And 9 months later, a bouncing baby boy and girl came into the world. The boy's name was Tommy Oliver and the girl's name was Kimberly Oliver. Tommy looked just like his father, but with his mother's hair color. Kimberly looked just like her mother, but with her father's hair color. James and Sasha also got married and had a kid around the same time Izuku and Ochako did. Their daughter's name was Trini Kwan Oliver, named after her late grandmother. Ben and Momo also became a couple shortly after Lord Draken's defeat. They are now also married and have a kid. Kaminari and Jiro also got married and had a child. So did Kirishima and Mina, as well as Tokoyami and Tsu, and Ojiro and Toru. And so did Ida and Mei. Izumi was adopted by the Oliver family after the fight and now goes by Izumi Oliver, and Kimberly was thrilled to have a daughter. Izumi also hooked up with Shiro after she recovered from her injury, and now they're married and have a kid. Most of the UA students went back to being normal hero students after the battle, but they still held on to their morphers just in case. As for the original Power Rangers, most of them retired after a decade or so, as well did most of the other Ranger teams. Tommy retired and gave his chain of martial arts dojos to James, while Kimberly retired and gave her chain of gymnastics centers to Ochako. Billy eventually moved on from Trini's death and fell in love with a man whom he eventually married. Sasha was overjoyed to have 2 parents again. As for the new team of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, sadly, they don't work together as much anymore, since most of them live in different parts of the country now. Izuku and Ochako still fight alongside Ida a lot, even though he gave up being the Blue Ranger and became Ingenium a few years after Draken's defeat. He gave his Blue Ranger power coin and morpher to his daughter. They also still fight alongside James and Sasha, but not so much with Kirishima and Tokoyami. But how is Izuku doing now? Everything else is perfect. He's the #1 ranked hero and Power Ranger. After Draken's defeat, Izuku revealed to the public that he really was quirkless and explained how the Power Rangers and morphing grid worked. There were still many anti-quirkless bigots after that, but Izuku and the other Rangers hunted them down and arrested them before they could do anything violent. Mirio is the #2 pro hero and is a teacher at UA. He and Izuku fight alongside each other many times. Tenko is also in the top 10 pro heroes. The public once hated him. Now they love him as the Black Dino Thunder Ranger. He's also a teacher at UA. And now Izuku has a loving family. He has a mom, dad, and brother who took him in, a badass cousin, a redeemed sister, a beautiful wife, and 3 beautiful children. Ochako, with the help of Izuku and the other Rangers, was able to earn more than enough money for her parents so they could live easily. Tommy and Kimberly, Izuku's kids I'll just call them Tom and Kim, were both diagnosed as quirkless when they were 4, but that didn't bother them or their family. When they were teenagers, they enrolled in the Ranger program that UA has now. a program that partners UA with SPD, also known as Space Patrol Delta. Tom was now the new green SPD Ranger, while Kim was the new pink SPD Ranger. As for Eri, she's now the new SPD Omega Ranger, since they found a way to link Eri's quirk to her Omega Morpher. Kota and two kids Izuku and his class eventually met named Katsuma and Mahoro are also Power Rangers now. Now, Izuku and Ochako were on their way to visit Tommy and Kimberly at their home. When they arrived, they were greeted by the old couple sitting on the front porch. "Well, if it isn't the greatest ranger ever to exist," Tommy said with a smirk. "If it isn't the man who made me that way," Izuku said. Suddenly, an SPD vehicle pulled up to the house. Eri stepped out of it, along with Tom and Kim, all three in SPD uniforms. "Kids," said Izuku and Ochako. "Dad." "Mom," said Eri, Kim, and Tom. "You three are getting so big," Kimberly said. After that, Izuku and his family all had dinner together inside the house. "So how's ranger training going, kids?" Ochako asked. "Good. Commander Tate's a great leader. He and Bridge have been helping us become the best rangers possible," said Tom. "Speaking of Bridge, did he go back in time yet to see me and Grandpa?" Izuku asked. "Yep. He told us all about it when he got back," said Kim. James, Sasha, Trini, Tenko, Izumi, Siro, and their child also arrived. "Hey, everyone," Izumi said. Izuku took a moment to reflect on his life as he sat there with his family. He had gone from being hated and beaten by his former family and friends and having no powers at all to having the greatest family ever and the greatest powers ever. He had one thing to say, and that's the story of the man once known as Izuku Yagi, now known as Izuku Oliver, the Mighty Morphin Green Ranger. At least that's his story so far. 1 year later, Izuku, Ochako, James, Kirishima, Ida, Tokoyami, and Sasha all ran through the battlefield in their ranger suits and with their weapons. They fought their way through multiple robots and enemy soldiers while trying not to kill them. They then saw a Megazord battling a giant evil robot. There was an explosion and everything went black. After the battle was over, Izuku held Ochako in his arms, unsure if she was dead or not. "Oh, poor Green Ranger," said a familiar voice. Izuku looked up and saw none other than Lord Draken standing there. "You couldn't even save your pathetic wife. I'm going to enjoy killing you and the rest of your family," Draken said. Izuku pulled out his sword and swung at Draken while screaming in rage.
Thank you so much for joining me on this incredible journey today. I hope you enjoyed exploring the fascinating what-if scenario of Deku. If you found this video entertaining and thought-provoking, don't forget to give it a thumbs up, share it with your friends, and subscribe to our channel. Your support means the world to me and inspires me to bring you more captivating content in the future. Stay tuned for more exciting what-ifs coming your way. Until next time, take care, stay curious, and keep embracing the power of imagination. Goodbye everyone.